Really?
Wait, I can't. Hey everybody, it's us. It's me, Melody, and Ruby.
Classic Ruby. What's good? What's happening? My apologies, y'all. I'm gonna apologize. We all know Melody did some apologizing on the weekend. I'm gonna apologize today because today is wholly my fault. I was late because I did not have my stuff together. So let me now publicly apologize first to both Miss Melody and to our special guest. Did you guys catch it? I'm so excited. Would you like to introduce yourself, or do you want me to introduce you, Kingzndreamz? What do you think?
I can introduce myself. I go by the name Kingzndreamz, and I am a YouTube content creator, and my channel focuses on motivation, lifestyle, and travel.
Nice. Short, sweet, to the point. That was awesome. All right.
Absolutely.
So yeah, go ahead, Rubes.
Go ahead, Melody. First and foremost, I think we have a super chat already.
Do we? Oh my!
It's been 10 seconds. Okay, so Kingzndreamz. What? I like your style, sir. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, getting us all started off right. Yes,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Let's pass that plate around. Let's pass that plate around and let's get this conversation going.
Right? Pass the red pill on the left hand side. I don't know why. That's what popped in my head. I was around a lot of Jamaican folks. I heard a little birdie told me that you're Jamaican.
I am. Yes, both of my parents are from Spanish Town, St. Catherine, and I am born and raised in New York City, and now I am in New England.
Okay, it's been around.
I'm gonna sound really stupid. Where is New England?
Oh, okay. So that is like the Boston area.
Okay. So now I have another question.
Sure.
So, since you know passport, that means you like to travel and whatever.
Yes.
How much have you been to Jamaica in your lifetime?
Wow. So so disclaimer here. I've had my passport since I was 3 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been going to Jamaica since then. I'll be
Mm-hmm.
38 in exactly 2 weeks. My birthday is February 7th. And man, maybe 20 times.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you for proving that. I've actually, because I've said that to people, and it's difficult to understand if you're not from. I think the Caribbean is mostly like that, especially Jamaicans, but also
Mhm.
like Africans sometimes. But
Yep.
like we go back home, like on the
Oh,
regular,
absolutely.
right?
Yep.
So it's like having a passport is not a special thing. It's like a requirement. Like
Yes.
like you have to because you have
Absolutely.
to go back home. So okay,
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. I mean, yeah, like whether you're like Caribbean, African, you just go back home and it's just something new. I mean, not new. It's not new, rather. Sorry about that.
mm-hmm. Right. And it's funny because what I noticed, so we've done some women's retreats in Jamaica. And so that brought a bunch of people from various different cultures and, countries of origin, including
Hmm.
Black folk from America.
Hmm.
And it was really funny bringing Black folk they're not like Jamaicans or they're Black Americans
Right. Right. Yep.
to Jamaica to visit my aunt
Hmm.
when we've like okay, so before we go to the resorts and stuff, for the first like week or 10 days we stay with my aunt,
Yeah.
in the countryside basically,
Right.
where there's running water, but there's no hot water.
All
Um
right.
amongst other things, right? And like
Yep.
and there's no AC.
Yep.
And some of the walls and some of the rooms you can see clear through to outside, right?
Right. Yep.
And the Americans, it's just always so funny to watch them in Jamaica because they don't handle it well. They don't handle it well at all. Have
Right.
you
Right.
noticed
Right.
that as
Yeah.
well?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. They're like, man, there's no fan in here. I'm hot. Where's the warm water? Nah, like you're gonna have to either go into the lake, the river or something like that. Do what you got to do, but yeah, you're not gonna get anything warm. You know,
Mm-mm.
just take that quick cold shower and then go back outside. Trust me, you'll warm up real quick.
My cousin taught me the trick. He was like, "Yeah, don't be stupid like everybody else, and take your shower first thing in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Unless it's super super hot, you want to shower at night because then the
Yep.
water tank had all day to warm up."
Exactly.
So it's like, okay, so I learned that. So I want to be the first one in the shower at night, right? And like,
Hmm.
oh, it is. I think I'll say about the third day you get used to it. It sounds crazy. You wouldn't think that dousing yourself in frozen cold water you would get
Right.
used to, but you kind of get used to it, and your skin's so soft and nice, and like, you know,
Absolutely.
yeah. But now, with that being said, right?
Hmm.
So, and this is kind of what I think, and then you can let us know what you think. So, in the same way,
Sure.
I was kind of like, Americans are just kind of they're all the same. They're all the same. And I know there's a little bit of difference, but they're all the same. And I kind of think the same thing about women. In my experience doing the women's retreats, and I won't say I haven't been literally around the world, but I've been to several countries, a few
Hmm.
continents, and they're basically the same. Like the cultures might vary, right?
Hmm.
And so some cultures might just have better things or more desirable things ingrained into the culture itself.
Hmm.
But the negative things that, I think people, especially in these spaces, attribute solely to women, it's not really like a Western woman thing. It's like an all women thing. That's just what I've observed. And so to me, I do kind of feel like the guys are kind of being sold a pipe dream when they're being told that they can literally find like these magical, like a land full of magical unicorn women who they're not crazy, they're not vengeful, they're not spiteful, they're not this, they're not that. It's like, are you
Well,
sure?
let's be honest. At least they look better, right? They're more in
Well,
shape. From
yeah.
what Austin said, they smell better. They're cleaner. I mean, and I know that's bad, but that's
Shout
what
out to
they said.
Austin, man. Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. Like, you're right. All women globally are essentially the same. What I would point out the differences, as opposed to the West, is that, like, why a lot of guys have, traveled, I guess, before you call it travel bros now, but why, like, they would travel outside of the West to go to these different countries is because the difference is that, like, the men are held in higher regard, right? So
Hmm.
that's really where it comes down to. And I would say that when it comes to when it comes to the hygiene, if you will, I think that like, with the woman having to be focused on caring for the children at home, where typically the man would work, um, the woman would probably be able to kind of give the young ladies growing up into a woman about, lessons about their feminine hygiene of sorts, right?
Hmm.
So I'm not a woman, so I can't speak to that, but I would assume, like, that was his take on it.
Hmm.
Okay.
Well, I don't know about the other women in America, but I know I smell and taste good. So
I,
Oh, okay.
I
I'm just saying.
already know,
Oh,
right? I'm
oh.
just saying.
DMs on fire. DMs on fire. Oh.
Um, Now, okay, so me and Mr. Rubes, we were watching this TV show, and they
Mhm.
call it Love Without Borders. I think that's what it's called. Um,
Hmm.
and the season's not done yet, so I guess we'll keep watching it as they go along. But anyway, this what they're basically doing, which is kind of weird. I feel like they're kind of trying to tap into the passport bros trend, right? And this
Okay.
idea of finding love abroad trend.
Right.
Um, but then they're also, it's almost like they're tapping into the idea of resegregating the world.
Mm.
Because they're taking people from America, and then, like, if they're black, they're matching them with someone all the way around the world who's also black, or if they're white, you know what I mean? So, like, they're not really doing a lot of mixing. Now, with that being said, though, one of the this one guy, he is this dude from Miami Vice, um, Michael something. Oh man, I don't remember. But anyway, he's that guy's son. So
Okay.
his dad's from Miami Vice. His dad was kind of a rolling stone, shall we say. His mom died early, and his dad was not going to be bothered with him. So a brother had to take custody of him instead. So his dad wasn't really like a take part kind of dad.
Right.
And so anyway, they match him with a very beautiful model who also does Instagram, let's be real, from Ghana. So they send him over to Ghana, right? And he's like, and she was kind of like, I don't know what he was expecting, but he's like, oh, he's got his wipes in case anything's dirty and stuff. And she's like, where do you think
He
you
was a
are?
germaphobe.
Yeah, like, yeah, he's a germaphobe, right? And it's like, dude, like, it doesn't matter how many times you try to bathe yourself, right? Like, the dirt is just kind of free flowing everywhere. And like, there's this one scene where he's massaging this chick's feet, right? And her feet are, and shout out to Just DeAndre for his dirty foot bitches commentary, but like, her feet are dirty, but it's not because she's dirty. It's just because there's only, you can clean every 3 hours, and it's going to be dirty again because the dirt is just kind of free flowing in a different kind of way.
Right.
And it's like, and then on top of that, he has, what you call it, a bucket shower. So like, there's a
What is
pipe.
that? What's a bucket shower?
So there's a pipe coming out of the wall,
Okay.
right? And then
Okay.
there's a big bucket on the floor, and then there's like a little ladle, and she puts the ladle underneath, or you can put the ladle underneath the thing and then dump it on your head to rinse your head and your shoulders off and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And the water is all cold.
Yeah.
Let's be real. So I watched that, kind of reminded me of Jamaica a little bit.
Right.
Except I don't know why you'd walk around in bare feet if that was the case. But, I was just like, what are the odds, given some of the limitations, that the women in some of these other countries are going to be that much cleaner? Like, I don't mean as far as their like habits. They might shower every day or even twice a day, but how clean can you get when you don't have access to hot water?
They
I don't
have
know.
access to hot water. Who said they don't have access?
You have
Who
to boil it. You would have to
access?
boil it. They wouldn't. So then you have to boil the hot water, right?
Mhm.
And then I guess you can make buckets at a time of hot water. But the reality is, you probably have other things to do. So how much time are you spending boiling water? So I'm not trying to be like mean. I'm just saying, I feel like people are romanticizing it a little bit, and they're not thinking through the logic of when you're talking about a third world country or a developing country, they just don't have access to some types of the amenities and quick conveniences we have to get as clean as quickly. What do you think about that?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, so I would say it depends on the country. Excuse me. It depends on the country that you're talking about. So, all right. So let's focus on Ghana, right? And what I would say is that, like, maybe they have the time to boil the water, to boil the water and maybe keep that water warm throughout the day in order to um, obviously like her feet, like that's like there's nothing that much you could really do about that. But as far as personal areas, if you will, like maybe she has more time to kind of focus on that.
I mean, like maybe. And and to be fair, I am not of the opinion that just because you're from a third world country or from a lower class area, that means you have to be filthy. But
Right.
I just kind of feel like, sometimes we don't put all of the logic together. Like, if you are the type of person who's a germaphobe, like myself, if you don't like bugs, again, like myself, and
Mm-hmm.
whatever, then glamorizing the idea of going to another one of these developing countries and getting married and living there, well, you might be dealing with both of those things to a high degree, because even in the more expensive ones, you go to a 4 or 5 star hotel and you're going to be dealing with bugs indoors because there's so many of them, the access and whatever. So it's kind of like, you know, uh, when you go to the hood, you don't like when the cockroaches are there and you blame, all the people living there and call them filthy and disgusting. You could never live in those conditions.
Right.
Well, why is it different to you when you go to the third world country and the roaches run in and out of the kitchen like it's just a parade? And there's bugs everywhere and there's dirt everywhere and whatever. Like, why
do
are
they
you okay with
do
that?
they run in and out of the kitchen?
No,
Or is that something you're
no, that's a farce. But
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not for real. Because it depends, right? Like, if you have and this is not like I said, I'm not shaming, right?
yeah,
It just comes down to, if you live in a house that you can see through the walls to outside, right? And then you have a kitchen with a door to outside, right? And there's cracks in those walls at all to outside. Those ants, roaches, whatever the bugs are, they literally will follow each other to the same source of food and just go, and you'll see it. And it's like, you would have to waste your entire life trying to kill these bugs all the time. A lot of people they don't want to spray all these dirty chemicals around and whatever, because the bugs are just picking up some whatever thing and they just leave it. Like, just leave it and whatever. I've seen it personally. I saw it in my aunt's house. It horrified me because I was like, why
in
are we
Jamaica?
why
You
are
talking
you
about Jamaica?
I'm telling you. And I couldn't fathom for the life of me why she was okay with this. And I'm like, I watched her habits. Her habits were very clean. Like, the way she, she cleaned her hands, she cleaned underneath her nails and did it. Like, I watched her do, but like, nature is nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
So what about like little like rats and geckos and stuff like that? Do that stuff just run inside the house?
I would hope not. I didn't
well,
see.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I haven't seen rats.
Oh my God! Yeah,
I had a cat in my house once. So, but see,
in your house?
Yes, in my house.
Yeah.
Yes, but we never saw them. We only saw the remnants, like, of them living here. So, because before they before this house was built, this was a field for as long as I can remember. North of the street that I live on was just a field. So when they built the subdivision, this was like the third house in the area, period, to close. There was nothing really here. They've been building this neighborhood now for 20 something years, right? And I've lived in this house because we bought the house from my mom when she got married. But anyway, so the point is, right, I've been living here since 1997. So I saw it all. Now, back in, I think it was like 1998 or something, we started seeing like little black pellets places. We're like, that's weird. And my mom had these straw baskets and they were eaten. And we thought that was weird. And then we realized, oh, it was a mouse. A mouse had gotten in because field mice, right? You built a house on their property. So now they come get inside of your property.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a rat, it was a mouse.
Well, it was a field mouse, but rats and mice are the same thing. I don't know why.
No. See, I gotta stop you right there. Okay. I gotta stop you right there because Melody and I are from the New York City, North Jersey area. Like, yeah, okay. No. See, okay. See, this is a mouse. This is a rat. There is a difference.
The tail
There is a difference. Anyone that's lived or has been to New York City or North Jersey, they will tell you like those those rats are gangster. I mean, those rats, they don't play. Those rats are in gangs. Those rats are like they got Bloods, Crips, Latin Kings. They got all that over there. I'm telling you. Now I feel like. Now, going back to what you're saying on a serious note, right? So the field mice, that it makes sense because yes, like you're building on top of their, you're building on top of their land. What you have to do is you have to get the house sealed, and so you have to be proactive and get an exterminator and get the house sealed. So when I got my house where I'm at now, and like my neighbors were telling me because growing, like I was coming from the city, so all I knew was living in an apartment building. I didn't know much about a house and all that, so I had to learn these things. And they're like, you have to get it sealed, and I'm like, sealed? They're like, yeah, field mice is gonna come into your house. And one day, I saw the little pellets, and I made that phone call real quick. I was like, I'm not dealing with this.
Like I'm more scared of roaches than mice.
Yeah.
Like I don't like roaches. They they'll crawl on you, they'll crawl up your I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'd rather a mouse run across me.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick, I would rather pick the mice as opposed to the roaches.
Yeah.
Nope. The amount of disease that rats carry is
well, field mice don't really. I don't think field mice really carry diseases though.
All animals carry disease, right? Like dogs.
But roaches carry diseases too.
Not really, not in the same.
No, really.
A roach, first of all, I don't know any roaches that bite. Maybe there is a brand of roach that bites.
In the South, you have like the flying cockroaches. They bite.
Oh, okay.
But the roaches like up north, they just like they're like it's not good. It's not good. I think it's not like good like for your breathing or something like that. I don't know the science of it, but this is what I do know. I prefer to have neither. None.
Right. No, I don't like insects. Don't get me wrong. It's just for me, animals have teeth and can nails, and they can bite you and scratch you, and pass disease along to you that way. And so, to me, in that way, they're just more dangerous. I don't like either of them. Don't get me wrong, but I would panic more about rats, living, furry, warm-blooded things running around my house is a problem, right? Like I didn't invite you. You can live all you want outside of my house, right? Not inside. So no. But I mean,
I would rather mice than roaches. I'm sorry.
I think I'm the same. I think I'm the same. I mean, reluctantly. I mean, like again, I would rather have zero, but like for the sake of conversation, the lesser of the two evils, if you will, I would rather take the mice.
Okay. I agree with the point
Yes,
Kevin Murray's
yes.
making
Shout out to Kevin. Yes, he's absolutely correct.
here. Mm-hmm.
Yes, way different than mice.
Definitely, absolutely, definitely. But still,
Yeah, like
I can't say
yeah,
it. No,
the roaches, yeah, man, like the roaches, man, the roaches procreate. They procreate.
they
Like you
do.
touch them and they getting knocked up. It's like wow.
Well, yeah, that's what
They be like really small. Like you ever seen a really little roaches and it be
yeah.
everywhere. Like
Yeah, yep, yep,
ugh.
yeah,
Yeah, no, and I think that's the thing. They do procreate quickly, and like I get that part. Like I'm not saying I don't understand why they're not a nightmare, right? I guess
yeah,
it's just again, it's just the warm-blooded furry creature that could bite me. It's just the nightmare of that is just too much for me to deal with. So I don't know.
yeah.
But anyway, I'm sorry. We are so off topic.
We are.
It's all good. It's all good.
So off topic. Like
All good.
my bad. Yeah, but so I do think, right, you know, and I guess for those people who just clicked in without looking at, you know, the title or whatever, right, the point of what we're really talking about is, are the passport bros as a group, or are some of them individually or whatever delusional, right? Or are they passing along a delusion that what they're going to get overseas is like this better quality, higher quality, greater quality woman? Or are they just like lying to themselves and each other? Right now, I know you're not going to like this, but I think most of the time they prove that they're lying to themselves and each other. As soon as you hear someone say, "Don't bring her to America," though, that in and of itself tells you that all women are exactly the same. It's just their environment and culture that is mitigating their behavior, right? But like we all evolved to be the same being. We all evolved to be the same woman, right? The only thing that mitigates how that's expressed is our culture and our environment. If you change one of those things, the culture someone is in or the environment that someone's in, they are going to change to conform, especially women are going to change to conform to the culture or the environment that they're in. So if it was so like out of nature for women to be masculine or disrespectful or this or that or all those things, right? Like if there's no way that these women from Asia or something, right, they're so submissive and this and that and da da da, and they're just inherently different and better, then you wouldn't have to worry about bringing them to America, because they'd come to America and look at all the women in America and think that they're crazy, right? Because like they're just so different. But people are like, no, don't bring them here because they're going to become westernized in their lifetime, and then all of a sudden become the same trash ain't-ish, no-count woman that we're trying to get away from, which suggests that you know that all women are the same. So yes, that's my generalized point.
Well, so let me just rebut that, if you will. I believe that all, I believe that it's in human nature. Once you take them into a different element, they tend to adjust to that element. So when brothers are saying don't take this woman and bring her to the States, it's because, well, I don't want to say the States, but I want to say the West, because the UK is involved in this as well. So the thing is that they get the westernized culture, and so when they see like the women are basically in the West, and I don't want to say all women, but like there's a populace of women in the West that are more or less kind of focused on their thing and not really focused on catering to their man. So that's the thing. Yeah, man. This guy is funny, man. This dude is a troll. Keep following me. Hey, sub to the channel. I love you, bro. You know what I mean? Put some money in my homegirl's pocket, man. Keep paying.
Yes,
Keep paying.
Mr. 100. Well, we have to acknowledge him now.
Yeah, up that to $100. Up that to $100.
Yes, sir. I would absolutely love
up that to $100. But anyway, but back to what I was saying, right? So the thing is that when you have these guys that are saying like don't bring these ladies over, is because when they get adapted to the westernized culture, it's like they get immersed of kind of just wanting to do their own thing, and then they actually forget about their man. So this is why men say that, because men want to feel needed. And the thing is that in the West, the women are not making the men feel needed. This is why men are going overseas. They're going to different parts of Africa, different parts of Latin America, Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe. I could go on, but you get the gist of what I'm getting at. So this is the reason why they say that, because they're of the mindset that if you bring her over here, it's going to be a problem. Now, not saying that it's always the case, but there have been cases where it has been a problem. So they seen it from their friends, they seen it from their associates, or whatever the case is. So it's like, you know what? Like I would rather relocate over there where they have the family dynamic, they have the family culture. Man is head of household. The woman is submissive, and like the man is the leader. So that's really the most important thing. That men want. Men want to feel needed and want to be that leader.
I agree with that. But now my question would be this.
Okay.
Because even if we're talking about delusion, right, to an extent, is there a problem where maybe some of these men are convincing themselves, and I don't mean all of them, and I don't mean as a general concept, right? But we gotta be real that there are definitely other cultures and other countries around the world that literally make a practice or a business out of hustling, people from the Western world.
Yeah.
Right. And like, I mean, God, there's a name. There are names for it, even like it's like a job title, right? And I just knew this the first time I heard that it was heard of it as a job title. It was a friend of mine. We're not friends anymore, but we were at the time. She was like a white girl from a relatively well-off family. And her parents brought her to the Dominican Republic, and she married one guy from the Dominican Republic. That's a long story. We'll talk about her another day. But the point is that
I wanted to hear about it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
it's a really long story. Like that is her dysfunction story. I'm going to tell you the rest of it, but so basically, she found out after being married to this guy for like a little while that actually he had like multiple girlfriends in multiple countries, that he was never planning on moving to Canada with her or whatever, wasn't attracted to her, didn't even really like her much, and whatever, right? So and on top of that, that guy was actually really abusive. And I'm not just saying that.
Oh my goodness.
Really abusive. He actually beat her so badly at one point her jaw was wired shut. And at that point it was like, okay, this is really dangerous. He's not even like committed to you. And even though her parents were Jehovah's Witnesses and were sort of at first low-key forcing her to stay in the marriage, even with all the abuse, then finding out that he was violating the terms of the marriage, because he's supposed to be Jehovah's Witness too, so he's not supposed to be cheating and stuff.
Right. That's actually a no-no in their culture. Yeah.
It's a big no-no. So they were not impressed. So they were finally going to come save their daughter. And the roommate that they had, because even being a teacher, she was a teacher at the time, right? Teaching English as a second language. It wasn't enough to really pay the bills like that. And he did something, but like part-time and barely. So they had a roommate. And the roommate was supposed to move to Spain to do whatever he was doing for his job. And he decided to stay and kind of watch her, make sure she survived. Well, 3 years later, she married that guy. Both of them. Yeah, she married the roommate.
Oh, winter is coming. It's starting to get cold. It's starting to get real cold.
That's why I said, yo,
keep going. I'm very intrigued now.
It's a lot. But okay, the one piece of extra tea I'll give you about the details of this for now. Like I said, we could do a whole show about this shit. I'm not.
Yeah, we got tea time.
Right? But both of these guys had the same first name.
Oh no.
That makes it even worse.
Oh my God. So when she married this guy, right? Now, this guy was the one who he did love her. He was disturbed by her though. And so like, cause I would call down there to try to talk to her and stuff. And when he started becoming really concerned about, I guess I'll say that her Westernness, right? Not in the way that, you know, we talk about here, like not about her being masculine or anything like that, more about the same things that I would say there's a culture difference between us and what we call mungie cake. Those are like white people without a culture. They're just Canadian, 17 generations.
Yeah.
It's like little things, like the fact that she doesn't know that you're supposed to clean meat.
Ew.
Yeah,
the fact that
chicken. No, at all. Like she doesn't know you're supposed to really clean food like that. She assumed it just came clean. Or like the fact that she doesn't use like a cloth to bathe herself with, and that she'll just take the bar soap and rub it on her, you know.
Oh no.
I heard a lot of white
no.
Like she's white, you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of white people don't.
Yeah, she doesn't use a washcloth. You got to get rid of her.
Yeah. No, she also doesn't shower like sometimes. Like his big thing he first started really looking at is because she would get up, like so she went to work yesterday, right? And then she would drink and party and whatever, and then get up in the morning and just go to work and like not shower.
Well, that's kind of proving Austin's point, though.
Yeah, that
Westernized
women stink.
Yeah, no. I mean, this one in particular, right? But my point is, right, is like so I would talk to him about that and whatever, and I tried to tell her that, you know, like we Black folk, there's certain aspects of cleanliness, and this is why I said again, it's weird sometimes when I hear y'all say that Black Americans might do some of these things, because here we don't associate that with Blackness. Like you have to bathe. Your parents will beat your ass if you don't know how to bathe yourself by the time you know what I mean? Like it's not okay over here. Yeah. Right. But it's like I tried to help her. I tried to school her and I tried to say, like, this dude actually likes you. I don't know why, but he actually loves you. He actually really wants to be married to you. You know, he wants to, you know, build a life with you. I think she intentionally got pregnant.
Oh my goodness.
And she was on the pill, and then she was on antibiotics for a really bad cough. Like she was on like IV antibiotics, so that could be the reason why. But I think she did it on purpose, that she got pregnant. And then she came here to have the baby. And then he came here. And the first day he came here, she was at work. And he's like, I need to talk to you. And he's like, I wasn't even going to get on the plane. My scuba instructor, beautiful woman.
Yeah.
You know, same age, but just takes care of her body. Much thinner, cleaner, sweeter. Just overall was much more attractive. And he was wanting to leave her for this other woman. And I'm like,
wow.
Yeah. And like, you know, your wife is very pregnant with your child, for the record, right? So this is kind of scary. And he said, yeah, I've never been the Sankey type. That's the word I found, is that's what it is. Like when they play these women and whatever, he's like, I'm not a Sankey. I'm not a Sankey type and whatever. But in the past 5 years, she's let herself go. Right? Her belly's bigger than her boobs and whatever. And, you know, she's got a triple chin now. She didn't have that before. She don't clean this and she don't do this and she don't do this. All she does is sit in the pool with a book and a glass of wine, you know, and she's a sloppy drunk. Like it just started pouring out of him. Right. And so he was just so kind of like devastated by the choice he had made, where he had chosen to fall in love with this white woman and to, you know, whatever from the Western world, and he regretted it a lot, you know. And so he's still with her because she's a vindictive, manipulative person in a lot of ways. No, she is.
Yeah, but he messed up. Oh, you got two more super chats.
Yeah, we have to.
I have them start.
Oh, you want to do it later, or let's do it now? You go first.
Do it now? Okay, we have 3 super chats we didn't technically read because we didn't read the first one. So read this one first.
You can go first.
I read already.
Oh, which one did you read?
I read Kingzndreamz'.
Oh, okay. So sorry guys, give me a second.
No, you have to read this one first. This one we didn't read yet.
Oh, okay. Mr. 100, thanks for the $2 super chat. He says, Kings pay for box in Colombia. Don't be fooled. Why would he say that?
Because he's a troll. He's a troll. I mean, so I went on shout out to my man QB Passport Flexing, and so we had a conversation um dating, and so like he's a black pillar and I'm a red pill guy. So one of the things that we discussed the difference between, I guess, like the red pill and the black pill focuses on attraction. They say that like the first thing, like women focus on attraction first, and red pill guys think that women focus more or less on either charisma or leadership or resources first.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So he's a troll, but hey, keep the comments going. Pay my homegirls, man. Just send $100 super chat though, man. Send $100. That's that collection plate around, baby. Let's go.
We would appreciate it.
Exactly. Hook my homegirls up, man.
Right. Hey, listen, I got lots of questions for these black pill folks. Me and Melody have both a pre-recorded and a stream coming up on something that really stems from the black pill community. So I got questions for y'all. But we're not gonna get off topic today.
Yeah, my man QB is in here. He's a black pill guy, but he's not what you call like an incelic kind of black pill guy. Like he's a cool dude, and he's a traveler too.
Yeah, and I think it matters, right? Like we can't group, and I said the same thing last week about the pick me sphere or about red pill or about the manosphere. You can't group everybody together as though they're all a monolith. So because the red pill, that's it. You're exactly the same as every other red pillar. Like that's not true. But okay, up next we got Complex Easy. Thank you very much, sir, for the $5 in the chat.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Black pill, by the way, and said, Asian women in America are the most married still. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I'm pretty sure that's correct.
And they're the most submissive, right? That's what they say, and they're in the best shape. So,
yeah. And I would guess that that's not just in America. I would guess that overall Asian people are the most married. I would guess. I don't know. But
it's not like it's. I know in most cultures, yes, that's true. That's true. What Dre said. Like they don't play. Like if they're out like in the morning or whatever, and like let's say like they go for a walk, and not even sweating or anything, but you come back in the house, you shower, you go out in the afternoon, you come back and shower, you go out in the evening, come back and shower. Like they make sure like that they stay clean.
So that was true what Austin said about them being cleaner than us.
Yeah, well,
we don't take 4 showers.
I could say, I mean, in Colombia, I could definitely speak to that for sure. Shoot, I was saying something prior to. I forgot what it was.
You're probably talking about what we were the previous comment about Asian women being the most.
Oh yes, correct. Yeah, so I was gonna say in most Asian cultures, it's a shame. Like you get shamed if you get like divorced. So yeah. So
that's why relationships tend to last pretty much.
Well, I mean that's one of the reasons, but one of the main reasons is like a lot of Asian women they're ready to be submissive. Like they know like the man has to be the leader. You know what I mean? They know that the man has to be the leader.
I will agree with you there, but I'm going to give a little bit of pushback because I do think it's a two-way street, right? So it's not about. And I just want to be clear with this because I think some people don't fully understand that it's not just about the fact that women understand that they have to be the leader or they have to be the submissive one, and the men understand they have to be the leader, right? It's about understanding what each of those roles entail, and that being in submission to your husband doesn't mean that you're like some kind of like dummy or doormat or whatever, and that in fact your husband's family, depending on if you were arranged or not, right, chose this wife because of the head she's got on her shoulders. That's actually something you'll hear a lot if you like talk to people who have been, in Asian matchmaking of any sort, right? They actually care that these women have educations, great careers, stuff like that, and whatever. right? And they trust their wives, right? Because
Yeah.
that is a big thing. So your wives are running things, right? They're running
Yes.
things according to what they know he wants, right? Well, like
Right.
what are his end goals for his family, for his life, for his future, for the short term, for the long term, right? And then
Right.
running things according to that to help him achieve those goals and to help the family achieve those goals, in his image and in his,
Right.
what he wants. So it's like it's not about being like some doormat being walked all over and da 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 the way people seem to think it is. It's like, no, it's literally about just understanding the power of your role, right?
Exactly.
And wanting to fully engage in that for the best of everybody,
Yes, absolutely. I completely agree with that. And the thing is that like when women in the West, when they hear like the term like submissive, they get so turned off, as you mentioned, because it's like, oh, like, am I a slave? Am I a doormat? No, because the thing is that no, like you're submitting to him, but the thing is that he trusts you to be his wife. He trusts you to be the mother of his children. He trusts you to take care of the home. He trusts you to
Exactly.
raise his children right. He trusts you to help, to help his daughter, to help you guys, his daughter, to be a young lady and a beautiful woman one day, and make sure that that you give the son the nurturing side, and then the man gives him the leadership side. So yes, there is, there's power in submission. And the thing is that women in the West have turned it around, and they say, oh, I ain't no slave, or what they have was called conditional femininity. And it's like, no, it doesn't work like that. It's either a woman is feminine or she not.
I agree with you there, but I have to get some pushback. I have to. So look, I do. No, you know why? Because what I've heard people
Yep.
say, right? I agree that I have
Sure.
heard some women say that, well, if you do this for me, then I'll give you my feminine side. Otherwise, you're getting my this side, to like their boyfriend or their husband or whatever, right?
Mhm.
Okay, I have a problem with that. That is not right. But I've also heard people call it conditional femininity when women are not just submitting to men, just all the men on the panel I should submit to. All the men, like, no, that's not what submission is. You are
Right.
in submission to one man, right?
Yes, correct.
That's it. So if you are single, you're not supposed to be in submission to all men, and if you're married, you're only submission to one man. Right now,
Right.
I give a certain level of deference to men that I don't give to women, because that is how I was raised. That culturally, that is just what I was shown. This is what you do. Men need a certain level of deference that you never give women. So that's what I do, right? But giving them a little bit of deference is not the same thing as being insubmission to them, right? And I have had people outright on panels tell me, submit, woman, and stuff like that. I have honestly heard them say that, and then and say, I'm talking about conditional femininity because that, and I'm like, I don't know. So I feel like kind of like the term has gotten bastardized and overused to the point where it doesn't really mean anything anymore to
Well,
me, or it doesn't mean what it should.
well, so this, so when we say like conditional femininity, like what I'm saying is like the woman should be friendly and a submissive woman in general, but when it comes to her man, her husband, she should be submitting her body and submitting her life, to him and their family. So there's a difference. There's a difference. So I think that's where the disconnect kind of comes in. You understand what I mean? But I don't know.
Okay, no.
So what I'm saying is that like so what I'm saying is that like if a woman is naturally submissive and friendly, like she's going to be just genuinely submissive in general. Like if if we're having a conversation, and like I'm talking, like you're not like trying to like over talk me, or trying to be like rude or combative or anything like that. Right now, when it comes to your man, yes, he's the leader, he's the leader, and you know that he's the leader. You're submitting you're submitting, you're submitting your body to him. That's what I'm trying to get at. Because like what women in the West will say, like, I'm not going to be submissive, like unless you get me unless you get me a ring. And it's like, okay, so I got to buy you a piece of jewelry in order for you to submit to me. Like, no, like that, to me, like that doesn't make any sense. Like if a woman is naturally friendly, and like, then it's fine. Then it's fine.
See, now I disagree with you. Because being in submission to your husband is not the same thing as having a submissive personality type. In fact, it's not even required. You can have a submissive personality type and not actually be in submission to your husband. Likewise, you can be in complete submission to your husband without having a submissive personality type. And either way, you can.
I disagree with that, but all right.
Well, yeah, but see, that's the thing, though. A lot of people don't seem to understand what submission means. I mean, J-Mont brought up another point that I was going to make, which is that, and reading here, being submissive and not being a bitch are not the same. Women tend to not understand. That's true. But also, I think that some men tend to not understand. So they take aspects, and you're doing it as well. You're just taking aspects of being polite, or not being a bitch, right? Not being ignorant, not being rude, whatever. And you're ascribing that to being in submission to men, and it's like, no, that's you being feminine, right? That's a quality you're supposed to have. That's you being, not being a bitch, not being ignorant, not being rude, not being disrespectful, not being all those things, right? But that's not you being in submission at all, right? That's not even really you being submissive. That's just you being borderline polite, cooperative, non-disruptive, just positive attributes that tend to come along with being in femininity in general, right? But
oh, my fault. Go ahead.
It's not just femininity, because really, men can also be polite and not be complete jerks and da 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 and da 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 da. So I feel like people have overstated what submission in when it comes to relationships is supposed to be, and they're applying too many things to submission that don't actually apply to submission at all.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, so I think you and I are really saying some of the same things, and we're kind of talking in circles, but we're just using different verbiage. I honestly think that's what we're saying.
I mean, maybe, but I just kind of think that, again, because I'm not a submissive person, right? Like, as a personality type, I'm not submissive. I mean,
well,
no,
I mean,
right?
It's kind of,
yeah, Melody is.
Yeah, but it's kind of, but see, Ruby. Ruby is kind of a moot point for you because you're already married. It doesn't matter.
But it's not. It's not a moot point at all, because, in fact, if anything, it's an even bigger point. Once you're married, what we really need to do is normalize and bring back being.
Okay, so when I say it's a moot point, what I'm saying is, like, you're out the game, so you don't count, like, in that talking point at this. You know what I mean? Like, you have your guy, so
but she still has to be submissive to her husband,
right? And that's a role model, which is incredibly important, right? You think about it this way: if we're not being role models when we're up here, everything that we say and do, every story we tell about our lives, right? The way that we behave when we're out on the street. Do you know? I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. So,
sure.
My mom threw a party for her husband.
Okay.
On Sunday. I made a video amongst other things. And we did this great thing for him. And anyway, there's a bunch of Black folk running the show. The place was called Jamaican Fusion Cuisine, and it was in Etobicoke. Now, I said that because I said I was going to shout them out, especially Victoria. I think her name was Victoria. I'm going to do it properly. But the point is that they were excellent. The quality of the food, the quality of the design, decor, everything was excellent. They really worked hard. And it was an all Black owned, all Black run establishment. Everyone was super polite, super respectful, right? They were delight and a joy to be around. And, it was like, wow, I would when I found out what the price was of the place, I was like, you're crazy. But I was like, now I'm like, I would definitely go back. That is how amazing my experience was at this place. Now, she, though, also got to experience us.
Okay.
And with the exception of the children, everyone's married. So you had like 30 people at this place, and all of them were married. 30. And she messaged my mother, who likes to make friends with everybody she meets because she's a pastor. And she messaged my mother and said, after seeing all of you, especially you and your husband, but not just you guys, like your daughter and her husband, and your friend and her husband, and just the woman singing and her husband, and she was just naming off these people and their husband and whatever. And she's like, I was not a marriage person. I didn't want it. I saw it as a prison. I saw it as something that holds women down. I saw it as a misery. And she's like, after just spending the evening with you guys on Sunday, she's like, I want a husband. Like, I never thought I would ever say that, but I want to get married. I want a husband. I actually want to be someone's wife, and she literally messaged my mom today to thank my mom and to tell my mom that. That's literally what she messaged her about, right? Now, why is that important? Because people like myself will clarify that I am in submission to my husband, and I will clarify what that looks like, right? And so these things that you're seeing that I'm doing, that is me being in submission to that man's plan, right? So even though you see me being, I'm a little ebullient, a little loud, definitely opinionated, I'm very intelligent, and I definitely share my perspective, which my husband loves that I do, because he wants that extra information to help him make those final decisions, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a wallflower. I'm not a submissive personality.
Why you gotta be a wallflower? Because you submit.
But Ruby, I don't think you realize you're actually making my point for me, because as I mentioned, you're out the game, and you said that you are on his program. So whatever he wants his program to be, that's what you're on. So if he wants, hold on, listen clearly. Like if he wants you to be how you are, then it's all good. Then that's how he wants Ruby to be. Like there are some men that want women to be on their program, and they want women to be a bit more boisterous, right? And then there are some men that would prefer some women to kind of play the background and kind of be a little bit like Melody. But either way, both of you ladies are on your men's program. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, but the thing is, and I hear no, I do. I hear what you're saying.
Shout out to Ruby. Ruby's like,
no, because there's a reason, right? Like, I mean, there's a reason why, in general, you could go to a country full of women who are submissive, or in a culture that you like, and not marry the first one you meet, right? Because there's other aspects to compatibility and to having the right match. As I teach women, right, when I do the women's retreats and whatever, right, in a way, you see a man who's fully self-actualized is a train. He's running, and you're at the station. Now, either he's going to leave you behind, or you're going to jump on that train. Now, if you jump on that train, that means you have already agreed to go where he's going, right? And you've already agreed that you are going to help that train get where it needs to go. You are there to help get the train where it needs to go. He's a conductor, right? You're shoveling coal into the fire. You know what I mean? You checking on brakes. You looking for this, whatever it is that the train needs from you. That is your job. And at any point that you don't like where this train is going, the destination, because again, remember, the conductor can change that at any time as well. You can get off at the next station, and he can leave you behind, because at the end of the day, a self-actualized man is leading himself. So he's already leading before he ever meets a woman to marry. He's leading, right?
Of course.
But that same man.
He has to be. No, I agree with you. I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to interject. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ruby.
Oh, I was just gonna say, he knows all of the different types of traits that he needs to complement himself as a person, that are going to complement his 5-year, 10-year, 50-year plan. You know what I mean? The things that he wants, or needs a wife to be able to demonstrate for his children. You know what I mean? A bunch of stuff. So the way, that's why I was saying, I'm like, there are going to be guys, you're right, there are going to be guys who like a different type of personality type from mine, right? And there are men who like my personality type, but that has nothing to do with being in submission to your husband, because and men do get this twisted, and it's problematic because there are a lot of men who confuse submissive with insubmission, and they get caught up with a submissive personality type woman who's not in submission. There is a big difference, right? And the one who's
break that down.
Who's not in submission, that's the one who's dangerous.
Okay, so break that down, because I think that what it all comes down to, I think what it all comes down to is that, like, as long as you are on that man's program, that's all it really matters. So, like, how you mentioned how your husband likes how you have your opinions and how you voice things, and and he loves your personality. He loves that about you, right? So, but the thing is, the main thing that you said was that you are on his program. That's what's the most important part, because we could say submission, submit, doesn't matter. As long as you are on his program, shout out to you, Leo Anthony. But as long as you are on his program, that's all that really matters, Ruby.
Yeah, but that's what submission means, right? When we start adding in personality qualities and other stuff, then we start muddying the waters about what being in submission means. And that's
I don't necessarily think that's necessarily muddying the waters, because every man is different. Every man is different, because there could be some men who like a woman who has your personality, and then there could be someone who may like a personality that's kind of more like Melody's. It really all depends on the man.
But the personality type has nothing to do with being in submission, right? Because being in submission is only about being willing, as you said, to be on that man's plan, or the way I say, to be on that man's train, right? That is what in submission means. When we start adding personality types, we start adding anything else to the mix, what it does is confuses the message. Now, if you are a gentleman like yourself who doesn't care, because you know what, you ain't in this Western mumbo jumbo mess that we got going on over here, then, okay, I get it. But when we're trying to send a message, not just, to, ourselves and just have this discussion, but, when you're trying to send a message to women, for example, right? Yeah. Why do women think that the word submission means being a doormat, being a this, being a that? Because somebody, right, defined it that way for them, right? And why did they define it that way? Because that's the kind of woman that they like. Right. So even though the definition had nothing to do with being a doormat and being silent and only, being barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen and whatever, that's not submission. Right. It's like that's what they heard because someone defined it that way for them, even though
it's
when it has nothing to do with submission.
Real quick, guys. I know this is you guys' debate, but
no worries.
To say, hit the like button on the way in. Also, subscribe if you haven't already, and subscribe to Kingzndreamz.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. This is a great debate going on between Mrs. Rubes and King. So make sure y'all show love and support.
No worries. You doing your thing, Melly. No worries. You doing your thing.
I told y'all.
It's not necessarily really a debate. I mean, because we agree with a lot of same things. It's just a little bit of nuances that Ruby and I kind of figuring out. But the thing is that like, who has said that to the barefoot pregnant? It was Big Mama and them, and TT and them. That was who said that to them. So they the ones that got it misconstrued, and they told the woman that, oh, you don't need to focus on the man and do what you got to do and things like that. So it's really the woman who sent the false narrative. It's not the men who sent the false narrative.
Yeah, but it's not about who said it. See, I know we do like to, in these discussions, we like to go really far back. I'm just talking about today and moving forward, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about today. I'm talking about yesterday. Shoot, I'm talking about right now. There's some big mama talking to a young lady saying that, listen, you don't need this and you don't need that because you're not going to be no doormat.
Yeah, but
as we speak right now, Ruby, that conversation is happening.
That is also true.
Somewhere
However,
in the West.
It's also true that I have personally heard in both manospheres, the Black manosphere and the white manosphere, I have literally heard people misdefine the word submission. Sometimes misquote the Bible while they're doing it, because you don't want to quote the Bible to a pastor's child who has backslidden, because I can absolutely quote it better than you can. But more importantly, that a lot of people miss.
What you got to understand. What you got to okay. So you got to understand. Like you got to understand that there's yes, like in the manosphere, like there's gonna be some people that may misquote things and make mistakes, whether it be melanated or non-melanated. You know what I mean? So like, this is what I say. This is what I say, right? Because yes, I am an RP aware guy. But the thing is, I don't believe in everything that every RP, creator says. What I say is that, eat the meat, spit out the bones, but take what works for you. So like what I was saying, how you said that you were on your husband's program, that's great. So any woman that's, if she's married or she got engaged and she has kind of a outgoing, maybe a little bit of boisterous personality, whatever, and if that works for that man, great. But if that man is miserable, then that man needs to find another woman.
I agree, but that still has nothing to do with submission, because no matter what your personality type is as a woman, right, it's not about you being in submission or you should change your personality. Because I'm going to keep it a buck. Any person who expects their significant other to change personalities for them, bro, they can tense that muscle for a while, but eventually the old personality is going to come back. At the end
absolutely.
Of the day, right. So at the end of the day, this is what it comes down to, right? Somebody who likes Melody's personality, right, and those aspects about her that have nothing to do with submission, and expect their wives to submit to them, is going to describe, if they start describing submission, including her personality type, right? Then what that does is, the reason why it's muddying the waters is because it's adding things to the concept of submission that have nothing to do with submission. Because again, a man who doesn't like that personality type would rather my personality type or another type of personality. Will be like, well, I guess I don't want a submissive wife then, right? And it's like, well, you might not want a submissive wife, but you still require a woman who's going to be in submission to you in order to have the most functional, most productive, and healthiest, happiest household in marriage, right? But it's very difficult to really get that message across to people who don't understand or haven't seen it function in reality when we start adding too many irrelevant things to the mix that aren't part of the core definition. And I think we need to be more clear about this. This is how these terms, we invent terms so that way there can be a worldwide common knowledge understanding, right? If I say this, then everyone in the world knows, who speaks this language, knows what that word means, right? So it should not get to the point where if we use a word like submission, right, that depending on who you ask, you can get 25 different belief systems just based on how they personally like the personality of their woman to be. It shouldn't be like that. We need to make sure that we're being clear and concise with definitions. And then you're absolutely right. Every man also, and this is why men need to know what it is that they want and need, right, as individuals, other than they need a wife who will submit. Absolutely. But then there's extra stuff, because there's all the personality stuff, all the very individualized, specific stuff you also would need as a man, right, from that woman, in order for you to be happy with her, and in order for you to be fulfilled and satisfied with her, which has nothing to do with submission. It's just also something that as a man you would need, because you need more than just a woman who's going to submit. You have to like her, right? And you have to like being around her, and you have to have shared values, shared core beliefs, and so on and so forth. Like that is also necessary.
Well, real quick, let me read the super chat.
Yeah, we have like 4.
Oh, we have other ones.
Yeah, we have a lot. Yeah.
Well, you start them, so let's go up to them and start there.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I had to get a call.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard the tail end. I mean, I heard everything that you were saying. But it just goes back to it goes back to what I was saying, Ruby. Like it all depends on what that man wants. Like if that man wants more of a what's the word I want to say? More of a like a very very laid back kind of personality, like Melody. Then that's what that man should go for. Because
Absolutely, I agree with
yeah,
you.
because there's some because like I'm looking in the chat and there's some guys in the chat that like more of your personality, Ruby. And then there's some guys in the chat that like your personality, Melody. It all depends on the man.
Absolutely.
But as long so if that man says, I want a woman like Ruby to be on my program, then you need to find a woman like Ruby. If a guy says that I want a woman like Melody to be on my program, you need to find a woman like Melody. But I know you're talking about the personality traits, right? But the personality traits falls in line with everything.
No, see, that's the thing. They're two separate things. You even said it in your sentence. You literally said, I want a woman like Melody with qualities like Melody to be on my program. You literally said, I want these qualities to be in submission to me. Those are two separate things. That's why you listed them as two separate things, right? And this is why, again, we have to be clear when we're saying things, right? So, yes, I agree with you. Every man, in fact, I have been torn into filthy shreds over me saying to men, or just saying in general and then getting attacked for saying it, that no, as men, right, you need to actually know what it is that you want and need individually, specifically you from women, right? Or from a woman, from a wife, right? It's not just about generalized, really, everybody wants these generalized things, right? Everyone wants to be not disrespected or whatever. But it's like, no, there's going to be really specific things to you as an individual man, right? And then there's going to be things that you value individually as a man, the particular types of qualities and characteristics, right? And all these different types of things. Right. So you're going to be looking for a wide array of qualities in another person. Right. And then once you find those qualities, because those qualities are great. Right. But especially if you're a traditionalist, right, if that woman isn't willing, right, she doesn't believe, she's like, no, I would never submit to my man or whatever, right, then it doesn't matter how many of the other qualities she has. These are two separate things. That woman having all those qualities, absolutely necessary, and each man is going to have a different list, and that list is important. However, that list is not submission. Submission is a separate criteria on its own and must be fulfilled as well, but it's just not the same thing as personality.
Real quick,
I think
sorry, King. Real quick, can you pull up the super chats? Because I don't know where you started them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't wanna, get lost.
Okay. So go ahead. Read this one.
Kingzndreamz, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, great conversation. Thank you. We appreciate the support.
Definitely.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now, okay. We'll get through these really quickly so we get back to the conversation, because we've been skipping a few.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
So Complex Easy, thank you very much, sir, for the $2 super chat.
Thank you.
And he said, make a black pill stream when
I joined to defend.
And I don't know where the I came
that
from.
means.
I don't know.
I think what he was saying is make a black pill stream, and when you do, I'll join up to defend. So it's probably a little bit of a typo. Yeah.
I would love that. Complex.
It will be awesome.
Absolutely. We will definitely have. Well, we're going to be doing a black pill topic. You know what topic I'm talking about, Melody, that we said we're going to do a pre-record and a stream on? That is technically from black pill. So we will be doing one. So keep an eye out for that. Okay, this one's next, Mel.
Unruly One, thank you so much for the $5 super chat.
Thank
you.
He
says, just tuning in and showing my support. Make sure to hit the like button. Make sure you guys do that, please.
Thank you.
Make sure you do that.
And then we showed this one, but we didn't read it, so I'm going to read it now. Andre and Andrea love crossing borders.
Yeah, love crossing borders.
Much.
Okay. And thank you very much for what's COP?
Colombian pesos, which is $2.
Oh, excuse me, very very fancy. Okay, well, thank you for
Right.
Colombian.
Well, he lives in Colombia with his wife, so.
Well, yeah, I know. So it's not fancy to him at all. But to me, I'm like, I didn't even know what it stood for. So I'm feeling very expensive.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's all right. Well, I have an apartment in Medellin, Colombia, so I know the currency.
That's why you recognize it. Okay.
Very fancy.
And then yeah, he's the one who said here in Colombia we take 3 to 4 showers a day, and like there's places in Asia where like they don't believe in deodorant, but they shower multiple times a day, and like there's different places like Jamaica. I know people will shower multiple times a day. Like it depends, right? So there are definitely places where they just to try to keep up with the super high heat and all the dirt and the sweat and whatever they shower multiple times a day instead. Or they have different cultural practices where each shower or each cleansing is related to a different thing that they do, right? So that's absolutely true. I mean, it's not necessarily everywhere, but it is. I know that that's absolutely true. So I wasn't trying to suggest that doesn't exist anywhere. We're like, again, no hate at all. Oh, shoot. Wait, Melody, are you gone? Or are you just like?
Oh, no, I was doing something.
Okay, because we have another super chat. So we should just read this one now. And you're next.
Okay. Complex Easy. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat.
Thank you.
He says, ask Ruby where Canada and the U.S. rank when it comes to divorce, LOL, and compare that to where passport bros go. Passport, yeah.
See, now you're gonna ask about where the Canada and the U.S. rank when it comes to divorce. I mean, Canada is better than America, to be fair. But then that isn't necessarily, it's not necessarily the best metric. I mean, both Canada and America are not like super high. Like, let's be real. Like, they're not like, oh, they're this great standing, right? Just because we're a little better off than America doesn't mean we're great. Same thing with Britain. Just because they're better off than America doesn't mean they're great. But I don't think that is the only message that we need to be looking at, right? So it's just like when I explained that the out of wedlock birth rate in Jamaica is much higher than in America, and yet the disrespect level to the fathers is much lower. So it's not just about one metric. Like, I think you do have to look at other factors besides the one metric, and the concepts like the culture. Right? Culture is really big. The respect hierarchy, the me being born into a respect hierarchy, because my family was not like, I was born into Jamaican culture. Even though we lived here, my culture was very Jamaican. And it was made very clear to me from a very young age that it didn't matter what my thoughts, feelings, or opinions were. At the end of the day, we Jamaican. It doesn't matter that everyone else can do something. Everyone else can call 911 on their parents or whatever. Like, my parents had the right to take me out of this world because they brought me in, and I believe that very fully. I also believe that every Jamaican human being that I knew on earth had the right to do so, take me out because a Black person brought me in. I don't know, but I know we all lived in fear perpetually, and then later that fear was morphed into respect, and there's a respect hierarchy, and you just had to respect the respect hierarchy, and there were just roles that you played, and you just did what you were supposed to do. Right? There's a level, you serve the children, you serve the old people, you serve the men, right? As a woman, if you are kind of in not middle age, but like, say older teens until you're an old woman, then it's your job to serve everybody else.
Yeah.
It don't matter. I don't care, because when I was even a teenager, a little girl, we had to serve, like the girls had to serve the men.
Right.
In the house. Like, if the men were here playing football at 13 years old, I had to bring out the chicken wings and give them beers, and I had to do that. Mm-hmm. That's how my mom raised me. Hold on, I'll be back, guys. Sorry.
Okay. But yeah, and that's my point, right? It's just like, I was raised in a respect hierarchy. Like, that's just what it is. I was in Canada, sure, but the way my family is now, every family in Jamaica is like this, but that's what I saw, and that's what I was raised around. A bunch of people who were raised the way I was, because we were all first generation or landed immigrants in my age category, right? If you go down to the 20-year-olds now, you're seeing a lot of westernization of these kids who are technically, they're from these other places, but they're very westernized, and you start seeing that when you get to like fourth generation, fifth generation, there's not much of a difference between the people who are from other places and then the people of the country of origin, right? There's not much of a difference. So like, I guess that's the thing. A lot of times too, I was raised around, like, I'm in a multicultural society. So I got to see that first generation and landed immigrant people in general, no matter where they were from, we were all very heavily indoctrinated into our culture, right? And it's like, you're cool and everything in my school and stuff like that, but like, I'm marrying a Jamaican person, or I'm marrying an Asian person. Like, you just kind of saw the echoes. It was cool for us to all be best friends when we were like 6 or 7. By the time we got to high school, we were starting to group together. The black guys in high school would all date white girls predominantly, and it's funny because BGS asked what reason did they give, because I had a lot of male friends, right? And so they said they would give me, literally, I'm not even kidding, it was a saying, right? They were complacent, compliant, and they would give good head. So whereas in the black girls were not complacent, they were not compliant, and they wouldn't give head at all, because it was a thing back then. So it was like they would do that when they were dating in high school. They weren't willing to put up with all the trouble and whatever, and then I think also hormonally people started calming down a little bit. Like, I mean, women started calming down a little bit, being a little bit more pleasant, tapping into, oh yeah, I'm not rebelling anymore. Now I'm a woman and I was raised to be a certain way, and I got to tap into that, right? And then all of a sudden you saw all those black guys who only dated white girls all through high school suddenly married to a black woman. That's what I saw personally. That's what I saw. Right. So I'm like, and then I saw the same thing with the Asians and with whatever, right? They tended to marry their own. And it was after, once they were in middle 20s to middle 30s, right? And it's like, okay, I think that's a good thing. I don't think that the younger generations really knew what was happening. And so now they've latched onto a bunch of dumb crap in Western society, and they're just lost. They're free floating. They're lost. They don't know what's happening anymore. They don't have culture to rein them in. They don't have modeling to rein them in. They don't have anything to rein them in. They're just free floating and hoping for the best. That's what I think, really.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Everybody hit the like button. Make sure you like on the way in. Subscribe if you're new. And subscribe to Kingzndreamz channel, please. Subscribe to his channel.
Yes, definitely get those likes up. Subscribe to the channel. Oh yeah.
Definitely. Now, what do you think about this? So Jay Mont said, I think women need to stop confusing sex tourism with passport bros. They might overlap in some areas, but overall the goal is different. One seeks to find a wife while the other seeks some cheeks. So now we have a passport bro on the panel. So is this accurate?
Well, here's the thing, right? So as I mentioned, and I mentioned this in the beginning of the conversation, I've had my passport since I was 3 years old. I'll be 38 in exactly 2 weeks. So I've been traveling globally before passport bro became a thing. What I will say is this, right? Most men who travel are traveling to see culture, are traveling to learn new experiences, things of that sort, and yes, they want to settle down, have a good woman. Now there are some that will go overseas and have fun and handle their business, right? And so the thing is that with modern day society in the West, they've kind of looped it together, especially with the melanated men. So like you have melanated men who are really traveling and gaining, one experience. And some of these men have been, to like 30, 40, 50 plus countries, and they've been doing this for years. And then they loop it to, what we like to call a weekend warrior, which I have no problem with. A weekend warrior is just, someone just having fun. I have no problem with any of that. But the thing is like, those two are two completely separate, but due to the fact that we're melanated, they've merged it together. So I think that's what J Mon is talking about.
Oh, Ruby, you there?
I think she dropped off. I would just continue going until she comes back.
Okay, yeah. So, Ruby, I said earlier. Now, tell me if you agree with this.
Sure.
That the Bible says men should also be submissive to their wife or woman. What's your take on that as a passport bro?
Well, I would say that men submit to God, woman submits to her husband, because men need to submit to a higher power.
Mm-hmm.
Because if men don't submit to a higher power, whether regardless of your religion, Christian, Muslim, I could go, I could continue going down to different religions and things like that. But as a man, you need to submit to a higher power, and then the woman submits to you.
So you think that's BS that a man should also submit to his wife?
A man, a man should lead his wife, and a man should trust his wife to be the mother of his children and take care of the home, and also, and also, because see, the thing is, right, there's a difference between, like, you could have a woman that could be a good wife, but she may be a bad mother. So there needs to be, and so, like, what men need to do is make sure that you have both, because because you can have a good mother and a terrible wife. What I mean by that is, like, you can have a good mother, she's taking care of the kids and everything like that, but is she taking care of you as a man?
Okay.
And that's a big part of the vetting process, where, like, a lot of men have missed that mark. So you have to find that balance in between the two. Can you find a good wife and a good mother? Now, I wouldn't say submit, no, but you have to trust her in order to do both of these things, and then trust her to do both of these things, and then and make sure that the home is taken care of inside of the home, and she entrusts you to take care of outside of the home.
Well, but yeah, in and of itself, though, right? So trust. And, okay, this is the thing. I disagree with ever using the Bible as a prescriptive text, just because we know how much it's been bastardized over the centuries. So you're missing a lot of context, a lot of everything, books even outrightly. So I have an issue in general with using the Bible as a prescription. However,
when you say you, are you referring to me, or are you saying people in general?
No, I said, like, just in general, I have a problem.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah.
I don't think it's an accurate thing to do. But Christians tend to do it. Sometimes people just tend to do it, but they like to cherry pick. Well, I think Christians do it too. They cherry pick verses.
Yes. I definitely agree with that. Christians definitely like to cherry pick. I completely agree with that one.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too biblical in here, because I don't want you guys' channel to get, what I mean. But yes, I agree with that.
Right. So I'm like, okay. So what a lot of people do, right, is and I'll say especially men, and I'm going to say it was more. I think it came from more conservative speakers. When they were trying to kind of like revive traditional marriages and traditional relationships and stuff, right? And so they kind of like hyper focused on the Bible verse that would say, that women are supposed to submit to their husbands, right? Or that the woman's body belongs to her husband. Yeah. And then it's like almost like they didn't read the whole book, though. And I don't mean the entire Bible. I mean, even just the entire chapter from where that verse came from, because oftentimes right before or after the verses that talk about women submitting to their husbands, or that women belong to their husbands or whatever, there's a verse there that says the same thing in reverse about the men's bodies belonging to their wives, about men needing to submit to Christ and to their role as a husband, right? And so in and of itself, right now, people don't like that because it feels, and again, this is why it feels wrong. That's really what it is. It's a feeling. And the reason why it feels wrong is because people have muddied the word submission with personality traits. And so when you confuse the word submission with a bunch of idealized feminine personality traits, then I can understand why it is that men would say, hell no, right? When really it has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with the fact that as a man, you're the leader, right? You're the head of the household. That is very plainly stated inside of the Bible. In fact, so much so that when I'm going to have to, probably a lot of people have not read this book. I read it. I don't even know how I found it. But basically it states that if a man, so women submit to, their fathers first, right? And then to their husbands. Mm-hmm. And it basically states that if a man doesn't honor his role as a father and as a husband, and you have a wife who is submitting to you, then he, in essence, is the one who will suffer her sins, or the suffering, the punishment of her sins. It was, I'd never seen it. I think I was looking up divorce, or maybe it was termination. It was one or the other. I was looking up something, and then I came across this book, and I was just like, wait, what? I didn't know this was here. But yeah, it basically said, like, that is how important, right? And the role is of being a man, being a father, and being a husband. So much so that if you take on that role and then fail the people who are in submission to you, right? That is like, you're taking on your own wages of sin, but you're taking on theirs as well. That is how serious it is. And so in and of itself, right, you put that together with the other chapters that are explaining about a man submitting to his wife. It's not about her being in control of him, right? It's about recognizing this this is not about you being the all-powerful, almighty one who can just stick his D into anything and da-da-da, because it 100% says, no, your wife owns your body, just like you own your wife's body, right? But unlike the wife, who, if she just messes up submitting to you, then she's just sinning. She's just doing wrong, right? But if you mess up leading her, if you mess up being committed to being a husband and being a father as you're supposed to be, then you have to take on her sin. They had it, like, bro, I blew my mind. Legit blew my mind. I couldn't even believe that.
Well, the thing is, the thing is, I think the most important thing of what I get from what you read is that, like, if the man fails his wife and children, he needs to be held accountable, and I agree with that. The man should be held accountable.
I mean, and he's held accountable in a massive way, in my opinion, right? So I'm like, that in and of itself, the only way, I think, this is just a thought in my opinion, right? The only way that I think that you could really rise to that level of scrutiny would be if you were in complete submission to your role, right? One way or the other. I'm in complete submission to my role as a wife. Y'all, I'm sitting here talking and da-da-da-da, and, my husband came around that corner and I was gone. Because that's that's the important thing in my life.
Of course, absolutely.
That's it, right? Like, I'm submission to that, right?
Hey, I get it. I mean, yeah. I mean, hey, listen, like, if your husband needs something from you, YouTube could wait. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Yeah,
that's actually what it is, right? And everyone knows that, right? Just like I have friends and whatever, and they would know. Oh, Mr. Rubes wakes up at this time. That's when Ruby's just gonna disappear, which she's just gonna stop talking because she needs to go be there for when her man wakes up. So,
yeah,
bye. I don't care about y'all.
You miss me all the time when your husband come around. Like, right? Okay, gotta go.
Gotta go. Like, we have a big conversation, but when he walks in, okay, no, I'll keep talking to you. Why? Because he's in the shower. Oh, he's out of the shower now. Gotta go.
Yeah, you don't be playing.
No, but
you hang up on me like click.
Right? Yeah. But I'm like, how do you rise to the level of being, in submission unless you're fully in submission? right? You can't be in submission, but yo, I got things to do. So, I'll be a good submissive wife later. Or can I be a good submissive wife between the hours of 9 and 5
Yeah.
or between no, right? It's
Yeah.
like all day, every day when he requires my attention, or like there was a time a big debate was going on and I heard people talking about my opinion, right? But I was busy preparing food for my husband. And I don't care about y'all overfeeding that man. And so it's getting late. And if I don't cook right now, then he's not going to have food to take with him to work, both breakfast and lunch. And I have to make sure, because he gets a freshly made breakfast and lunch every day to take with him. No crappy sandwiches and stuff. He's getting pasta and baked chicken and salmon, whatever it is, right?
There it is. There it is.
Right. Healthy and delicious. Like, I mean, like magically delicious. I really like cooking. So I'm like, that's my priority in life. Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's nothing that comes above that. When you start putting your own ego, your own pride, your own entertainment, your own this, your own that above your role as a spouse or as a parent, that's when you see people start doing stuff that destroys their marriage, that destroys their family, that destroys their children, right? Because they have allowed something to get in between of their role. And to me, there's just nothing that's more important. And I think that,
I love that about you. Like,
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, but like it kind of just goes back into what I had mentioned earlier. Like as long as like you're on his program, it's all good, man. Fresh breakfast, fresh lunch. That's what's up right there.
Oh yeah. I mean, above like anything else, right? It's just like the fresh breakfast. Everyone asks him every day at work. Everyone asks him every day, what is that? What are you eating? Like he gets like all these like raving reviews just from the smell of heating up his lunch,
Yeah. And that's what's up, because that inspires. See, that stuff like that inspires a man to go even harder. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, like I got to make sure that I'm taking care of home. Got to make sure I'm taking care of home. Got to make sure that these bills are paid. I gotta grind.
Exactly. That's exactly what happens. And you see that, this is where women get things messed up. But again, I honestly do think to an extent, if you ask women from around the world, so if you just ask them, what does feminine inspiration mean? I think most women don't know, especially single ones. I think once you've been married for a while, if your marriage is functional and or even happy, then you understand, because you see the difference between when your man is miserable, when he's just placid, like he's content, whatever, and then when he is happy, and then when he is driven, like that man suddenly like put a battery in his back to not only do crazy like stuff around the house you didn't think he had energy for. You thought you were waiting for a vacation to have that kind of extra energy, and he wants to do all these little special nice things for you and da 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 da. And what it's like, oh, that's feminine inspiration. So
absolutely
right, and it's like I think a lot of women don't know, so they think it might be sex. It's like, no, it's not,
I mean, yes, it plays. It plays a part in it. It plays a part in it, but I've had conversations with some women, and they're like, oh, like all I gotta do is make them a plate, and I'm like, y'all don't understand like how much like that plate of food, like how you just mentioned, like how his coworkers are like, damn, who made that? Well, they know you made it because they know he's married, but they're like, wow, like, what you got today? Oh, I got this, that, and the third. And he's telling his coworkers like, man, my wife made that for me. You know what I mean? Like that, like. Guys love that. Guys love that so much, and it may seem minuscule to some women, but I'm telling you, man, the woman that may be watching this, I'm telling you, if y'all not doing it, man, y'all better start.
Somebody else will, right? Let them know.
Exactly.
You let them know. Hey, you let them know.
Yeah, and like I just don't understand. Like, don't complain then. Like, to me, that's the way I see it. I'm like, listen, if you want a man to treat you in a particular way, right? then it's not about you treating him the way you want to be treated. I know that that's like the rule you learn when you're like 5. You treat people the way you want to be treated, but that's not true. You treat people the way they want to be treated. Right? So he knows all the ways I want to be treated. They're not the same as the ways he wants to be treated, right? They're not. But he's inspired to treat me in those ways, right? When I treat him in the ways that he values the most, right? Just like today, I had to leave the house. Lord, I hate leaving the house. You have no idea. But I had to leave the house. I had a driving test because 22 years I have been driving on half a license. I just refused to go and get the final license.
Oh, you really Jamaican.
Yo, I'm the worst. I don't know how I keep letting it expire. And you don't understand, my best friend is Jamaican, right? And she was born in Yard, and she came here when she was like a teenager, like 10, 11, right? And then I met her when we were 16. And she is the one who, like, I boarded her car the last time I had to do the test, I think. So that was like 2016. And she's like, listen, just pay for the whole thing. Let's just do all the tests. And she had a baby and everything, you know. She had my godson there. And she's like, let's just wait all day to do it. I'm like, no, it's okay. I'll do it soon. Do it soon. But I swear to God, it's not my fault. Every time something goes wrong. Lately, it was a whole worldwide pandemic. That's not my fault that there was a pandemic, right? And then there was an ice storm the 5 years before that. And then there was a government strike the 5 years before that. Wow. And then the very first time that I did graduated licensing, and I was going to do the full road test, right? So like, okay, the way that Canada works is we have 2 different road tests. So one, you have your written test, which is your permit. Then you have the road test that kind of keeps you, like, you can get onto the road, but you can't have any alcohol in your system. You're not supposed to be able to drive after midnight, whatever. And then you do the full.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing here.
Oh, you have that? Okay. So
yeah, so we have we have a written test, and then you got to take like a driving test, and no, you're in the car with the instructor, like so if you if you went out the night before and you lit, oh no, you fail immediately.
Oh no. I mean, like, as in, so you only have 2 tests though, right? You have the written test and then you have a driving test.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, like normal countries, including this one, until right around the time I was going to get a license. Then they came up with graduated licensing. So there's 2 road tests. So there's a written test,
you have to take
and then
2.
1 road test, and then another road test. Yes.
Whoa. Wow. Okay. So what's the difference between the 2?
The first road test tests you everywhere except for the highway. The second road test. So the first road test is testing you doing everything except for the highway. And then it's almost like it's like a permit for you to practice on the highway. And then you can do the highway test. So the one I finally did today for the first time after 20 years of being licensed was the highway test. Now I did try to take it the first time. The first 5 years I did try to take it. I booked the test the very day it was expiring. My headlight was out. It was a socket problem, not a ball problem. And yeah, so I had to start again. And then that was it. I just never tried again. So, I finally passed. But the point is I was leaving. We had a rental car and everything. And like, I woke up to a really nice text. And so he had set everything up for me to make my life easier, including, obviously scraping all of the ice off of the car and everything, and set everything up, a bunch of stuff for me just to make my life easier. So that way, because of my health issues and like my back injury, things are harder for me, especially early in the day. And he had just set everything up for me just to make life easier for me, and then texted me about it. So that way I would know, in advance, I wouldn't have to go through that extra struggle of myself. I wouldn't have to be sitting there scraping the ice off and digging this out and and blah, 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 and ironing this and what, because he just surprised me with it. Right. But it's like, it's because I will pull myself out of bed dying of COVID, true story, 3 times, and make sure that he has food and make sure he's got clothes and make sure that he has what he needs. You know what I mean? Like, and so that's what happens when you've got someone's back, then they'll have yours, Yeah,
that's true.
It's like people see and they're like, oh, that's transactional. No, it's not transactional because it's not tit for tat. That's just what marriage is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a union of 2 people. So how do you feel comfortable, being taken care of, but you're not willing to take care of them? It's like painting your hand, the nails on this hand, but not this one. This hand is danky, this hand is beautiful. Like, this eye has mascara, this eye doesn't. Like that's kind of like how I see it. So I think the thing is, and again, I do think it's a problem, and I don't think it's a Western thing. I do think it's sort of like a woman meets just modernity in general issue that, you know, and not just women. I think in general, we just don't know what the hell we're doing anymore. Like we don't. We're latching on to all this crap from the past. Like it, and we're fantasizing. And there's all this toxic romanticism going on. It's like, oh well, I swear it would be better. We'll just live in a better era if only we lived in the 40s, pre desegregation. Like, do you really like, you know, like, do you really, really, really believe that? Are you gonna just ignore all of the inherent issues with that? Like, yes, yeah, we are though, right? Because we don't know what the hell we're doing anymore. I honestly think that. I think we've
no, I mean, well, the thing is that like a lot in the West, and you know, they believe in it, they believe in this Disney fairy tale, and they think like they think like, oh, like I'm just gonna get my Prince Charming, and like I had a conversation with these ladies. Hold on, we'll get to that in a minute. But
yeah, don't read it. I'm just putting it up just so I don't forget.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
My bad. So yeah, so I was having a conversation with these ladies, and you know, and so like one woman, she was like, oh, you know, like I can't find any good men, or whatever the case is. So I was like, well, what are you doing to find a good man? So she's like, well, what do you mean, what am I doing? And I said, well, are you putting yourself in areas or in a position to where you're going to find the kind of man that you want? And so she's like, well, like, what do you mean? I'm like, so what? You just gonna just sit in your room and think he's just gonna like come, you know, bring this ain't how that works. You have to put yourself out there. I'm not saying you have to be overtly aggressive, but like the type of man that you want, like, you know, find out where he hangs out at, you know, find out like if you want kind of like a corporate man or something like that, you know, a Wall Street type of guy, you know, find a lounge just somewhere kind of near Wall Street, where like these kind of men congregate. Put yourself out there, he will notice you, and you know, it'll happen. You can, you know, or you can even, or you can, you know, you can just come up to him and just say, you know, hi, and smile, and just say, hey, how you doing? And he'll take it from there.
You know what the thing is? I mean, I think that when you look at the rise of, or like when I say rise, I mean as in like increase, expanding.
Yeah, I get you.
The incel culture, right? You know, and men who are now, they're not even like ashamed of it. They're just like, yeah, I'm an incel. I don't have a choice. Like,
yeah, I don't get down with that.
Yeah, but I mean that's where they're at, right? Because so when I see the rise of that, it suggests to me there's a rise of everything else, including the men who are just, they're so awkward that, you know, or they're so uncomfortable, or they have such a lack of experience that they don't really know. They don't really know where to, like, how to speak to women. So even if women do try to arrange themselves, I'm going to push myself in your category. And you have these men who are making decent amounts of money. It's not like they're not. It's just, you know, I think it's part of the whole, men in the millennials specifically were lied to, and they were kind of told, it's okay. Once you go to university, or I guess in college.
I got it.
Sorry, college is a different thing here. So yeah, but
I mean, we say, you know, come on now, we say university in Jamaica too. So I got it.
Yeah, that's true. Right? So it's our Britishnessnesses.
Yes. Got it.
But yeah, so it's like, you know, they were told though, once you go to, don't worry, you're a loser now in high school, right? But don't worry, all those popular people, they peaked in high school. Sometimes true in my case, and in a lot of people's cases not, but I mean, it could be true, right? But you know, don't worry about them, because you're gonna go to college, university, right? And you are going to become wildly successful. You're just going to get that piece of paper, and this degree is going to be the key to this wonderful job. And then once you get the job, this money is going to be there. And once you get the money, the women are just going to come flocking. Don't worry about it. And like, everyone forgot to tell them that they needed to develop social skills while they were in college/university to make sure that when the women came flocking, they knew what the hell to do with them, right? Like, you can't just wait until you are 35 making that amount of money to learn how to date. Because guess what? It's going to be weird because everyone else was learning at 14. So if you didn't start learning before the age of, say, 21, you are going to come off as strange because you're going to be dating on a level that everyone else is like 10 years ahead of, right? Mm-hmm. And then some creepy things happen, and I've seen some creepy things happen. No offense, but it's just people start trying to, like, they use online as kind of their territory, but then the people who gravitate to them are naturally younger because they're so inexperienced. So they're communicating on a much younger level. They haven't learned the ins and outs because you learn that from trial and error, right? And then all of a sudden they're getting caught up with like, oh, they were talking inappropriately to this 14-year-old. But it's just because they didn't practice when they were 14 or 16 or 18. And, you know, so I feel like there's a definitive issue where you could tell women all you want, well, yeah, just go put yourself in that position. Just go move here. Just go do this. But the reality is you have more and more men who just, they don't even know what to do with that. They're desperate to know. They just don't know. And then you have a bunch of men who are scared. They know exactly what to do with that. But then you've got Me Too, and you've got this, and you've got that. And they're not even trying to mess with any of that right now, right? And then you've got men who are like, well, you know what? I think all Western women are the same, right? And I'm not willing to even date in the Western world. And so by the time you run through all of that, you've got this one good woman, right, who's put herself in the right proximity. But she put herself in the right proximity, dressed like a good woman, for the record, which means she's almost always going to get looked at, but barely. Like, oh, she's got a nice face, but not like a showstopper in this day and age with all of the insta-thotting. And so then what?
Yeah, right? But the insta-thottings are bags and tags. Not to. I'm just gonna keep it real. Those are just bags and tags. Those aren't wives.
Well, the insta-thoughts?
Yeah, those aren't wives.
I agree.
Those see like they get like a lot of views and they get a lot of views and likes or whatever. It's because they get bagged and tagged. Basically, what I'm trying to say is those dudes, they just want to get it in, but they not trying to put a ring on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I agree with you, right? That's. But the problem is that one way or the other, as human beings, as men, right? So you're just like looking around. Well, let's be real. The thing that looks super sexy and attractive is going to be pulling your attention, right? Because you're a man. You have a man's brain. So you that's it. And then, you know, that's if you're dressed more modestly, you don't have fake anything.
Yep.
You're letting aging come naturally. Your face is not caked in makeup. You don't have the fake hair and whatever, right? Then you're going to be cute. But how do you stand out in a crowd where there's going to be so many things pulling men's attention to appeal to the man's brain, right? He might not want to marry it, but it doesn't mean that he's going to be able to just overlook seeing it in the area, right?
Yeah, but if there's a man who's marriage minded, he's going to see that. So if there's a man that just wants to, you know, kind of have fun, then he's going to pay attention. He's going to pay attention to the other one. So kind of going back into what you were saying, like you do make some valid points where like where the men are, you know, where they have some socially awkward men where like they think like, okay, you know what, like I've earned all of this, you know, I've earned all of this money. I went to school, you know, I'm this engineer. I'm making, you know, 6 figures or whatever the case is, right? You know, I have my finances in order. Cool. But the thing is that what I would say in the midst of doing that, like you need to at least be able to put maybe about 10% into at least dating women, even if it's casually while you're going to school. So this way you have interaction with women. You know what I mean? This is one of like my love-hate relationship with social media, because like me. Like when I was growing up, when I was growing up, like the only thing we had was like AOL Instant Messenger and like Yahoo or whatever. But most of my interaction with women, it was always face to face. It was always face to face, and that helped me out a lot. So like anytime, like if I'm in a room full of women, like right now, like I'm extremely comfortable. But there are some guys, the guy could be 10 times more attractive than me, and he may not know how to act because he's so used to being on his phone texting. He doesn't know how to actually engage in a conversation, because the thing is, like, you can say whatever you want behind a text or when you on the phone, but when you got that person in your face, that's real time reaction. So you got to be able to adapt. So if you say something to her and she says something back, you can't be like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, let me think of what I got to say. No, brother, you're going to have to react right there in real time and say what you think, and engage with her and keep her engaged. Because if you lose that woman engagement, it's a wrap.
Absolutely agree with you. Okay, I have to get to the super chat because now Mr. Know-It-All called me out specifically in the chat. Me. He didn't say us. He said, damn, Ruby, you're not going to read my super chat? So you're absolutely right. I apologize profusely. Let us get to the super chat. Mr. Know-It-All. Wait, Melody, are you here?
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was doing something.
Okay. So first of all, Mr. Know-It-All, thank you very much for the $10 super chat, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Know-It-All.
And so he said, now you might want to listen up to this one because I kind of feel like it's aimed at you, Kingzndreamz. Now, he said, passport bros are just the male equivalent to the swirlers, expanding our options and going where we're supposedly celebrated, minus the self-destructive self-hatred. Or is it?
Well, I mean, so like I don't think it was necessarily like a dig at me, because I spoke to Mr. Know-It-All last night, so he kind of knows this already. But I've had my passport since I was 3 years old again, and I've been traveling since an adolescent and obviously into my adulthood. Now there are some who strictly go for just for women. But the thing is that we are definitely celebrated. I can say that collectively, whether a guy is a mongerer, whether a guy is looking for a wife, it doesn't matter. We are definitely celebrated, because us as black men, we know living in the United States, I haven't had any issues in Canada. But I can say this because I've been to Canada, quite a few times. But I can say this: in the United States, we know as black men there are certain places we go to, and we could feel that tension, like, man, like a black man feeling uncomfortable. I have never walked anywhere outside of the West and never felt uncomfortable. Never felt uncomfortable. So like it's not self-hatred. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that was kind of, tongue-in-cheek comedy, trying to be entertaining. Cool, whatever. But you know that we are definitely celebrated outside of the United States. They actually appreciate us. Like, they love our culture. They love how we talk. Like, when they hear us talk and they know like we're American, like they smile. Now if you just like one of those like if you just not a good person, then yeah, they're not gonna like you. But like but if you just just hanging out or whatever, and like they see you, like they love you.
Okay.
The thing is, let me just finish my last point. Because we're exotic to them and they're exotic to us.
True.
Yeah, I mean, yes. But maybe not necessarily in a good way, depending on what country you're specifically speaking.
Oh, I'm saying countries. I'm saying countries in general. Like I personally haven't felt like, because black men in the chat know like what I'm saying. Like, and I just know that I walk around in different countries, sometimes late at night if I'm just going to the store, maybe getting some water, whatever the case is. Like, I never had to like look and make sure, like, look over my shoulder to make sure like I'm not gonna get stopped, or what's the word profiled.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Ruby, didn't you say your friend said he was getting profiled over there? Or am I tripping?
Yeah. I'm looking. First of all, where's over there? Because I'm not even sure exactly which
I
country
think
you're
it was like
referring to.
Brazil or whatever.
To where?
I think Brazil.
Yeah, no, that's not what happened there. I mean, I've explained that situation to death. It has nothing to do with him being profiled. It has to do with, at the end of the day, the culture protecting its own, which is something we're unfamiliar with because we don't protect our own culture and our own within the culture in the same way that other countries do. So they'll absolutely invite people in as long as you're willing to love and respect and whatever. But as soon as they think you're being a problem to their people or to their culture, that's when it can get very dangerous for outsiders, right? So and that's something that needs to be super focused on as well. And that's why I say, teaching importance of culture, to people who've never traveled before is important. I think that, especially when you look at this, right? So saying that the passport bros are just the male equivalent to the swirlers, right? So I'm gonna take a story from the swirlers to illustrate my point. So you have Crystal and Karazin. And at one point she had, I'm going to say hustled. That's the best description of the word. She had hustled her followers to pay her a lot of money, in essence, so that way she could afford to travel to places and prove that Black women are actually celebrated in other countries. And I can't speak to all other countries. I can't. But I can speak to Canada. Now, in Canada, Black people, yeah, right. In Canada, Black people are 3% of the entire population. That means interracial dating and interracial marriages are huge. It just is. It's a norm because you don't see Black communities, right? Whole Black communities, whole Black schools, and whatever, like you do in America. We don't have enough of us, right? And so
yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, yeah, because when I went to Montreal and Toronto, I mean, the bunnies were all over me. I'm like, I kind of want to see some melanin though.
Because it's just not. Again, we're 3% now. We are heavily concentrated in so Toronto first, BC second. We do have a small kind of subculture in Quebec, but the point is that generally, right, even with that concentration, it's not high. It's nowhere near where America's at, right? So we don't have all Black anything. So you're going to see people who date interracially due to proximity. They marry due to proximity. We are all in the same space. We have the same similar interests. We get along really well. We fell in love with each other. We said, let's build a life, right? Similar values, similar character, whatever. And Crystal and Karazin came to Canada to try to interview these interracial couples, like Black women with white men. And she was trying to get them to say something that made it like they're swirlers, but they're not swirlers, right? They're just dating interracially because, again, proximity. Yeah, we met at work or we met, at school or whatever and fell in love. And that was it. Wasn't big. Oh, do people stare at you guys? Do people do this? Do people do that? She was trying to get them to say something and they were looking at her like she was crazy, like legit crazy. Because they were like, no, like the Black woman specifically kept trying to speak up, like for her man to be like, yo, stop trying to do this, pretty much, right? She was saying it nicely, but she was trying to be like, yo, stop this. That's like, not what.
Yeah, she's trying to tell her like, chill out.
Yeah, right. Like just chill out. It's just not. It's not that kind of party. And so, I think that in the same way, right? The problem with a movement that starts off with the premise that everyone hates us here, so we're gonna go where we're celebrated, is that when you go to that place where they're celebrating you, they might not be celebrating you. They might just kind of be like, okay, yeah, you're just people, right? Which is a step up from, feeling hated. I get that.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And just like I say, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I think that everyone has the right to go wherever they want to go for whatever reason, and date whoever they want to date for whatever reason. That's my personal opinion, right?
Yeah.
But I do think that the word celebrated might again be a little over romanticized and might give some, especially the really inexperienced in life, the ones who are just really, man, they barely even have dating, let alone
Yeah, so
dating
yeah,
into
no, that's
know?
no, you know what? I agree with that. I would say like it's more like appreciated, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because they're like, oh, like they say, oh, you from America? Yeah, say, hey, what's up, bro? You know what I mean? And it's like, it's cool. You know what I mean? Like there's no tension there. So
Mhm.
it's not like, oh, like I just love you, you know what I mean? Like it's not that, it's not over the top, if you get what I'm saying.
Mhm.
But it's like, they're happy to see you, and it's not that like they're happy to see you, but it's not like like certain places here. It's one of those things where it's like certain places where you go to, like, as black men, you got to make sure that you on your P's and Q's.
Mhm. Well, absolutely. I just thought this was so perfect when I saw Adult Supervision had written the Cheers theme song. Right? Sometimes you want to go where everybody
Everybody
knows.
knows your name.
You're like, it's like, yeah, no, I get that, right? And it's like, that's why I said, I'm like, it's a step up from being hated, right? Or like, so there are a couple black men who live in Japan who have just been, they were vlogging and just talking about being black men in Japan. Now they're not part of the Passport Bros movement or anything. It was just, that they've been there. I think one of them was like, was there originally through being stationed there through the army, and the other one I think went there to teach. Either way, so they were having a stream. It was these two guys and then this woman, and she was a white woman who had been in Japan to teach as well. And the white woman, it was a really funny stream to listen to because for the first time in her life, she wasn't the dominant population. She wasn't the everybody loves you, right? You're cherished, you're celebrated here, one, right? If anything, they looked at her with pure suspicion, right? They approach her and question her and ask for her papers, and she's not used to all of that, right? So for her, it was a very traumatizing experience. And she said, at one point, she said in the interview, she's like, well, I know it's to a lesser extent, but like, I think I kind of sort of relate now to how Black people feel in America. I swear that's what the woman said. Okay. I'm like, oh, okay. But like, she was just so not used to not being this dominant, innocent, no one even bats an eye at your presence person. Right. Now you have the guys on the other side, and the guys were like, they loved being in Japan, right? Because they were under no more or less suspicion than anyone else. So it was several steps above from what they were used to being in America, right? Like, that's just like the experience of being in the country. Right? We're not even talking about dating. We're just talking about being in the country, and what's normal in the country and how it feels. And so it's like to see those two experiences and how they process. To me, I don't care what gets you out of the country, especially for Black Americans. I don't care what gets you out of the country. I just want you to get out of the country. I want you to travel, because to hear how few Black people are traveling at all, have ever had a passport, have never even just driven across the border, because you didn't even need a passport to do that
Right.
before.
Yep.
And they've
Yeah.
just never done it. Some of them have never even left their own state,
Right.
or sometimes their own city. And you're like,
Yeah. Well, so 70, so in the States, 70% of people only move, no, sorry, 70% of people haven't even moved more than 250 miles from where they live. So that's maybe about, what, 3 hours, maybe four-ish. And there's over 190 countries in this world. Like,
mm-hmm,
that's crazy. That's
exactly.
crazy.
Absolutely. Were we ever planning on dropping the link? I didn't know.
Yeah.
I have a question or
Do you mind, Kings? Can we drop the link for a little while?
Yeah,
Because I
no,
mean,
no,
this
no,
can't
no,
be
that's
too
cool.
long.
Drop
Yeah.
drop the link. I was supposed to drop like a half an hour ago, but I'll give you guys another half an hour. I'll go
thank
3 hours.
you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. That's why we love you.
Yes. I love y'all too. It's all good. We gonna rock out though.
No, you guys had an amazing conversation with each other. I think you guys
I
like
mean,
more than not
I really, I really
More than
don't
you
think it's a debate because I think Ruby and I agree on pretty much most things. It's just some little nuances, if you will, but like you know what I mean, like the overall points we agree on. It's just like the intricacies of those points. We you know what I mean. Like we kind of like okay, like if you say, hey, you know what, like okay, we both see that this is a laptop and we both agree that it's a Dell, but what battery is going into that Dell? That's basically what it is.
Right.
No, I see that.
And I'm glad that you can see there's nuance because I'm like a lot of people, and I was okay, Bronford, I love you too.
On you.
But a lot of people can't see that nuance is a thing, and it can be important, and we can discuss this nuanced area that we disagree without having to demonize the other person altogether and pretend like we're so at opposite ends. We are so against each other. It's like, no, that's not happening.
Y'all be trying to play my Rubes out. Oh, she's a feminist, blah, blah, blah. My Rubes is not a feminist, okay? She fought against feminism for a long time, right?
For a long time. Like, a lot of people, listen, people don't actually fact check anything, especially in our community. Like, okay.
No, they don't. And no, they don't. It's fun. It's funny that you say that, but I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish. I was gonna go into the Austin thing, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say millennials especially are lazy overall. We're very lazy. Millennials, Gen Z, very lazy, entitled generation. You have the access to anything you've ever wanted to know at your fingertips and refuse to just Google shit. Like, it's amazing. But on the other side, which I also find it just drives me crazy. I'm like, okay, so y'all are the most opinionated, lazy ass people because y'all will decide. I'll tell you, go to my website, classicruby.com. It's very easy, right? And then you can go look at everything I have ever written because it's all there. You can search by keyword if you want. You can search by year. So you can go back to 2005, 2006, 2009. You can go back and you can see what I have written, right? And then you can confirm, am I lying? Have I been speaking out against certain things? Like, for example, have I not been criticizing feminism for fighting for stupid things that we don't use anyway? At all? I swear to God. Have I been criticizing, like, for example, I can think of like some of my titles, right? So like one of my titles was Man Skirt Sexy. I don't think so. My title because H&M was about to come out with a whole line of man skirts, like in H&M, like just man skirts, like casual ones. Just
oh my god! Oh, like the kilts.
No, fashion skirts. I know that's what I said, Melody. Fashion skirts, and they came out with
no.
There's men's skirts. There's fashion skirts. Girl, I was beside myself.
No. Yes. Oh, I remember I saw men's rompers. Did you see that? The rompers,
you see what I'm saying?
Right. No.
That's what I'm saying. Hear those. Right. So I buck against things. For all that people think I'm a feminist and I buck against a lot of things. I don't care. If you want to be a non-conforming, non-traditionalist, do you, right? I will absolutely categorize you in that place, right? 100%. But if you're going to say that you are a traditional man or traditional woman, whatever, then be one. Thank you. Don't try to make me think that wearing a skirt is sexy or attractive or masculine.
Or painting your nails, guys. No painting your nails. No, what else do they do?
No, they tried to they tried to they tried to cancel I think this was last year. They tried to cancel Floyd Mayweather because I don't know if it was last year or the year before last, because now we're in 2023. I want to say this might have been 2021. I don't know, but Floyd Mayweather he refused to take a picture with a guy because the guy had his nails painted, and and Floyd said, "I'm not taking a picture with you with your nails like that."
And again, why is he not allowed to have? I mean, on one side, like I guess you're
I
gonna have
mean, yes,
and
but it goes against what Floyd believes, and the thing
right.
is, like, you know, I mean, you know, it, like, some people may feel a way about it, but you know, any person can refuse to take a picture with you know what I mean, like whoever. Like Floyd's like, nah, like Floyd is a hyper, you know, like he's a boxer. This is, you know, like, you got to be hyper masculine. Like, you coming to him with, nah, bro, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, and I get that, right? And I'm like, on one side, I kind of get when they're like, well, your fans are your fans. And I'm not even saying it from you should just shut up and accept it to make them feel better. Like, I would shut up and let him take the picture. Like, for me, if it was me, right? Because
Yeah.
money. Right. And because of cancel culture and whatever, like, I would not promo it, right? I'm not putting it on my page. I wouldn't be promoting it. I wouldn't be bigging it up or anything, right? But some fan wants to take a picture, whatever. So, like, short of you wearing like a Ku Klux Klan thing or something,
Yeah.
whatever, right? Like, you would have to be wearing something like I personally find so objectionable. But I'm like, I just find that, like, it's just not masculine. Like, it's not a masculine thing to do. It's not a sexually attractive thing to do. Me as a woman, I would never have picked a man who had earrings. Like if you were wearing just normal like guy earrings, like
What do you mean? Hold on.
yeah, see, you're wearing normal guy earrings, right?
Oh.
If you were wearing like chandelier.
Oh, no.
You got your
I'll leave that for Melody.
Right?
Yeah,
Or like,
yeah. If y'all ever see if anyone of my Marvel fans, if y'all ever seen Infinity War where the dude bowed down to Black Panther, he's like, no, we don't do that here. No, we don't do that here. No.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I'm like, listen, it's not about me hating you, right? I know this is what I said inside of the thing. They were calling me, and they still comment on some of my posts to this day. They still comment. And I was like, they're calling me all kinds of things. And I'm like, bro, if you knew me and you knew my stance on everything, you wouldn't call me these things, nor could you, because I literally belong to a community you're trying to tell me I hate. So I don't know, blow me. But it comes down to that I'm not hating these folk for wanting to be over here in a separate category, but you're in a separate category then, right? Like, you can't say, well, no, I want this to be masculine and I want feminine women to find this attractive because I like doing it. No, that's not how feminine women work. Feminine women are going to find masculine things attractive and vice versa. Masculine men are going to find feminine women attractive. Right? Yep. Now, there's people in the middle. There's people, feminine, masculine women who are going to find feminine men attractive, and feminine men who are going to find masculine women attractive. They can do them.
Yeah, like, we're feminine women. We like beards. We like big hands. We like, we like the masculine stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We got the big hands. We like that. So
yeah, and I'm not trying to hate. I'm not. I'm literally, y'all know, I catch a lot of flack for my opinion sometimes, but it's just, bro, and this is why I said, I'm like, I will never try to tell someone else what they should be attracted to.
Melody, can you do me a favor? Show your earrings again, because my man Masai, he asked. Yeah, okay, Masai, wait, do it again. Wait, hold it up for a little bit more. Yeah. Those are the type of hoops I'm talking about, bro.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine a dude walking around with these? Bronzebird, he called them Waukesha earrings. Waukesha earrings on them.
Yo, all I can think about is man, some of y'all may be too young for this, but shoot, I was even young when it came out. But this is when Jamie Foxx first started. He played at this show. All right, thank you. He said that's ridiculous for a man to wear. Exactly, bro. That's what I'm talking about. But he was in the show called In Living Color, and he played this guy, this person in the alphabet community. And like, he had like these big earrings one episode, and I just remember it. And
so he had the Waukeshas. He had the
the Waukeshas.
The Waukeshas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's he coined that. Shout out to Bronzebird. He coined that, Waukesha.
I like that. I do.
Me too.
But yeah, no, I think at the end of the day, right? And I do think there's such a thing as And I think that's maybe why, like, I am such a literalist, and I'm so about, like, oh no, we have to, like, the definitions of things really matter, and we really should keep it super extra specific, and it really matters if we muddy the waters at all, because I feel like, you know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and it's always baby steps to hell. So, you know, things didn't get where they are now, right, to these crazy extreme times, right? They didn't get there all at once.
That's a Northeast thing, bro.
Yeah, he already know. That's our bond right there, right? Jersey, two Jersey people on the panel. We got the Waukeshas.
Y'all, Jersey folk. Okay. I like
acting ghetto.
Yeah, so I went to so I grew up in Brooklyn, then I went to high school in New Jersey, and then I moved back to New York. But like Brooklyn and Newark are so close to each other, like they're like 90 minutes apart. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so you know,
that's where my family is. My family, well, I have family in many places in the States, but the place that I went to the most as a child was Brooklyn. Like I consider that like my second home.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Actually, at one point, I almost got expelled from school, but the whole time that I was in trouble and not able to go to school, I was in Brooklyn. And it's funny because around that time, it was who came up with that song?
Shout out to Eastwick in the building.
Well, hold on, I have to look this up.
Eastwick, 908 in the building.
Brooklyn. I don't even. Who is it? Is it Foxy? God damn it. BK Anthem. It is by Foxy. Yeah.
BK Anthem. Yeah.
Bro, that was it. That was like, I was like, yeah, this is like me. It's like the very first sentence. I grew up in the Thoroughsboro. And I was like, okay, fine. I grew up in Canada, but whatever, right? My spirit is very Brooklyn. Thank you.
It's all good. It's all good. Bushwick is in the building. Yeah, man. Shout out to Bushwick. Flatbush over here. Flatbush and Church Avenue. East 18th Street.
Okay,
PS 109 in the building.
So y'all don't want it. Like, I find this very interesting. They must have been really entertained by the conversation, or maybe they thought it was very thorough. Because normally they complain when we don't drop the link. They're like, "Where's the link? I want the link now." Now we drop the link. Everyone's like, "I'm good. I can do without it." Okay.
Shout out to Bronzebird, man. That's my guy right there, man.
Yeah. So, okay. I now have a question. So, of the countries you've gone to,
yep,
in your opinion,
sure,
who has the best overall women?
Countries that I travel to, who has the best overall woman? As of right now, I'm gonna have to say Colombia.
Okay. And why is that?
I like excuse me. I like the family atmosphere like that they have, right? So I was with this woman for about 3 years, and so every Sunday, like, they would have like a family reunion, and like all the family would come out, you know, grandmother, grandfather, aunts, uncles, nieces, little cousins, nephews, all that, you know, they will all get together, hang out, and listen to music, cook food. And like, I just like I love like the family atmosphere, the family dynamic, right? That's really important to me, because a lot of, like, and I don't want to transition from what I'm about to say, but I'll say this really quickly. Like, when it comes to like men courting a woman, or vetting a woman, like, you got to vet her family too, because that family ends up being your family as well. So it gave me an opportunity to like vet the woman who I was in relationship, family, and things like that. And it gave them a chance to vet me as well. So I love the family aspect of it. So I would say that's my favorite so far.
Okay. Nice. I mean, I think it's a good answer. I think, you know what, and part of that's going to be personal differences for different men, obviously, right? But
I mean, because I could say looks, and I would say that's why I keep saying, "Oh, Canada." Well, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy.
I was talking to myself the whole time, Rubes.
Shout out to
game. Oh yes, you're absolutely talking to yourself.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
shout out to Game Changer, but you know, because Canada is a game changer. Like, don't sleep on Canada. Like, I'm telling you, Canada is nice.
Okay, but is it because it's like a Western country next to America? Is it more like America, or is it more like the other countries you've been to?
Yeah, I mean, it's westernized, sure, but I mean, like, it's westernized, sure, but like, I can't deny, like, the women are beautiful. But see, the thing is, like, I haven't had any issues, like, you know, dating a woman in the West. So, like, that's why I say, like, I don't like, I'm not one of the guys that say, man, like, I need to travel because I'm tired of, like, the woman, like that. You know what I mean? Like if I have a woman overseas, or if I have a woman here, like, it doesn't matter. Now, what I will say is that once I do get married, I'm leaving the country, but that's more or less for financial reasons.
Okay.
Canada.
What's up, GC?
What's up?
Hey,
GC.
Never vacation in a place that don't grow palm trees. That's a rule that I have. The point is to be in warm weather, and Canada is too far north. It's too cold. Don't care what.
That's true. That's true.
Too cold. I grew up in California. That's too damn cold. That's just me. I know a lot of people grew up having to shovel snow and stuff like that, but can't do it. Can't.
Yeah. We've been getting hit with snow. I'm tired of doing that ish. we get snow tomorrow afternoon, man, and I'm like, man, I just shovel, man. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, like Canada, yeah, it gets cold up there, but in the summertime, it is beautiful though. It is beautiful.
Okay. Well, no, I heard it was clean and stuff.
It is. They definitely care about, like, their country, and, like, it's very, very clean. You know, because, man, like, as much as I love New York, man, you go to Midtown Manhattan, you see, like, shit all over the floor. I'm like, damn, B.
You see, like, you see rats everywhere. Rats going all through the garbage.
Oh no, I'm not. Yeah, if I'm found dead in New York,
GC, like, take me back to the airport.
Well, not New York. I mean, it's allowed. The rats, the Ninja Turtles, like, all the spider people, like, all this bad stuff come out of New York. You know, and then plus, like, y'all don't worry that that air conditioner's gonna fall on your head.
GC, no, that doesn't happen. Only in movies, not in real life.
So y'all have air conditioners that y'all put in the window, right? So you telling me that they don't ever fall ever and hit somebody?
No, because what we do. So, like, what we do is we take like 2x4, like, plywood, and so, like, it sits, like, solid. So basically, like there's nothing that can happen. Like, it can't fall.
No. Y'all got air conditioners in windows by amateur carpenters. I'm not walking around knowing that.
Listen, let me tell you something. Listen.
That an air conditioner fall on me. I'm cool with that.
Listen. Let me tell you something. Yo, Papito from 5E, he got this, bro. You give him like you give him a pack of Heineken. You give him a pack of Heineken and $25. He got you, bro.
I am not putting my life in the hands of somebody named Papito for $25. That is madness. I no, thank you. No, thank you. No, there's nothing there for me.
Oh man.
Fair.
But no, the family dynamic. The family dynamic is a real thing. I don't know what it's like in Canada, but I do notice that most other places, including, like, even though I've never been, but just talking to people from, like, Africa and stuff like that, do have better family dynamics than the U.S. like a lot better. Like family is first. Here, material gain, money is first with everyone. That's not the case in most of the places that I've visited and most of the people that I've spoken to who are immigrants from other places. They do put a premium on it. And it is impressive, especially in Latin America, how quickly they can throw a party and have a lot of people there. Like I would be hard pressed to throw a party and get 20 people. Like I would have to give notice maybe like a week or so in advance.
Right.
They don't have that problem. They could do it immediately, and it don't have to be about anything. It don't have to be, a party to celebrate anything. They're like, we're gonna have a party to celebrate the last episode of something that they just thought of that day. And that was because, and I realized that because they threw parties for me. They like when I got there, and it was unexpected.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, yep. They do that.
They bring the kids and and everybody. Especially the older the person is. Like if it's the grandmother, the matriarch of the family or something, she could do that very easily. Yep.
Yeah. So, grandmother, grandfather, definitely OGs, man. Definitely OGs. So you're absolutely right about that. I think one of the most important things at GC, like as you mentioned, like with the family dynamic, a lot of countries outside of the United States, they also have more holidays. Like I believe sure. when it comes to like work holidays, I think like the average is like in the States maybe like anywhere between like 10 to like 15. In Colombia specifically, they have 26 holidays a year.
Well, here's the thing. We have I don't know how work has it, but we have a lot of holidays. I would even venture to say miscellaneous holidays. The thing is that we don't celebrate them.
Yeah, okay, that's what I meant to say. So
they celebrate all the holidays we don't celebrate. Like Martin Luther King is just a day that comes and goes, and you may get the day off of school or something. They celebrate that. Like they celebrate all the stuff. Like we do Halloween, Valentine's Day, and stuff, Easter, Christmas. We do the major ones. They celebrate the minor ones. They celebrate like Veterans Day, and they go big on that. I'm not saying like we have unimportant holidays, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Black History Month. We have like a lot of unimportant stuff that we don't really celebrate. Juneteenth. They celebrate everything, and they're better people in the sense that they organize to do it. For example, I was at Carnival, and everybody knows how Carnival works. If you don't know, it's a series of floats. It's a series of floats, and people that with the costumes that they prepare all year that they use to and the regular people marches on the floats, and then they have their women who are like 18 to 25, and they're like the women on the thing in their peacock bikinis and stuff, and then you have like the prima one, who's the hottest of those chicks, and she's doing her thing, and then she'll eventually become like a mother, and she's teaching the younger girls to make their costumes. So my point is with that is that they spent a lot of time together making these floats. These are not regular floats. I know what y'all thinking. Y'all thinking like that thing that they do in Times Square on Thanksgiving. No.
They take months for that.
I think they do it all year. I think that right after this carnival, they go and they prepare for the next carnival, because it'd be like 4 stories high and all kind of contraptions and stuff going on. All kind of like dragons breathing and all kind of stuff going on. And it's hundreds of people working on it. And that's just one float. It was float after float after float. So I'm saying they spend a lot of time together working on projects just for entertainment and just for community gatherings.
Right. Yeah. No, very, very, very true. Very, very true.
I mean, I can't answer to all carnivals, although to be fair, Canada has one, right? We call it
Caravana. Oh, that's lit.
No, we have Mardi Gras too. I'm saying that there's a bigger. I was in Rio.
Oh no, Carnival, because like so Bacchanal, like Carnival, that comes from like Trinidad and Tobago has a carnival, St. Lucia has a carnival, a lot of the Caribbean has a carnival, including Canada because of all of the West Indians who came here. So actually, predominantly, it's the St. Lucians and the Trinis who run Carnival here, but we have Carnival. So, and it's actually, they kind of like line it up in such a way that they don't overlap in the islands. So that means you could, if you wanted to, you could go like carnival hopping like for months at a time.
I would like to one year.
It would be awesome. Like, but like if you're a woman, just so we're clear, women, it's not safe for you to go carnival hopping by yourself. Men, sure. Women, no. Women do get snatched clear off the street in Trinidad and then show up days later with a bad story to tell. I'm just telling you like it is from my Trinidadian friends who have been going to carnival since they were kids, and they know they can't walk the streets around that time by themselves as women because there's a lot of drinking, right? A lot of just drinking and partying and sexuality kind of going on, right? Because everyone's whining and grinding and da-da-da-da-da. So you get, you know, some issues. So you just have to kind of watch your back. But with that being said, you know, they do actually work on the floats for a long time. There's also a large investment of money. And it's not necessarily just your family and friends, right? Because people can pay, they can pledge to be on your float as well. Sometimes people are paying just to like dance on your float. And so it's a contribution of money to, you know, buy the resources to build the float. And generally the costumes and the people who make the costumes of those like 6 to 8 months. The float itself depends on how involved it is, like normally about 8 months that they'll invest. So after carnival's over, they kind of fill out for a little bit and then they start again. After a few months, they start again. So you're right about that. I mean, it is an investment of your time and your energy, but it's like part of your culture. Anyway, so like lacking.
Well, we don't have a culture here, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
We don't have a culture that brings people together. You know, we celebrate Christmas, but only half the people at the tree are Christians. You know, and they're Sunday only Christians. Like, we don't really have the culture that brings the people together, you know, enough, because it takes a lot of hard work, coordination, togetherness to, you know, it takes a lot of answering the phone when the game is on, you know, to make those floats. It do. And the
That's
costumes.
No, that's true. That's true. Like Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday, right? Because it's just about family eating. You don't have to worry about like Christmas and all that, you know, hustle and bustle for gifts and all that. You know what I mean? It's just everyone having a meal. Mm-hmm. And I have to start planning it from like May just to get everybody to be on the same page.
Yeah, that shouldn't be.
Right.
And you don't have to do much. You know, you buy the tree and you decorate it, you know, and Halloween, you buy the pumpkins and you carve it. You know, which shows how much effort you're putting into togetherness. I'm not knocking it, and I used to enjoy carving pumpkins as a child, you know, and Easter eggs. But what I'm saying is they do more of that. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
They do more of that.
Used to do stuff like, okay, like not with a name specifically, right? But like I remember going to visit my cousins all summer in Brooklyn, and like block parties were a thing.
Like, I agree.
The entire goddamn place was celebrating. Like, it was just like
I remember that.
It's still a thing, and it's a bigger thing there. That's another reason why people go. But the number one reason is that the women are hotter and more cooperative. Let's not fool ourselves. There's nothing better, married or not, single or not, there's nothing better than for a man than to be in the company of beautiful women. Even if I'm not hungry, I like to smell good food. Like, it doesn't matter. I just like the company.
No, and that's fair. I get it. But I'm just saying, like, I was talking about like Brooklyn, New York, you know. So.
Oh no. This is
when I used to go, and like every year, it was like to the point where it was like I was looking forward to the next one, and then the next year came, one year, and then it was just done. Like, and I was just like, oh, where's the block parties and whatever. Like, summer was just like magical wonderland, and then it just ended. Like, I don't know, like maybe like 30 years ago or so, maybe a little less than that, like 25 years ago, it just kind of ended. So there used to be a thing. It was like several city blocks. And it was like, I couldn't even call it tailgating necessarily. I don't know what you would call it. And it's just everybody was celebrating.
I remember that, Ruby.
Because it's all kind of wrongdoings going on. See, these are family things. These are things that people do as a family, but would no longer see. For example, there used to be a spot, and those of you who are from where I'm from, the spot is near Seminary, and if you're old enough, you remember it. That the whole neighborhood in Oakland, that the whole neighborhood lit up at Christmas time. The whole neighborhood got together. This was in the 80s. I was a kid, and by like the end of the 90s, it was all dissipated. You know, I mean, of course, it was just like a few stray houses with lights on it. You know, it wasn't the whole neighborhood, and that's why, because over time you get divorces and you get, and then of course there's always going to be the people who are God's chosen or Muslim or something, and they move into the neighborhood. And of course they don't do that, and respect to them. But nevertheless, the neighborhood dynamic changed because you have a divorce boom, and single people don't feel like doing crap like that. You don't feel like doing crap like that if you're only getting the kids on the weekend. You might decorate the inside, but for the kids on the weekend, but you're not going to keep it lit up and turn it on every night, and you outside hammering and stuff and coordinating with the neighbors, just for kids that yeah. So because the family structure has changed, everything has changed. We do less of the good stuff, and
that's true.
Yeah,
kids are like the life force of the family. So like, even
agree.
though I had so many married people and stuff like that in my family, but there was just no new kids coming in. And without the kids, it's like, why bother?
Exactly.
And then this
why bury the eggs? Why carve the pumpkin? Why
Yeah.
put up the lights? Exactly. And that's
Why
why.
bother?
So,
Yeah.
but the fact that they still do that stuff and more means that they're better people to live with.
They do it here too, man. They do
Not
it
enough.
This is
not enough.
This is a cultural thing, bro. This is a class thing, and that's the thing. People got to stop boxing everything in the United States together, because guess what? In poverty, where most of us grew up at, they don't do that. Ain't nobody got no money to buy no lights, to put up no Santa Claus on top of no roofs. But if you go to California and you go to Rancho Cucamonga, in neighborhoods where they got 4 and 5 bedroom houses and neighborhood watches, guess what? Christmas lights everywhere.
I'm in California, and the ones I was talking about is 4 or 5 bedroom houses.
I'm in California as well, and they have Christmas cities, every other city in Rialto.
Okay, well, I'll be in Southern California to check on that, or I'll talk to people. But what I'm saying,
my thing is, there's no point in me to lie about nothing like that. It's not.
I'm not saying that you're lying about it. What I'm saying, okay.
Not in poverty.
Okay, what I'm saying is that the family structure has diminished significantly since I was a kid.
In impoverished areas mostly.
No, in everywhere.
That's not true. People stay together for their kids in other communities. Black people quit the leap. I ain't finna stay with nobody for no man or for no woman or something like that.
No.
It's other communities.
Okay, well, let's put it like this. What's the divorce rate? Let's put it like this. What's the divorce rate? What's the divorce rate in the non-Black community?
It's high.
Okay, so who's staying together for the sake of the kids? If you got an over 50% divorce rate,
money,
huh?
People that's not in poverty, upper class people that's gonna say, you know what? I'll just wait till these kids older before I tear my family apart.
Don't all of the people that we hear about, like Johnny Depp and Jeff Bezos and stuff, like, do they stay together for the kids?
Why would they stay together? They don't care about losing $100 billion.
You just said that upper class people stay together.
Bro, I'm not talking about people. I'm not talking about 1%.
I'll put it like this.
That's what niggas do.
If you had a choice between communities, one where both the upper and the lower class people stay together versus one where just the upper class people stay together, I would much rather choose the community where both the upper and lower class people stay together. That's just logic.
Why are people getting divorced?
What are you talking about? People too poor to
afford. What are the main reasons for divorce?
Their hair costs more than Christmas lights. What are you talking about?
What are the main reasons for divorce?
I don't care.
Money. No, money.
Okay, well, one of the main reasons that people get divorced is because they want more of it. But once again, it's not really a matter of upper class. It's a matter of numbers, okay? If 1% of the population is together because they're upper class, I don't care, because the majority of the people is not lighting up everywhere. That's the thing. It's not enough lights, damn it.
They don't have the money.
99% of people are dealing in a light defaciency, in an Easter egg deficiency, and a pumpkin deficiency, and that is a problem. The fact that only 1% can appreciate living in a decent Christmas light neighborhood is a problem.
You're talking about people in poverty mostly, because I know people.
No.
Where I'm in California, it's pumpkins
you
everywhere.
You say upper class. All throughout there is a problem. in
You
various
put
different
everybody
neighborhoods,
in
there
that
is a
box
problem.
in the
There
United
is a
States, bro.
deficiency.
Can't do it.
Huh?
And that's the issue. Everybody just put everybody in the box.
No.
This
My point
person is
is,
better
it
than that
shouldn't be
person.
that way.
They better than this
A
person.
person should not, and this is what I'm talking about when you say money before family. A person should not hope for one day to be in the upper class just so they can have Christmas lights. That's ridiculous. There are things that people used to appreciate on all economic levels. Those things are gone. You know, I mean, I hate it when we just write things off like, oh no, that's poor people problems and it's not my problem. If something is affecting 99% of your surroundings, then it is your problem.
I mean, what you just talk about not wanting to go to New York because people got air conditioners hanging out their window? That's a way of life in poverty where we from. I'm from Memphis. And those air conditioners where you put those 2x4s up and hold those stumps down, that's because you're in a situation where you ain't got central air.
So y'all get hit with it.
Anyway.
Listen, what I'm saying is I prefer places with certain things than without it.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
I prefer things with certain things than without it. Okay, I prefer things without air conditioning, people putting it in the window and stuff like that, and it could fall on me. I prefer places with palm trees and not snow. And I prefer places where even people of all socioeconomic classes get together and celebrate things good enough for me. That is what I prefer.
Where does that happen at?
I just said it happens in most of the world. People in all economic backgrounds get together and celebrate Carnival one way or another.
Most of the world either.
No. But I've spoken to people from most of the world, and I have traveled myself, and I've seen it myself. Like I just said, I've seen it myself in a lot of other places, and I sampled it. Okay, nobody has been to most of the world. That's a ridiculous statement. However, you do have knowledge enough of the world to understand how the other portion lives.
We talk about something that's real because this dude just going.
This is real. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about something that's real. Let's see what Young needs to say.
Well, listen. I'm gonna tell y'all something that's real. It's 1 a.m. my time, and I need to go to bed.
Thank you for coming, Kingzndreamz. We really appreciate you. This
was
you're muted, Melody.
Yeah, no. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much, ladies. This was a great conversation. Salute to you guys. It was an excellent conversation. So yes. Everyone in the chat, everyone make sure you get the likes up. Pass the plate around, man. Make some donations. Hey, what happened to Mr. 100? He was supposed to give $100, huh?
Oh,
what happened? Oh, yeah. He went into hiding. You know, when I told him to pass that collection plate, he thought I was gonna get mad. He thought I was gonna get mad about that Columbia BS. Come on, dude. I go to Columbia 6 to 8 times a year, bro. I got an apartment there, bro. What are you talking about? Anyway, but you know, great conversation. Salute to the chat. My man Messiah, thank you for pulling up, man. Game changers, salute. I think that's Young East right there on the bottom left, right? Is that
yes.
Young East?
It's Glocktavius.
Oh, you Glocktavius now? or is that just like another name or something?
Nah. That's what I be on the Sisterhood channel trolling them, and they call me Glocktavius.
Oh man, but anyway, man, great conversation, man. But I'm gonna watch from the chat, man. I got to be up early, man. But I'm gonna watch from the chat. A great conversation, and I appreciate you all, man. Have a great evening.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you. He's so nice. I love him.
Keep the peace, guys. Come on, man. You know,
man.
Friendly
debate, bro.
Keep the peace, guys.
Hey, it's a friendly debate. That's what a debate is, man. You got to know how to bring some. You got to know how to bring some, and that's just what it is. For me, it's too many people that's on the side in these debates. It ain't nobody that's in the middle that's going to be like, okay, yeah, they got a point and they got a point. And I feel like that's the issue, especially in this whole thing that's going on with the passport bros, this thing going on. It ain't nobody to come in neutral and be like, well, yeah, that is true. Yeah, a lot of these dudes here just going because they just paying for women. Oh, well, I mean, it ain't nobody to do that. And when you do
I think I've been pretty neutral though.
Oh, I thought you was gone, man. You said you were going. I'm talking about.
My bad. You know what? My bad. I'm out. My fault. Go ahead and cook, bro. I'm out.
Hey, It's gonna get spicy over here because I got a lot to say. You know, he mentioned Colombia. I'm in a WhatsApp group, and you know we've been sharing around a link, and in the link, and today was a link about people getting robbed, but over the previous weeks it's been links about men getting drugged, men getting robbed, Asian guy get killed down there. My question is, ain't none of these guys passport bros, nobody going down there coming up with receipts saying, oh, well, I'm living down there, I'm moving this woman to the States, or I'm moving down there with her, or we getting married. But everybody going down there putting themselves in danger because they just want to be around pretty women and bang pretty women and then come back and say, oh, yeah, man, we going down there trying to find a wife. Man, come on, bro. It's a reason why you in Medellin, or you in Cartagena, or you in Sosua, Dominican Republic, or you in Patel, Thailand. It's a reason why you in these places. Come on, now you can go to you can go anywhere around the world with beautiful women at if you really want a relationship. And that's my thing with a lot of guys. They just full of mess and they just want to be like, oh, I'm going down. No, you ain't going down there to do that, bro. 95% of the guys that's going to these places I just named, they going down there for one reason and one reason only. And then everybody want to push the passport bro movement. And these guys then got in the passport bro movement. And that ain't really what the passport bro movement was supposed to be about. But now, because they got their cameras all out, showing women on these walking streets, or walking in the houses that they paying for, that's what everybody around think the passport bros is. And men brought that on themselves by associating themselves with stuff like that and nobody speaking out on it.
So can I ask you a question? So because your name is Bachelors Abroad. So are you part of the passport bros movement or not?
I mean, I've been traveling forever. I don't even really know what this red pill, blue pill, black pill stuff is. I just heard the conversation and I want to join it. I know a lot of the guys that call themselves passport bros, you know, and I done met them. I'm cool with them. But then I travel to some places and I see guys that say see they passport bros and I see what they doing. And that ain't what these guys over here that's 45, 50 years old doing that's really trying to find a woman that's actually moving to the places. Then you get these guys coming in that just want to get their pay. Oh, we leave it. You know, it's a bunch of BS. And I'm telling you from one of them guys that like really be traveling multiple months out of a year going to different places. That's a bunch of mess. And anytime somebody come out and be real and say, oh, the capes are flapping, oh, these niggas simps and who do no. Somebody just keeping it real.
I mean, actually, I agree with you. And it's one of the reasons why I said, in my opinion, the lack of being just cohesive and clear with, because I think that it's almost like young men, because let's be real, when a man is 23, 24 years old, he often has no business at all even trying to get married, but he's not at that place yet. Like, he's got a lot of growth to do and self-actualization to do as an individual before he really should be wanting to put down roots and you know, be a husband and you know, be a leader and responsible for everyone else's life for the rest of his life. And so at the age that a lot of the people, like I think we just heard Austin Holman's 23, 24 years old. He's a young man, right? And so even if, and this is my issue with him, is that he's clearly not at the place where he's ready for a wife, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with not being ready for a wife and just wanting to travel, experience new cultures, and date and get your D wet while you're doing it, because you know what? That's one of the ways that men just grow. And that's why you hear so much with the army when, you know, men are they're signing up for the army at 17, 18 years old, right? And then they end up going, you know, port in all these different countries. And what do? Right? They get off the boat or whatever, and then it's a free-for-all. So it's something that young men have been doing since the dawn of time. And so I think the thing is that now men who are not in the army are being shamed for the desire to want to just travel outside of their own country, experience the culture and the sites, and also the women, and also get their D's wet, maybe in a more accessible place than, you know, in America or wherever they're from. And they're being shamed for it. So then their answer is to say, well, there's no suitable wives in America. There's no suitable wives where I'm from. And that might be true, but that's, you know, not what they're immediately doing. And I feel like it reflects badly on the movement, not because of what they're doing, but don't lie about what you're doing, because it's
exactly.
like
Well, Ruby, do you know the YouTuber that's lying?
Well, again, Austin Holman, and this is where originally.
Yeah, take him for example. Was he saying that he was there looking for a wife?
Well, no. What he did do, though, in retaliation, when people were criticizing him for being a sex tourist, he said, "No, I'm looking for what? There are no suitable wives in America, so I have no choice. And many men like me,
did he say wives or women,
driven out of America and to look for wives in other countries," which is true. The thing is, there are passport bros who are named, who have a channel, who are making content, who are going abroad looking for wives right now. There are men in the States who look for wives and find them right now. That's not where Austin is currently, but that's actually an important part of male growth and development. What he's doing is an important part of growth and development. The fact that he's falling back onto the marriage thing is, to me, the problem, because he shouldn't fall back on that when that's not where he's at right now.
What I'm saying, Ruby, is that a lot of people put a mandate on passport bros or bros that travel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They put this mandate on them and say, they claim to be looking for wives. Like, that's part of the official charter. Like, oh, we are the men who are going overseas looking for wives. And then somebody comes along afterwards on some, gotcha, you're not looking for a wife. I don't think that they have a mandate. I think that these are guys who want to travel and do whatever the fuck they want to do. And that is a perfectly good mandate, and they are fulfilling that.
There isn't a mandate.
I think GC, if you, or like I said, Marty McFly, there are some men who I think should lead these types of movements, because y'all will just be honest, right? You won't feel the need to try to make it morally more acceptable or
I don't know who's not honest.
Feminist.
Come on, man.
I don't know who's not honest. In that regard.
Come on, bro.
No, you'll lie to women. What I'm saying is, as a content creator, you won't lie. And that's what my issue is. It's being, as a content creator, lying, because that's what's reflecting on a group as a whole.
No, but I mean, let's call out the ones that are lying. That's the thing.
So that's the thing, though.
Like, by name. Let's call out the ones by name.
So check this out.
This is the person that lied about this.
Check this out. See, that's some messy and some childish shit you talking about doing. Ain't nobody doing that on the platform, bro. Ain't nobody calling nobody's name out, bro.
So we're gonna make accusations about a group of people.
We're talking in general. We ain't calling out nobody's name, bro.
We're making generalizations about a group of people.
That's the stuff.
As a group, generally speaking, that is not part of their mandate. So to say that they are not meeting their mandate is disingenuous. It is at best.
Let Bachelors Abroad make his point first, GC, before you tear it down.
This man out the chain right here. He out the chain. Okay, here go a point example. There's a lot of guys that go to Thailand and be like, oh, I'm going to go to Thailand, find me a traditional woman, woo. So in one of our groups that just popped up, and one of the guys, the peso men, they be going out to the passport bro, which I think he's a chump. I think he's despicable. I think he messing with people's money with the stuff he do. And I'm not in agreement with him. I'm straight down the middle, so I call everything like it is. Now, these guys hollering they going over here to find wives. The peso man comes out, one of the YouTubers that's doing it, his girl was a porn star.
I don't think peso man is a passport bro.
Now he wiped the girl.
I'm almost certain that. I'm almost certain that not only is he not a passport bro, he is against passport bros.
I know that's what
in addition to being a weird ass nigga.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
He's not a passport bro.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So
what I'm saying is that there's a straw man here. There's a straw man here. There's a man that is going around saying I'm looking for wives and actually looking for hookers. There's a straw man here. And I'm saying, yes, you are slaying this invisible man that is doing that. Congratulations.
I don't care what they're doing, bro. It's the point that you can't say.
My point is that because as an organization, they do not make that a part of their charter. They do whatever the fuck they want, wherever the fuck they want.
You sound like one of them niggas that doing what they doing right now. You don't want nobody to talk. Nobody can put a point out. You sound like one of the niggas.
You put all your points out. Sir, you put all your points out. Okay, do this.
No, I didn't.
Make another point other than they're hypocrites because they claim to look for wives, but they're looking for hookers. Make another point than that. I'll wait.
I was still talking when you interjected.
Okay, go for it.
He go to Thailand, or they go to Thailand to find wives or women that's respectful, and they get over there, and the women that they dealing with were hookers. Come
Okay,
that's
the exact same point that you made over and over and over again.
That's the first time I said that. What are you talking about?
Your point. Listen, I get your point. You're asking for the mic to reiterate the same point. What I'm saying is that point is
bro, you ain't making no sense, bro. You might well get in the comments,
now you're interrupting. Now you're interrupting. That point is a straw point. That point is a straw point. But I'm going to defend the straw man.
It's not a straw point. It's a strong point.
I'm going to defend the straw man. Straw man. If you feel the need to lie about your sexual exploits with hookers, don't. Do what you want to do. That is your prerogative. You don't have to lie to people. If that is something that you want to do, and if you want to line hookers up and throw eggs and powder on a vagina before you eat it, that is your prerogative. Okay? You can do whatever the hell you want to, and you do not have to answer to people like this.
But they're lying. And they bashing everybody else.
Straw man, stop lying. Stop lying. I want you to start telling people. I want you to start telling people that you like to crack an egg, put it on their vagina, and then put some powdered sugar on it before eating it.
But I want you
to tell them exactly that. You don't need to lie.
How don't you see the issue? How don't you see the issue? They're lying, saying they doing this and
doing
that.
This straw man is lying.
It ain't about straw man. It's most of them lying.
And I'm telling that person right now not to lie.
Stop saying straw man.
It is a straw man. Start saying names.
98% of the passport bros.
Oh God.
Doing this shit.
Oh God.
Okay. Here's the thing.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah. Give me 1 second, and then we're gonna go to Glocktavius because he hasn't spoken yet. I want to say here's the thing. Calling out specific names right now wouldn't change anyone's position, because ultimately then you say, well, what specific stream, what specific this, what specific that. And so short of someone having a laundry list of links with exact minute markers to prove all that these passport bros are saying, yes, we as passport bros are passport bros because there are no suitable wives in America or Britain or wherever we're from, so we're going overseas to find suitable wives where they're breeding women correctly, right?
Well, let's do this. Let's do this. The passport bros that most commonly come here that we all know, like Marty McFly, does he claim to be looking for a wife? Does Pablo Frescobar claim to be looking for a wife but find a company of hookers instead? Like, who are we talking? Well, actually, he did marry a woman from abroad. So, like, I mean, from the passport bros, I know I can't. Huh?
Some are not looking for wives, though, and that's fine. Wait,
nobody.
Wait. Let me finish my point, though. My additional point.
Nobody we know of collectively is doing what is being accused of. That's what I'm saying.
Austin is literally
looking for a wife.
No, he's not looking for a wife at all. He's not ready for a wife, and that's fine. He's not
person.
No, he's not.
Okay. The straw person is a person who claimed to be looking for a wife, but is going for casual sex instead.
But that's the thing. Okay, so what I'm saying is this:
nobody fits that deal.
He's going for he's going for casual. He's not really. He's going for a good time overall. He's not looking for a wife right now. He's not ready for one. But the thing is, when he's confronted. Right. So when he's confronted by people who don't agree with him, right, then what he says is, well, I'm going abroad because there are no wives or no ready-made wives in America. We don't breed wives in America. So I have to go abroad to find me a wife. That is the standard response generally from passport bros. So even if Austin's content is not lying, because he's just showing you what he's doing, all the beautiful women, and telling you how he's getting into these parties and so on and so forth and whatever, right? When he is challenged, right, he should come up with a challenge, with an answer that has nothing to do with needing to find suitable wives elsewhere, because he's not looking for a suitable wife. And so when he does that, then what happens is people go, oh, he's really looking for a wife. Let me go try to find evidence. And so they go look at his content. Obviously, his content says nothing about him looking for a wife, or that he's trying to find a wife. He's trying to post on right now. And so then they go, see, all of them are lying because Austin decided to use that argument. He shouldn't use that argument because it has nothing to do with why he's there. And there's nothing wrong with the reason why he's there. He should use the real reason why he's there to defend his position of needing to be there, because men since the dawn of time have done these types of exploits and these types of trips in order for them to grow and self-actualize. So that's 100%. A good enough answer.
100%.
Okay, we'll put it like this. The statement that a man can find a better wife there than here is true. The statement that a man can find a better lover there than here
That's the
is
issue.
true. As the statement that a man can find a better midget to clean his shoes there than here is true. You can find
No, guys.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It all depends on the
Oh
man.
my
their
God!
midget shoe shine boys are the best in the world, sir. Their midget
If
shoe
you're
shine
a
people
chump,
is the
you don't
best.
know how to
Okay,
talk to women.
I go
If
to
you're
the
a
bar
chump,
station
you
all
don't
the
know how to
time,
talk to
and
women.
every person that shine
You
my shoes is a
ugly.
tall person.
You ain't got no
I have
money.
not found. I
You
have
ain't
let
yet
me
got
to
your
go
find
shit
ahead.
together.
Yeah, they
American
about to go
Yeah.
at it. Yo, let me talk. Can I talk now?
Now go ahead, Glocktavius. It's on you.
All these lame niggas, man.
Nah,
Goddamn.
them two going at it, man. Salute. All right, this is what I gotta say. As far as passport tricking is concerned, if it was about tricking, there would be no real pushback. The problem is when dudes are going overseas, they're saying that there's better women, period, overall. If it was just about an exploitation of just getting with more whores and spending money, nobody would feel threatened. No black woman will feel slighted. They'll be like, whatever, they're just gonna get laid, da da da. But they just cheap hoes over there, so why wouldn't they? But
Okay,
because it
Octavius,
hold on,
one thing. Let me just say one thing.
all right.
Abroad, they have better women and whores. Their whores are better.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, I get because you about to start it up again. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just going by what's
And their
being
bitches are
said
better.
in that whole passport circle. They're just saying they're better women, whether it's whores or regular women. So that's what's really getting everybody all antsy. But anywho, this is what I really want to say. I think that honestly, that there should be a divide between black men and black women for the time being. Now, this is something I don't normally say because I still think we should come together. But during this time, the way the tensions are so high, it is honestly better that we separate. We separate for a time, and I think if we separate, we'll appreciate each other more. I think because we've been dealing with each other for so long, we've been dealing with each other's bullshit for so long, is causing us to resent each other for like little things, just little things. You're annoying because you're breathing type. You feel me? So I think that there should be a separation. I think that honestly, our relationship dynamic is so toxic. It's honestly making like other communities like look at us like even worse because it's like watching couples argue. Like if you ever see like a divorced couple or like just couples arguing, they was all intimate at one point and now they're like going at each other's neck and they're exposing like dirty secrets. Nobody want to see that shit because anybody could fall into that category. It don't matter what culture you're from. Nobody want to see couples argue because this shit get real bad. I mean, people start going in on the most personal shit. That's where black men and women are. You feel me? So it sucks. It sucks. Don't get me wrong. This shit sucks. But we need to fucking separate. And the shit is this: a lot of black men let black women troll them when they actually leave. Don't let them hoes troll you. They're gonna nag and say a few things, but I think too many men entertain it. We entertain it. The crazy shit is that's all we do. We don't even like declare war. Like a lot of black feminists and feminism period, they damn near declared war. And a lot of men, they really not with that shit, but they still entertain the back and forth. If you're gonna go to war with feminism, just go flat out to war with feminism, or else just walk away. But I don't know, this little dance that we're doing, we playing with bitches, we playing with women, arguing basic shit. Like, for instance, I was watching one of them damn shorts of like Fresh and Fit, one of them, and they're explaining basic shit to basic women about basically how human beings deserve to be treated. And I'm like, these women already get that. Women already get this shit. They're trolling, they're nagging, they get it. We don't have to say nothing else. They already get it. They're doing this shit just to do it at this point. So I think we need to be beyond this shit. We need to stop explaining regular shit to women that they've been got. Okay, it's bullshit at this point. Just either walk away or declare war. I say walk away for the time being. That's what I think.
I agree. No need to go to war with a woman. No need to go to war with anybody. On some real shit, ain't no need to go to war with nobody. And that's my point. I just feel like we really, and my whole issue is because on some real shit, I'm one of them guys that be like, yeah, it's a lot of options overseas. I just hate when men try to make it like it ain't none here. I feel like most men that's really going overseas because they can't get a woman here.
Well, okay, well, here's the thing. That's straight. Let them do that. If that means no women here want them.
But
so
don't bash everybody in America.
No, hold on. See,
I don't think they're bashing everybody in America.
Listen. That's that petty.
To say that,
no,
to say that one
collective
group is better than the other, that's not bashing the other.
Come on,
GT, let me just talk to him because you had it out. The bashing shit, that's the petty back and forth that I was talking about. You don't need to. You feel me? All you have to do is just well, they do. And I disagree with that. You just need to step. But the thing is, they're allowing women to troll them like, oh, nigga, you're leaving because you can't get no pussy. Nigga, you leaving because you can't handle a black woman. Like that's probably the worst one. You can't handle a black woman because the only other way to handle you is to literally force you into submission. You gotta beat black women into submission. That's the only way to handle them. So I don't understand that concept. But other than that,
I got a question.
The whole trolling, we just gotta stop. Like even in the rap music, these bitches is trolling. What's your question?
So my question for you and the women on the panel: when did this become a passport bros versus black women, man? How did black women like even ingratiate? No, but how did it? This was a Western culture and Western society thing. How did the focus become on solely black women, bro?
I'll tell you. As soon as I tell you with just Austin, he never even said black women. He said just American women, and they took it personal because he's black. Once black men start leaving, black women feel like they're entitled to black men. You feel me? So they're gonna say something. They're not gonna just sit there and let them go.
But can I answer before you? Can I answer? Can I answer really quickly?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My answer is because I think that a lot of the passport bros originated in cis-BM, which is Save Yourself Black Man. So that's why I think so. I think it just kind of it started there because it's a natural progression kind of to go from cis-BM to the passport bros, especially if you want like a woman of like that's black or whatever, because you would have to travel outside of America in order for you to then get a black woman if it's black culture in America is your biggest issue. So I think that that's really why it's just the black, there's this beef now between black men and women over the passport bros, because I feel like it kind of naturally evolved from something, with the cis-BM versus the swirlers. That's what I think. So
I appreciate that.
Well, I'm gonna say what I think. I think
it's because
black women, it's the black women. I don't think passport bros even want to have conversations about black women. It's just that black women are seeing that these men are leaving, and they are pretty much putting things out there in the media and starting trouble. So I think it's really the women starting trouble with the men. I don't think the men are worried about them.
I agree.
True. And Austin, you mentioned Austin. See, this is the issue and why there's such a big problem. Some kind of way, Austin at 23 years old has become the face of the passport bros, which is not good. I believe a lot of black women got involved because Austin is a young black man from Texas. And when he spoke on the women that he's dated, it's been mostly black women that he talk about a loud mouth because he's only dated mostly black women. So that's why black women feel attacked when he say that.
Right, exactly.
But he's not the face of a big movement that's been around since he was fucking in diapers.
It doesn't matter who's the face of it. It really don't matter
who's the face of it.
If they don't want people talking crap about them, why not be better bitches?
No, bro. Come on, bro.
Why is that such a complicated concept?
I agree with GC. Facts.
Like, why is that such a difficult thing? Like, hey, you know something? People are saying I'm loud and I'm fat and I wear a bonnet. Why don't you take the bonnet off, lose the weight, and use your melody voice?
Because women outnumber men 3-1 in this society. Bro,
no, they don't.
It's way more valuable women than it is.
Did you just say? Excuse me, sir. Did you just say that women outnumber men 3-1? So you're saying that it's only 75 million men, and the rest in this country are women? Is that what you're saying, sir?
I mean, valuable women than men's value. Most
that
men
is
fucking
bullshit.
in jail. It's not fucking bullshit. If it was,
that is bullshit. That is okay.
How are we defining valuable?
Bring up your stats. I define valuable first and foremost as not being fat as fuck. And since we come from a community where 80% are, then only 20% has the possibility of being valuable. So I don't want to hear that crap. I don't want to hear no crap about, oh, they're so valuable, they're so queen. You're nothing if you're fat. So 20% just meets the basic criteria. And then, let's eliminate all of the uglies and retards that are in the non-fat portion of the remaining 20%. Okay.
And single moms.
Yeah. Forgot about the single moms. There's all sorts of stuff. There is a
Can I say something? Let me get in here. Let me get in here. Listen. It's more pussy for you if the passport bros leave. That's the weird shit I understand about why niggas have a problem with the passport bros. It's like either you believe. Hold on. Either you believe what they're saying is true, and that's what's making you upset, or I just don't understand why dudes are just let them go, bro. That's what I'm saying. Let them walk.
I'm on my third passport. I done been to more countries, fucking more bitches than half of these niggas.
Yeah, but why you got such a problem? Why you got such a problem,
my nigga? Listen, no. See, that's the point. I'm down the middle on the shit. And when somebody down the middle on the shit,
no, you're not.
You passport niggas want to say that a nigga got a problem with it. No.
Nah, nigga, you ain't down the middle. You on the bitch's side.
But listen to this. This the thing. You niggas talking about, oh, it's this and this and fat bitches. Nigga, all these niggas in the world, only nigga the women pick from 20%, probably 5% of man, nigga. That's the issue.
That's bullshit.
Where's that number come from? Where did that number come from?
Niggas ain't in the 5%, and that's the problem. A lot of you niggas ain't in the 5%, and that's the issue.
That's bullshit, nigga.
It's not bullshit.
5% of what, though?
Here's the thing. Even if it was, that's all the more reason to leave. Even if it was, that's all the more reason to leave. If these bitches are picking 5% of the dudes, if these bitches are picking 5% of the dudes, then 95% should leave, and the women should shut the fuck up and enjoy their lives when they do. However, they don't, and you don't either. You don't either. Just enjoy your 5-ness. Just enjoy your 5-ness because it's 22-1 in your favor, right? Wrong.
You see what I'm saying now, right?
No, what you're doing is you are trying to sneak your way into the 5. That's what you're doing. You hoping that if you champion, if you put on a cape and be Captain State American bitch, that you will be upgraded to the 5. You will move from the whatever position you are in to get to that 5. That is your life goal.
I'm in a great position, my nigga.
Pandering to them, that's going to make it happen. It won't. Name the other person that we know that's truly 5% talking shit like that, huh? Nate, is Leo DiCaprio talking shit about passport bros? No, it's you. You are trying to sneak. You are trying to snip your way into the 5%.
I ain't gotta snip my way in, my nigga, because guess what? If me and you was out in a place together and we had a bitch off, I bet I win, and I don't even know what you look like, nigga.
Oh my god, here we go with this shit.
Hey, listen. Okay. If you know listen. We're both in Cali. If you want to play that game, I will play it with you. But guess what? It's nothing
why?
Because here's the point. Let's just say we go out and we get into a bitch off, right? We get into a bitch off and you win. You win 10-9, right? What? Listen me good. And you win 10-9. You could say, yes, I am king of the mediocre fat bitches. Now, I can guarantee that whatever that 9 will turn into 90 if I go to Brazil. Okay, so guess what? Yes, I would get the 9 here, but I would get the 90 there, and they're hotter there. They're better at being women there.
But you're paying over there.
Is intelligent and going for quality.
Listen. God damn it, y'all. Listen. So wait. You said something earlier. The shit talking did not start with the men. As you can see, they're passive. They're leaving. It didn't come from the men, the shit talking. The shit talking started with the women since whenever. It's always been the women the first to nag and complain and bitch about something. So don't say that men are talking shit per se. Hold on. They're defending themselves. I'll give you that. They're defending what they're doing. Yeah, let them defend themselves. You could at least let them defend themselves. So don't start like the men are the initiators of the bullshit. They're really not. They're leaving. They're done. Like they're not initiated. They're over.
Before.
We heard it now. I'm saying it now.
But no, I'm saying we didn't hear all this shit before niggas got on and started talking about, oh, the Western woman is, oh, we're gonna go over here because, bro, why not just do it in move in silence?
No, they were all no. Listen, they've been talking shit. This is a result of all them bitches talking shit. This is not, we just doing it and now we're talking shit. Like, you're trying to say black men threw the first rock. That's not, nigga, that's not the case. You feel me? So it's straight. Like, all I'm saying is let live and let live. I don't see the problem here. Like, even if they talking shit, let them live. Goddamn. Like, that's why we beefing right now of nothing.
It ain't no beef.
Ain't nobody. We're not beefing with
bitches in the state. That's my thing.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We have a super chat. You want to read it, Roops? If you're there. Okay, she's not there.
I want me to read it because it's directed towards me. Shit,
go ahead and read it. First, let me say thanks for the super chat. Prime VA 757. Go ahead.
He said, do things because he has to pay. Everyone has to pay for women abroad. That's a great statement. Now, again, I mentioned Sasua, Dominican Republic, Patel, Thailand, Phuket, Bangkok, Cartagena. These are places where mongers and mostly hookers are at, my nigga. When they going down there, these women are business women. These niggas paying for the bitches. That's what it is.
The argument is better hookers.
Don't care.
The argument is they're better hookers.
No, but why do you care? Why do you care if a man? I don't care. Why do you care if a man is paying $40 to get his whistle wet? Why are you policing? Why are you policing another man's dick? It is his prerogative. If he wants to go to Sasua and do his thing there, that is his business.
I can tell. And say, oh man, I get free pussy. Oh man, my girl's better than the girls in the U.S. Nigga, you paying?
They are. Listen. Okay. Essentially, if they want to say that a Dominican hooker is better than a typical American wife, then guess what? They could say that.
You can't do
that. They have every right to say
you can't do that. You can't do it.
GC, you have to explain why they're better.
No, they would have to explain why. I don't mess with.
No, nigga, you can't do that. You can. You can't.
No, but that's a big statement, though.
No,
that's a big statement.
They would have to explain why because I don't mess with Sasua hookers. I will back up my previous statement of why foreign hookers are better than domestic hookers. Listen up good. You see, if you find yourself in a position in America with all the opportunities afforded women with equal rights and all that stuff and equal pay, et cetera, and you still sucking dick, then guess what? Something is wrong with you. Something is wrong mentally and else. It means that you cannot work at Hooters. You cannot be a hostess at a restaurant. You can't be a stripper. You can't be an OnlyFans girl. You can't do anything but suck the dick directly. That means that something is terribly awful about you that placed you on that street corner or wherever the fuck it is hookers go. Likely drugs. Abroad, they hook for different reasons. They hook because, I don't know, maybe they want to get their kids diapers or some crap like that. Completely different quality of hooking.
100% true. But you can't
but the issue
like she's a regular girl, bro. And that's what niggas doing. Niggas flooding these hookers off that they paying to be better than.
I don't care.
You don't care what's going on, my nigga. That's my whole point.
But no, here's the thing,
though. Bro, if you're not getting a regular woman, don't compare a hooker in the States or anywhere in the West to this woman that you paying to do everything for you.
Yeah, but listen to what you said.
Paying anyway.
If the man wants to say that a hooker here is better than a hooker there is better than a lawyer here, that is his prerogative.
No, nigga, you can't compare when you paying.
It doesn't matter. We know he's paying.
You ain't getting
No,
no
no.
game. You ain't getting them because
No.
of looks. You ain't getting
We
them
know
because of
he's
your
paying.
charisma.
Listen.
You niggas don't get it. You niggas don't get it.
If PJ Washington want to right now say, I was just in Sasua and the hookers there are better than Brittany Renner and they cost less, that is his goddamn right.
And he would be right.
And he would be right.
Brittany Renner ain't no fucking.
And he would have been better off.
I'm saying if they want to say that the hookers are better than the regular women, then that is his prerogative.
But you're paying, bro. You can't put them on
What
line
the
like
fuck?
you're getting with your
Paying.
game. What don't you niggas understand? What are y'all niggas missing right here, bro?
Whenever you deal with the women, you're going to be paying one way or the other.
Damn.
No,
I don't give a damn if the next man is paying.
No, bro, you can't do that. You can't act like, oh man, these
How come
women
you
in the
can't?
States ain't shit.
How come
But
you
the
can't
women
pay?
over there submissive.
How come you can't pay? I could go out and pay a hooker right now. No,
Bro,
but well, it's
bro,
not legal here.
Bro, you missing the whole point.
What is
Niggas
the
say
point? Your point is, but they paying. That is your whole point. Name a point outside of that you have.
No, it ain't, nigga. That's an umbrella.
Okay, what's your point?
It's under the umbrella. The whole point is that a lot of guys be like, oh, they're not submissive. They don't do this and they don't do that. I'm gonna go over here and
don't.
get this.
That's why you buy hookers.
The woman they're showing
It's the Asian man, the art of
paid.
wills in the building.
The women that they're showing are submissive because they're getting paid, nigga.
Doesn't matter.
That's what they're supposed to do.
It doesn't matter.
It does
The point
matter.
is,
You
if a
can't
man
show
wants to
off a
say
woman and you
a
paying her,
foreign
my
hooker
nigga.
is better than an American bride,
No,
prove him wrong.
no, man.
Do
You
that.
a clown,
He's
my
trying
nigga.
to make the
You a
hooker.
clown, my nigga.
GC.
Real talk. You a clown. You
GC,
a clown,
no,
my nigga. Real
GC.
talk.
Whatever you want to call me. Listen,
He's making the hooker comparison. That's all. It's like this. It's like this. If a dude prefer to pay foreign hookers than domestic hookers, that's a statement. That means he thinks that foreign hookers are better hookers. The mentality translates even into being a wife. When dudes want to look for a wife, they're going to look for a wife where, hey, I had a better time over there with the hookers. Hey, let me go over there and see if I can find a wife. It's the mentality that they're arguing about.
My
point is
okay,
that
but guys,
my point is that on every single level
y'all
of
disappoint me, black man.
companionship, on every single level of companionship, the women are better abroad than here. Better wives, better mothers, better girlfriends, better
hookers,
and better hookers on each and every single level of companionship, and you cannot prove it different, sir.
I can't.
No matter how much, no matter how much.
Okay, wait.
How much you try to champion
Guys.
these chicks, the bottom line is it's a bunch of fat ass bitches with fucked up attitudes and spoiled dispositions, and you know it. And you know it. Stop trying to say that I got so much swag that I get the few that's not like that. That is bullshit.
Okay, no more, guys. We have to. There's new people on the panel.
Okay,
I'm done.
I'm gonna drink some water.
You use the bitch language. Niggas been hurt.
So who didn't get a chance to talk? Because we have a bunch of people on the panel.
I haven't heard. Well, actually, I feel like I haven't heard.
Midtown.
Midtown Universe, Chaos Reign, The Art of Will, now Baloo. So I feel like there's a few people who didn't get to go yet. So
I'm just enjoying the atmosphere, man. I'll go as the conversation goes.
Okay, so you're good.
Yeah.
Chaos, have anything to add at this point?
I'm not sure.
Might want to
distorting.
grasp that before you.
If I sound clear enough.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Man, it sounds like some weird dick policing out here, man. If these guys going overseas and paying for the Gucci, I mean, I don't advocate man pay for the pussy, but if they got to, okay. But no man should be sitting there trying to stress another man and say, yo, you got to sit the outfit way. I mean, these women are hoarding the yams last time I checked. So a man's going to get it in how he's going to get in, unfortunately. So I'm not sure what's the back and forth. Now, great game show, you know better not to go back and forth. But a man's gonna complain that you're paying for it. I say so what? You get me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Hi, The Art of Will.
That's a question. You have YouTube channel, Art of Will?
Nope. I'm not sure when I plan to get it. I know there was a couple people who reached out to me, but I do have a couple of people who said, hey, I can, go on there live, and I have a home there.
I mean,
yeah, what's up?
I would think about it, not do it, but just people ask you gotta sit back, see how YouTube's gonna function in the next couple months, because if you're gonna do it, They're putting real harsh restrictions now, so ain't no head sign right now.
I noticed that.
Go ahead.
I noticed that, but it's also because of my job and it's because of the client that I work with. And there's a lot of don't
do it.
That's very active on YouTube looking for shit like this. So, yeah.
No, don't do it then. Don't do it then. Don't do it. Don't risk it.
Not yet.
But go ahead.
Not yet. But okay. Before I say anything, first off, I'm going to shout out to Hobias the Panderer, so he can get this. And then the next dude, that Spanish Hotep in the DR. Otherwise, I call him Shit DR. You know, he can also get 2 of these, so he could sit and rotate. All right. So, also, I want to shout out to you, GC. Hope you don't hold it against me that I was on Obsidian Ali's live. I know you and him don't get along, but I still want to shout out to you because I do watch your show sometimes.
No, I appreciate you, and it's no big deal. It's not that major with me and him. But thanks.
Got it. Okay. So where do I fit in on this equation? Okay, I don't call myself a passport bro. Am I involved in some of the operations or whatever? Some may say that, but I don't call myself that. That's not an identity. You know, I support it, but it's just not something that I call myself. It's not because I'm distancing myself away from the image. It's just that I am technically an outsider. It is something that I recognize that it is a black space. So I'm not going to take someone's identity and be like, that's mine. You know, and also one of the reasons why I got onto it because of the Pusso Man. And also his older brother, what he would look like 10 years later, DJ Matchstick. Yeah, I'm not going to call him by his by his YouTube name. So the thing is, you got 2 people that are like close to getting their pension, and they're dissing a dude that's like half their ages. One probably could be as old enough to be his dad, and they're again they de-police a guy that's like 5 years removed from high school, and then not only that, he gets personal by trying to do avatars of his mom, saying I'm Austin. What is it? I'm Austin Holloman's. So I don't know. He puts like some slick identifier on there using the picture of his mom as an avatar. So I just thought, you know, he was out of pocket. Plus, he keeps ragging on the black community, and it's not just the black community that are getting their passports. It's other people. Other people are just doing it in a different manner. They're not calling themselves a passport bro. They're just doing it. I understand why it got popular. It got popular because you got a guy that's in his early 20s doing it. While people before him, you know, no disrespect to Charles Tyler and all that, but they were at a certain age where people just weren't paying attention. You know, I would say, you know, he wasn't getting the attention because he just wasn't part of the target age range. And also, a lot of the stuff they were doing was before being a digital nomad was possible or working remote was possible. Now with working remote is being possible, which I'm looking to do. Now all of a sudden, it's not just like Austin saying, hey, get your passport, it's that bad. It's that there's actually productivity going on with, okay, what are the steps needed to go and do this? So it's you know, what he does, yes, there is a lot of entertainment, but there's actually also a message, and there's actually resources within that. People just don't know about it because they just see like, you know, what they see. That's just my take on that.
I mean, I agree
also
with you there.
part of his popularity is that he's one that one would assume would be in the top 5% that others talk about. And by him doing that, by him being a part of the Passport Bro movement, it does make it seem like, oh, it's that bad. It's that bad that, you know, a man can do everything. And he has, for somebody his age, you know, becoming successful, staying in shape, except he has done everything that one would suggest that a man do to get it like that here. And he still made that decision. It made it clear to society that, you know, it's really the mating selection on the woman's side, not just a man. Because, you know, you could look at Charles Tyler and say, well, maybe you should lose a few pounds, and maybe, you know, it's because you're this, and this. You can't really pin that on Austin. So it makes it harder to critique him, and that's why you have people who will stretch to critique him, like, oh well, he's not looking for a white. That's you're stretching at that point. The point is that it is that bad. They're too fat. They're too obnoxious.
For the record, I'm definitely not stretching. I'm just listening to the things that come out of Austin's mouth. In my opinion,
anybody long enough and something bad to happen. My point is,
it's not that long. For some of the things that Austin said, and again, why he hit our radar, and we did our first show on him, had nothing to do with this stuff. This was before when he did that interview, and then like he's very young, and I think that as a young man, he's doing exactly what he should do, and what I wish, honestly, more Black people in general in America knew that is like an option for them, And so, as long as I've been in this space, right, in the manosphere, there have been Black men getting on panels saying, "Get your passport." All Black men, if you have not traveled outside your own city, your own state, you need to get a passport and get the hell out. Right. So I've been hearing that, and, the encouragement, especially from the guys who have traveled, especially from guys who've been in the military, because it kind of necessitated travel and that kind of forced them out of their comfort zone. And then, that just gave them so much growth. It wasn't necessarily being in the military. It was about the travel. It was about the experience of experiencing all these different cultures, having to hold your own in these different cultures, and so on and so forth, that, just help them grow so much as men and mature and self-actualize and stuff. And so I've always heard that encouragement. I think that encouragement is a good thing.
No, but Ruby, what I'm saying is this, and this is what I mean about Austin. If you were younger, if you were like 20, 22 and you weren't married or anything like that, would you give him some?
Me personally, no. I don't think he's
and that's my point.
He's really
and that is why he is, you see, because when he asked a young, attractive woman, would you sleep with me on the first day? She said yes, and you said no. That is why you leave places with women like you. And not only that, Ruby, you told me when you was his age, you went on a fellatio campaign.
I was younger than that.
Whoa.
Second of all, I still was choosy.
I remember that.
Okay, my point is that you was receiving and not giving. Okay,
I know it's for the record. For people who don't know me, it was receiving head, not giving.
No, that's what I'm saying. You was receiving, you were not giving. That's my point.
She's letting everybody munch. She's letting everybody munch on that shit.
Exactly. My point
everybody.
Yes, you were.
I was but I wasn't that bad.
My point is,
I got a question for you. I got a question for you, Ruby.
Right quick, brother. My point is, Ruby, is that it's Western women like you. It's Western women like you that drive Austin away. They're tired of being on the short end of the dick. They are tired of munching and not getting and not getting a lollipop licked. They're sick of crap like that. They are. Yeah, kind of lingus. Thank you. My mistake.
I have a question.
And not getting fellatio, so they go.
My bad, bro. I didn't know you were still going.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Okay. I got a question for you, Ruby. You sure that when you were going on your girls' trip that you weren't rated E for everyone?
Oh no, I wasn't on a girls' trip. First of all, we're talking about when I was a teenager. I was just like in my neighborhood, neck of the woods. And second of all, sure, technically, I mean, I had my disclaimer, which was I'm not gonna fuck you and I'm not gonna give you head, but you can give me head if you want. That was what I would say.
And that's why you leave. That is why people like Austin exist.
It's not my fault people took that up. Listen, here's the problem, right? I wouldn't have continued that if it didn't work so well. And it did, right? I was very, very attractive in my younger days, right? It worked very well for me. And I was being very upfront and honest about what my limits were. At the time, I was afraid to even touch it, at all. I was actually actively scared of it. I was a virgin. And that actually helped me out as well, because there were a lot of guys who were interested. They were curious about giving head. But then, the idea of some other dick had been up in there, someone came in there, something that grossed them out. So I was kind of the perfect option. Point is, I was a head whore, and I admit that freely. I was not a whore, right? I wasn't an intercourse whore. I was just a head whore, and I wasn't a giving head whore. I was a receiving head whore, and I admit that fully.
But
right?
Ruby, what I'm saying is that's a Western woman's mentality.
Right.
It's a Western woman's mentality to say stuff like, oh, if you fly me out, I still don't have to give you none. or if you buy me a drink, I still don't have to give you my number. People are sick of that stuff.
It's exactly those games.
And they're getting in Ruby, they're getting sicker younger. That is what Austin's represents. They get sicker younger. So they have every right to do it. And guess what? They do what they want to do there. The point is that they rather do it there than here because the women are better. The women, they're not on some you show me yours and I don't show you mine stuff. No, it's a different societal contract. Everywhere you go, there's a societal contract where women don't accept drinks unless they at least accept the possibility that he gets what he wants. And they don't accept head if they don't even give him a HJ. Not even an HJ. You are horrible. And that is what drives people away.
Listen, it's not my fault. I was conditioned. Listen, you know what?
That is your fault.
Hold on. Let me finish. What conditioned me was not women, and it wasn't society. What conditioned me to be the way I was, like in my younger years, from like say 12 to like whatever. What conditioned me was men, right? The first person to give me head, like I wouldn't even have occurred to think of someone doing that. I didn't think it was something that would be good or whatever, but they wanted to do it. And I said, okay.
Anyone want no pussy? Anyone no pussy? Anyone no pussy?
No. And that's what I'm saying.
That's live.
Exactly.
You can say it's bullshit all you want, but the point is that's what conditioned me to be the way I was. Is because
and every man was the same way.
Somebody else's fault.
The way you're
and every man was the same way.
It's somebody else's
every
fault.
man.
No, it's not that it's everyone else's fault.
basically.
Look at that. I fully own the fact that I was a head whore. I'm very specific, so I will explain exactly what I did do and what I didn't do because, again, there are specifics for me. I wasn't sitting there. I wasn't having intercourse. I wasn't giving head. I wasn't doing what some of the white girls do when they don't want to have sex. They want to save themselves for marriage. I wasn't doing that, but I was receiving a lot of head. And the first person who gave me head, like I said, the first person, I was conditioned to believe that what I was doing was okay because of the first person who wanted to give me head, right?
I have a question.
At that point, I didn't understand that there was like a social contract or negotiation, or I didn't even really know much about like sex or like what men wanted or even what I wanted. I didn't really know. Like
So you was afraid of every other asset of sex except for receiving.
No, I wasn't even afraid of sex. It was about the very first time I received head.
You said that you was afraid of dick.
No, I said, hold on, let me finish speaking. If you're going to keep cutting me off, then you're not going to hear what I said, and then you're going to keep asking questions that I could clarify. So what I was saying is, again, the first person to ever give me head, when I was first given head, the very first time, I was young. And the thing is, I had no interest. I wasn't thinking really along those lines. I didn't even know enough about sex and sexuality, hadn't been exposed to it enough in the culture to really even understand there's supposed to be a contract or a negotiation or what men want or what women want or intercourse. I didn't really know about the of any of that, right? It was just this guy wanted to do something to make me feel good. He didn't even name it. He made me feel good. It felt great. He didn't ask for anything in return, actually. And then the second guy did the same thing. And so now I'm in high school. So now after the second guy, now I'm in high school. Okay?
Nobody wants to smash. Nobody wants to smash.
It's implied that they do.
Let me finish my
know
point.
that they do. She's
just let me finish my point.
All right.
You did.
So after the first two people, no, I clearly didn't. So after the first two people, right now, by the time I get to the third person, I'm in high school. So now I understand there's a social contract, right? Now I understand dudes want stuff from girls that is sexual. They want to feel good. You're supposed to make them feel good. They're supposed to make them feel good. There's bases. I now understand that. But because of my previous conditioning, I don't feel like I have to engage in that. I thought I was above it all. Actually.
You hear that?
Yeah,
and this is why
I know I did.
This is what makes foreign women better. And I know you're something like foreign.
I was a horrible.
No, she's foreign. I'm talking about non-Western. This is what makes non-Western women better because they don't sit down on their pedestal of pussy and say, oh yeah, I know that you want it, but I feel that I deserve this and you deserve nothing. They don't do crap like that to the same abundance. That is what makes them better on each and every single level of male-female compatibility. All of them.
Can I say something about the Austin thing? No. Let me say something about as far as the passport bros leaving and all of that. A lot of their videos, it wasn't necessarily meant to go so viral. Like a lot of people hear them talking shit about women to a degree, about Western women, and honestly, it was supposed to be like, it seemed like it was supposed to be like an inside thing, but because it's on YouTube and on the internet, everybody heard it. So now it's like, oh, all this men is throwing all this shit as they're leaving the West. They got to talk shit out the door. They can't just leave. Which that wasn't initially, I think, the goal. The goal wasn't to rile women up to get them to talk shit back. We already heard enough of y'all bitches' mouths. We really don't need to hear no more. You understand what I'm saying? So there's people that think that men started this shit. Men conditioned women to be the way they are. Is really not the case. So I just want to throw that out there just in case anybody was.
I have a question, Ruby. Will you eventually go on Smelly Drama Hose, the Pine Crappy Show?
What? Can you ask that again? But can you say it slightly like more clearly?
Will you eventually go on Smelly Drama Hose, the Pine Crappy Show?
The Pine Crappy Show?
The Pineapple Show.
Okay.
The Pineapple Show. That's all he had to say.
So are you asking if I
hosted by Smelly Drama Ho?
Oh, Melly Monaco, bro. Okay. I get it now. Okay. So are you actually asking that as a question though? Like with. Oh, I'm married.
She's married.
Yeah.
Oh, kudos.
Yeah. So
congrats.
No. but if I wasn't married, I wouldn't go on that show anyway. I never really had an issue with dating or finding great men to date. So I wouldn't need a show like that. And I find it really awkward and a little bit demeaning. So I wouldn't really want to participate in it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was terrible. Why is it degrading though? Why is that so bad?
Did you have something to say or
why is it so degrading?
I think most of the shows that are set up like in this way are a little bit degrading because it's like you got people who are gathering a lot of courage, if you think about it, right, to call in because they feel like there's an interest to spark, by looking at you and just, hearing you speak for a few minutes, and they want to see if there's some type of chemistry. So you might want to take things further. And it's like, a lot of time, like the way that it's just like, there are very few women who I think they do handle it like I'll say gracefully, but most of them don't. They're just really disrespectful with it or like whatever. And I just feel like it's just like unnecessary. Like I know it's for entertainment purposes and stuff. And that's why, why the show's so entertaining and it's growing in subscribers. But I'm like, it takes a lot of courage to just, put yourself out there and try to connect with someone to see if you guys have anything in common, to see if, there's a spark there or whatever. And I feel like there's just no real like appreciation for the fact that these people are calling in because they're showing some type of like interest in you. Like they don't have to. You could be the embarrassed person who just no one called in for because they think you're gross. Like, do you know what I mean? Like they don't have to do this. You could show at least a little bit of reciprocal respect and appreciation. Like they're trying to show you because they're just trying. So you could try too. And I feel like most of them don't. So most of them are just there.
That's a Western woman thing.
Well,
that's a Western.
In most of the developing world, men, you hold the pineapples, especially Western men. You hold the pineapples. How do I know? Because I held the pineapples. When I do a dating app, that's and I always do if I'm single and I'm about to go to a foreign land, I always go to the dating apps first, and the amount of hits that I get pales in comparison to the ones when I used to online date here in the States. It's like a minuscule. It's ridiculous. It's at least 10 times as much, and that's being generous. It's ridiculous. You hold the pineapples. You can do your own pineapple show right now if with foreign dating women in most other countries. It'd be like that, and they won't leave you with a funny taste in your mouth and a dry dick. They won't. Not saying that you taste funny, Ruby. I'm just saying.
Well, it's not even about me. I was just more like the funny taste in your mouth. I was like, did you really just say that? Like that?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you taste funny. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not worried about me at all.
That's already in their mouth. So whatever you taste like, they're leaving with a Ruby favorite taste in their mouth. and nothing to show for it.
But okay, wait, I have a point. So is that what you meant by funny taste? Because I'm like, I thought you meant like there's like some women have like an aftertaste that tastes funny. So I was like, really? So
I'm gonna be honest, and I said this on the show before. I rarely go down. I rarely go down, and when I do, I make it terrible so they don't ask again. I rarely ever go down.
Yeah, I remember this conversation back on our Big O show. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so but and it's a good thing too. I come across somebody like you. But my point is that you wouldn't have dated Austin, and if you did, he would have just been like a meet and eat. And now
you don't give head. Hold on, wait a minute. So now you expect head, you require head, but now you don't require head. You're a grown-ass man. At least I did this stupid shit when I was a kid.
I don't require head.
I realize it's wrong.
No, understand this. I said this before. I'm wired different. I do not ejaculate from head. Therefore, I don't really require it. I'm not built that way. So if a woman says, oh, if you don't go down on me, I don't go down on you, that's fine. Most of my pleasures come from intercourse anyway. So yeah, that is, I don't really care about that,
Okay, that's fair.
I require that shit. I don't know. That's
the difference between you and me, Ruby, is that there have been times where women went down on me and didn't get anything in return, but I knew I was an asshole while doing it. I don't sit there with like, I deserve this because I'm so handsome. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't have that exact. That's the word, East. Thank you. I don't have that entitled air about myself to where I do that. I know that when I do it, I'm being a hassle. Because why? It means that they are just hot enough for my penis in their mouth, but not hot enough to keep it erect while during intercourse. I know that I'm an asshole, but I'm not the plurality.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, you're a man who knows what you like in general, right? In all other ways. So as long as you're clear, and I think you're fair. So I think fairness is important. That's why, I agree with you. When you say I was a horrible person in my younger, I was an absolute horrible person. I came to crossroads, and I'm glad that I turned right instead of turning left because,
you thought you were right though at the time.
Well,
at the time you thought
no, I
was right at the time.
I just didn't think about it at all. There was no consideration of it.
Exactly.
In consideration, I'm right. No one was really even challenging me. It's not like someone was telling me I was wrong.
But you knew you was wrong. No, you said after the first two. You said after the first two, you knew it was wrong and you did it anyway because I'm.
No, I said I understood now that there's a contract.
You still did it 48 more times.
I was wrong. That's saying I understand now what this is. I understand that men also when you touch them down there and that they want that and that there's more to it than that actually, and that there's all these bases you could go around and that men preferably only want one thing from you. And I understood that. Right? Did I understand? Did I think that, a lack of reciprocation or not making things equal as far as give and take was wrong? No, I didn't. Like I said, I didn't even consider it. And B, no one told me I was wrong.
And that's my point. You see, so fellas, when I say better on all levels, I mean that if you travel to another country, you can get a younger Ruby looking like chick that actually understands that men like sex too. It's easier to find that there than it is here. Here it is all
but GC, she's saying that it's the men's fault as to why she didn't even consider that men want reciprocation. She's saying it's men's fault. That's what she said earlier. So there you go. So it's our fault. The Western man is our fault that she didn't understand that we want to penetrate.
That we wanted it to.
You teach people how to cheat. You teach people how to cheat. That's why simps and pookies and whatever are a problem, right? Because you're teaching people how to treat you. So you're teaching women how they can treat men and what they can expect from men. So if it's the man that women are encountering, then they're going to expect that from all men, even though it's incredibly
exactly. So the men that's not like that should leave. So the men that's not like that should leave then.
I agree. Yes, I literally.
I know you. I bet you did.
I literally agree. Yeah, no, and I understand that the mindset I had, especially when I was younger, and I talked about this, and I've actually cried about it. I felt really bad because I'm not about the head whore part of it, but about just the way I treated boyfriends when I was much younger, right? Because I didn't really see them as people. Like I didn't. As fucked up as that is, I did not.
Ruby, I got a question.
And so I'm like, I wasn't even the worst of the worst. I was like not even like middle ground bad. So that's why I'm like, I don't want to deal with the modern women. I don't want to deal with Western women. I get that because I'm like I said, I wasn't even like halfway bad in comparison to how bad most people were.
But you don't see them as people,
right?
So would you disagree if some people said that you put the whore in horrible?
What is with you in these like sayings? You really like them, don't you?
That's what I'm known for.
I am learning this. Maybe.
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't be upset if you said that about 16-year-old Ruby. I wouldn't be upset at you for saying it because I agree. I was a fucking asshole. So I mean.
Well, what I'm saying to everybody is that it's a better social contract. Now, social contracts aren't really verbalized. It's not really verbalized, but it's just generally understood. And a lot of Western women have broken almost every single social contract that exists. There used to be things like a 3-date rule. Huh?
They know that they broke the contract. They're trying to finesse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like with the whole the divorcing and taking a mess, these are breaking social contracts. You're breaking contracts all the time. So why not go to places where people embrace the social contract? Most women know overseas that if you go down on them, they have to pleasure you somehow. They have to see you finish. They understand that. They don't walk with the
as an adult.
No, I understand that. I understand that, Ruby. What I'm saying is that and I'm not just talking about that aspect. I'm just using that as an example.
I know.
But every aspect, like dinner whoring and stuff like that, is pretty much understood that, you should not accept dinner from a man that you do not reasonably embrace the possibility that there might be some penis meet vagina going on afterwards. You shouldn't accept a dinner under that concept, but they do that here because they do not respect hidden social contract or silent social contracts. They don't.
Yeah, that's why they don't like when the directions are clear. They don't like shit to be black and white because there's barely much wiggle room. Yeah. It's like when you go out to eat, like basically the women will be the customer and the men will be the waiter, and because you don't have to tip, they won't tip. Well, you don't have to. It's not on the. It's just you don't have to tip.
Oh,
that's
the way to complete your sentence saying at Ruby Tuesdays. All right, go ahead.
But that's the contract. Like there's a hidden contract. When you go out to eat, you're supposed to tip. Women know they're supposed to tip. And they know it's not necessary. Well, it is necessary, but they know you don't have to. You won't get arrested if you don't. But they make sure to use that little clause and walk out the restaurant. That's what they do. Actually, let's be honest. It's a little worse than just not tipping. They're running out on the bill altogether. If you look how women are moving right now, they're running out on the bill. They're tipping. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, don't ever think that's the case. So it is what it is.
That shit should be a crime. That should be a crime.
After $1,000, I think. After $1,000, you run out. Yeah,
no, dining dashing is a crime no matter what. Like
I know.
No, it's petty theft at $600. Yeah, it's grand theft at $600.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's what I meant to say. After a certain dollar,
50,000 where you live. Yeah.
Yeah, the crime up to
at some point.
Yeah, it's a misdemeanor if you get caught, but nobody's really gonna get caught. Who's gonna get caught? Unless you do it twice, you're not gonna get caught. Just do it once and you dub. You're never gonna get caught if they don't know your face. So
can we file charges on Ruby?
I'm not one of the
for receiving so much head.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I mean, they should be able to do that. They should be able to right now be like, Your Honor, I deserve some head. Like they should do that right now.
What did I miss, guys? You guys are talking about head.
Yeah, we're mostly lashing Ruby for being a whore.
Head whore.
Thank you, Boo. See, I'm glad we're all learning. I'm a head whore. Thank
Head
you.
whore.
And this is an example. Like, people talk about the glitch in the Matrix. It's more like a glitch in the Western world. And when you have this glitch, it's that Ralph wrecked it so hard that Felix couldn't fix it. And that's why they fly overseas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that the first guy that gave you the
Matrix itself.
his
I agree.
youngest sister. I can't imagine that. He had to be at least 30. First guy to give you head was like 30, right?
No, he wasn't that old.
A young boy didn't want nothing. He just wanted munch. Your munch. That's it.
Well, he wasn't my age, but he wasn't 30.
He had to be.
We were in the
Yeah,
same
he-
decade. We were in the same decade.
Did it happen on a Tuesday, Ruby?
No, it's definitely a weekend.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah. No, it was though. It was a weekend, Saturday or Sunday, one of those days.
He was in his late 20s. She was in her early 20s.
He wasn't in his
That's
20s.
basically-
He wasn't in his 20s. He wasn't that old.
Let me ask you a
Surf is on the
question.
menu
Why
at
y'all
the
in the same decade?
Hold on, guys. Let me ask Ruby a question. How does your husband feel about you talking about this? Just a question.
It's reality. Like, it's not like we're not talking about like my fever dreams of what I want tomorrow. We're talking about like my life history, something that I have been speaking about worldwide to help connect with and educate women, especially younger women, on different types of decision making you can make, where it could be coming from, and so on and so forth. So it's not like it was really ever a secret, even like before I met him. But with that being said, right, like to be with someone like me, given like my profession and my aspirations, you would have to be okay with someone who's pretty open and honest, because I'm pretty open and honest. The only way I can really connect to people emotionally because I'm autistic is to just tell them everything, because I'm not going to be able to pull at your heartstrings with a few well-placed tears or whatever, or the way my voice sounds, because I can't connect to people that way. So the only way I can connect to people is just tell them the truth. So that's what I've just always done. So yeah.
Hey yo, so for the women on the panel, do y'all think that men are a better teacher to women or women?
Honestly,
depends on what it is.
I'm gonna say women. But there are no good women anymore to teach women.
Exactly.
So now the good thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
No, I was just saying. I was echoing. I was saying, good point.
Yeah, because back then you had Big Mama, you had Auntie, you had your mom. You know, they were teaching you things. Now it's like the women, all they can teach you is how to twerk and how to be a whore on Instagram. That's the only thing women can teach you now. But now I actually think the manosphere is a good space for women to learn things, because I learned a lot here. I'm not even gonna lie. I learned a lot.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that the best teacher a woman is gonna have, I mean, I think it does depend. There are a few things that a woman needs a woman to teach her, but in general, when I think about it, right, the most change, growth, and development I ever did, right, and honestly, a lot of self-discovery and learning happened, from my husband.
Yeah.
I have to learn. I don't have to just learn him. I have to learn me to be able to continue knowing and understanding and learning him. So, like, in a way that I've never had to so consciously devote myself to, right? And most of the rest of your life, when you're learning, you're almost passively learning, and you learn by trial and error, and you're trying to kind of pick up lessons and stuff, but you're mostly just learning by living. And if you fall, you'll try again tomorrow. But with marriage, like, you can't do that. You can't just keep just trying by, trial and error, because it's a whole nother person, and they're telling you everything about themselves as far as what they want and what they need, what they require from you. You've decided to sign up as a role, right? I've signed up as a role as a wife. That is a whole support system for this man, and as a husband, what he is planning, right? You know how much conscious, like, it requires so much conscious thought, so much conscious decision, so much work on self. Sometimes, thank God I'm introverted. So, I sit and just, think about things and whatever. I've always been really introspective that way. But it takes a lot, because sometimes you got to be biting your tongue and in your head there has been times where I wanted to cry like a 4-year-old, because I want to fight, but I know that fighting is going to hurt my marriage in a way I don't want to hurt my marriage. So I have to bite my tongue, bite back the tears, and then after the situation's gone, I have to explore myself and grow and change from that. And then, crazy enough, I have to come and take all of that to him, and I have to explain it to him, because whether or not I flipped out on him, he still saw all of the emotionality, he saw the reactions and whatever, and so I need to explain myself to him, right? And let him know that I caught it as well, and this is what I'm doing to fix that or to grow and develop. So to me, in that way, my exposure to men, my father, for better or worse, and men I've dated, and most specifically my husband, the greatest change that I've ever made. But I'm like, I don't think a woman could have taught me half of what my marriage and being married to a man that is a man and that is a leader has taught me. So
that was a good answer.
It was a great answer. Men, what do y'all call submissive? Because I always see a lot of different things in the comments with men speaking on what they think submissive is. And, sometimes it sounds like some guys just want a woman to shut up and do what the fuck he say. And then some guys, on a whole different level. So, being that we got a few men here with different mentalities on life and different perspectives, what is y'all definition of a submissive woman?
I'll go first. A willingness to cooperate under my leadership.
What was it? Can you repeat that, GC?
Yeah, a willingness to cooperate under my leadership.
That's perfect. Me, submissive, a willingness to surrender yourself to a man. Mm-hmm. You gotta surrender. You gotta give things up. Yeah. What you said?
Me, just don't be a bitch. That's it. Period.
That's
submissive. Negative?
Oh yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, dude, don't be an asshole. Just don't be an asshole.
I like those. So for the ladies, is it a thing? So you said surrender yourself. Is there something that a man must have or possess in order for you to surrender yourself, or are you just gonna automatically surrender yourself to the man that you're with, or does he have to continue to do things or bring things to the table before you be like, man, fuck this? It's a wrap.
I'm automatic. If I'm with him, I've seen something in him, so I'm gonna automatically surrender myself to him, no matter what. I'm gonna give myself to him.
You don't think Lord have mercy. You don't think that's?
I also recall you told me
from the Philippines.
No, but you have to. Why would he marry you? Why would he marry you if you don't surrender yourself to him?
I agree with that completely. Yeah, I agree with Melly on that.
But marriages fall apart sometimes because of us.
Could I respond with a scripture in regards to what you asked?
Yes,
I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man. She must remain quiet.
Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit.
That's your definition of submission?
I like you.
Verse 12.
Well, is that the definition of submission, or was that the answer to the question about teaching women?
That's part of submission.
Ruby has a rebuttal for that, right, Ruby?
I do, but give me a second.
Okay.
So you saying
banana bread for my man's breakfast? See how that works? Yeah.
Ruby, are you getting head?
You're cooperating.
Blue. Stop, Blue.
And again, if a woman is a snare, she's not submissive. That's another one too.
If she's a what? I'm sorry.
A snare.
I don't know what that is.
A net.
What's that?
Yeah. What is that in human terms?
It's a net, like something that you catch.
I don't
get it. Net, and something you catch and trap.
It's biblical. It's biblical.
But the net catches and traps other things. I'm lost.
Okay. So where it comes from? Go ahead.
We're lost.
I was gonna say for me with the submissive stuff,
Oh no, we need this definition first, please.
Okay,
let Ruby give the definition.
Okay,
no,
I'll be back. I need some water.
Definition of the snare thing. I don't know what that means.
Snare is a net. It's a net trap. It's pretty much like, okay, so it comes from. So again, it's based on the scripture. I find more bitter than death a woman who is a snare. Her heart is a trap, and her hands are chains. A man who pleases God will escape her, but a sinner she will ensnare.
Okay. Cool story.
What that means?
None of them Bible verses make any fucking sense.
Okay.
Let Ruby tell you what her.
Samson
I'm
died
not giving
Delilah was a snare to Samson.
So I can't pull up the verse and read them because I'm not at my laptop.
Delilah was a snare to Samson.
So I feel like you said, you just like, you're gonna submit to him. I feel like I want a woman that got her own backbone. I don't want a woman that's gonna just be like, yes, daddy, whatever you say, no matter what the fuck I'm doing. I feel like if I can do that to her, and the first thing that I do wrong, and the next nigga she go and seek attention from, and he tell her something, he gonna be able to do the same shit.
That's insecurity.
Want a woman to be able to say, what's insecurity?
What you just said, that's insecurity right there.
Hell no, that ain't no damn security thing.
Say insecurity.
No, exactly. That's not an insecure thing. Because I'm a type nigga that and I know a lot of men don't want their women to go out. They don't want their women to have fun. I'm a nigga like, go out with your friends, have fun. I don't need to be the only motherfucker you can talk to. That's the type of nigga I am. I know men that'll be like, man, fuck that. You can talk to me, stay at home with me, and that's just on some real shit. I know a lot of men that's like that. I'm not one of them guys. So when I say something like that, that ain't got nothing to do with insecurity. I'm 100% secure. I just know that a lot of women, when they be like them yes women like that, regardless of what the nigga doing to a nigga, beat the fuck out of a woman. And the woman be like, oh, okay, yeah, it was okay. He just.
Oh, yeah, nobody said that. Yeah, nobody said that.
I know you didn't say
that. That would be a woman's fault for choosing that man.
Okay, but
for choosing that man.
But she don't know he gonna beat the hell out of her. He could have been on some Diamond Man Black Woman shit and been cool as hell the first couple of years and then changed up. So that's what I'm saying. What are the limits to being submissive? Like, when does it stop? Yeah, you married, but when does it stop?
Okay, what are the limits? Hold on. What are the limits of being combative? Because what's in the West is a bunch of combative women, and they're overly combative in my opinion. So I guess you have a problem with women being over submissive. I have a problem with women being over combative. So what your question right back at you? What's the limits to being like over combative? Do you feel like black women are over combative these days?
First off, I ain't dated a black woman. I ain't dated a black woman in fucking 13 years. First off.
Well, so you shouldn't even be talking.
Right. Let me ask them. Why not? Because wait, is it because they're not submissive? Why not? Is it because they're not submissive?
No, I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that. But that's what I want you guys to understand when I be talking. You say I shouldn't be talking. I'm not talking from a place of picking a side. I'm talking from a place of just being up on some straight up shit, and that's what y'all ain't understanding. Every woman that I done dated, every woman
bro, why not?
Done dated, they've been to a whole different. They've been from a different fucking community or from a different culture.
Bro, why haven't you dated a black woman in 13 years?
I want to know.
Because a lot of black women I don't find attractive like that. It's my preference of who to date.
Why?
You're going to. So now.
Because they're fat. Is it because they're fat?
I thought that they outnumbered us 3-1.
Also, his actual argument is that
you're going to throw shade at the passport bros because they're doing exactly what you're not doing.
It's not at all.
He's not a passport bro.
Hypocrites. This is spectacular.
No, I'm
this is great.
He goes
great right here. This is great.
It is.
He's a passport bro, but he goes to other communities within the United States.
I really don't see the difference.
He gets a bus pass and goes to the neighborhood over.
I really don't see the difference.
He's exactly a passport bro.
I don't understand why you have pushback for the passport bros, and you don't even date black women. I'm confused.
In 13 years.
But
13 years.
But it's not that I don't date black women because I think that they're just absolutely atrocious or they talk too much, which some of them fucking do. But guess what? I have a Salvadorian baby mama. I have a Guatemalan baby mama. Guess what?
Holy crap!
So you just going around making baby? So you just going around making baby mamas everywhere?
They all talk fucking shit.
So you like El Salvadorian culture and Guatemalan culture, but if a man travels to embrace those cultures, it's wrong. I cannot.
Yo, this nigga full of shit. Yeah,
you can't make this shit up.
You can't make this shit up.
So you saying full of shit? How am I full of shit?
Yo, you do all that capping then. You do.
No, I'm not picking a side, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm not picking a side. I'm speaking fucking facts. And
Man, get the fuck out of here, nigga.
So maybe the passport. Listen, so maybe the passport bros travel because they're not attracted to black women. Just like you say, you're not attracted to black women. So what makes it an issue? What makes the issue when they do it? I'm confused. Why is it an issue? Can you answer that question?
Yes. Who the fuck said it was an issue?
You, nigga.
Hey, let me address. I'm going to address Austin because I know people are saying Austin rags.
I never said it was an issue. I never said it was an issue.
You made it
issue.
I know
you bullshit. You know that?
I've heard people earlier talking about how Austin disses black women, but the thing is, he gravitates more towards black women when he's in other countries. Although Thailand is probably the exception, but he did try to find one that was darker than a typical Thai woman. So
he's been typically attracted to blackness. Yeah,
he does. So you can't really say that he's not.
Yeah,
so I'm just gonna put that out there.
But we know who ain't, and that's the dude right beneath me.
Listen, again.
Wait,
again, I did not say that
directly beneath or all the way beneath.
Right. I said right beneath me.
I said the issue is that these guys, they going to these places and they making it like the women they paying for are like actual regular fucking women. They're not.
Who's paying for?
How you know they're paying?
Who's paying for who?
I mean,
are you there with them?
He's speculating. He's speculating.
Let me ask you a question.
Listen, the people that I know, that I travel with, in the group
that you know
on WhatsApp and shit. Yes, nigga, I'm talking about from my personal experience. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's it. Nobody cares about that. Yeah, you're talking about your anecdotal experience.
Listen,
no,
nigga,
listen.
Nigga,
that's you, nigga. That's just you.
If you listen, I was in Thailand with Austin. I was in Thailand with Kingzndreamz. I was in Thailand with all these guys. I was in Thailand with them. I was in Thailand with these niggas. I'm telling you.
Wait a minute.
You know that nigga?
Hold on, right quick. You're telling me that you go to red light districts and not pay yourself. You go there and look at other people paying. You actually go in there like look at him pay.
Nigga, I got a bitch. Nigga, I got bitches that run fucking nail shops, nigga, that own them. What you mean? I don't gotta pay for business. Huh? What the fuck you mean, huh? What you mean, huh?
What are you talking about nail shop?
What do you mean when I'm talking about nail shops? I got bitches that ain't working girls. I got bitches that actually own.
But you go to where working girls work to not.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
Do it. I mean, like
nigga,
all the time.
Why are you coming close up?
Why you do that? Because I always go to restaurants and watch other people eat and then talk about them eating. That's exactly what normal people do. But you know,
that is business.
You don't even date black women. You don't even date black women.
Nigga, I got a black daughter, my nigga. Fuck you, nigga.
You don't even date black women.
Salvadorian.
I got a black daughter.
You don't have a black daughter. You have a biracial daughter. You don't have a black daughter.
Did you just tell me I don't have a black daughter?
Because you just told me that your daughter was biracial. So now you're saying she's black.
Is your daughter
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I named 2 of my baby mamas. My first baby mama is 16 is a black woman. Stop it.
Jesus Christ.
Nigga, how many baby mamas you got?
Yo, man, you're a stereotype.
This is why he hate the black woman.
Holy crap.
This is why he hate the black woman.
No, you niggas hate black women. I don't hate black women. I'm taking up for them.
You haven't dated them in 13 years.
I hate them. That doesn't mean I hate them. That doesn't mean I hate them. See, that's the difference between me and you niggas.
You don't love them. date them because I date them.
Nigga,
You obviously don't love them.
I'll fuck them. That don't mean I want to be with them.
Holy crap.
Oh my God, you the worst. He one of those.
Hey, I'm honest, my
Do
nigga.
not make this up.
Hey, I'm honest, and that's the problem with most of you niggas. You niggas lie to yourself. And
Yeah, but
everybody
bro,
else
hold on, bro. But
complain
you
about
creating.
you.
Do you understand when you do that? You create. It's like hurt people mentality.
Yeah, that's what they're complaining about right there.
Yeah, they complain about
baby
you.
daddy shit.
Yeah.
First of all, no. Listen. First of all, I'm 32. My first daughter is 16. My first daughter is finna be 17 years old. My first daughter finna be 17. I had my first child when I was a kid.
13 years.
My other two baby mamas came, and my other two baby mamas came when I was fucking first in college, fresh in California, out of Memphis.
I don't see the
That's
point.
how that originated.
Given the
I
history.
don't see your point. I don't see your point.
You niggas making it seem like it's something I'm doing right now. Y'all making it seem like that's something I'm going around doing right now.
13 years.
Putting kids on.
You haven't dated a black woman in 13 years.
Yeah, I'm locked into 13 years.
I haven't dated a black. So what? I done dated a white girl. I done dated an Indian girl. I done dated a.
We're not talking about that, are we?
And I'm the one
It's not
taking up
just
for
that. It's
black
your
women
reason
though.
why. What was your reason why again? What was your reason why you don't date black women again?
Because I haven't met one that I find attractive enough and that's gonna be on the level that I want her to be on enough for me to date. But I'm still
right.
Wait,
hold on.
Let me. Wait, I want to ask him a question. I want to ask him a question.
Deep policing sucks, doesn't it, Broad?
Let me ask him a question.
Or
real
doesn't
quick.
it, Bachelor?
So you telling me you've been traveling all over the world and haven't found not one beautiful black woman that you were attracted to? Traveling?
I'm not ready to
found that
fucking
one?
listen, you have to want to settle down and be ready for it. I don't fucking want to settle down. I want to go.
Not with black
what I
women.
want to do.
You talking about all the passport bros not settling down with bitches while not settling down with bitches.
Bruh. Bruh.
I don't want to.
Man, you cannot. Oh my God.
What do you mean?
Yo, he killed his whole argument. You killed your whole argument.
Game changer. Looks like you got material for your next vid.
Oh yeah, I just might say
everything you said, nigga, you just killed the whole argument.
Yeah, GC.
Everything you said, you killed the whole argument.
Hold up, by saying I don't want to settle down, you niggas is clowns.
You killed your whole argument. You a clown, nigga.
You go to red light districts and not fuck and not settle down. What the fuck?
You the fuck?
What in the hell?
Nigga, you are the clown here. You know that, right? You the clown here. You killed every argument you ever fucking said, nigga. You killed everything you ever fucking said.
First off,
nigga, did you hear yourself?
Places that got receipts where I'm actually going out and I'm going to places like the Great Wall of China and I'm going to these landmarks and I'm doing things and I'm in great shape myself.
Gives a fuck.
What you mean? Who gives a fuck? You niggas.
Nobody give a fuck. You kill your whole argument, nigga. You
niggas
doing bullshit, nigga.
You niggas. Hold up. First of all, half of you niggas ain't even never been out the country.
You don't even know. None of us on this panel. What are you talking about?
You don't know me, nigga. Fuck you mean?
You're
I've
exposing
been to 10
yourself.
different countries, and I lived overseas for 5 years.
What you mean?
Classy young man is Classy is raising his hand. Hold on, guys. Let's let Classy talk because he's raising his hand. Classy?
No, he's saying no. He's saying no. He was just raising his hand to the question that was asked. Yeah. He got earphones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been out the country. He said.
I don't go to these places to fuck bitches. If the bitches come along, then I'll fuck them. That ain't nothing to it. I go to these places to actually experience culture. And guess what? You can see it in my pictures that I post. You can see it in all that.
I don't rate men's faces. Yeah, I don't rate men's faces, sir.
Yeah, that's not.
You don't what?
You're not gonna post yourself fucking bitches, so that don't mean nothing. You got pictures of you somewhere. It could be photos, bruh. Your whole shit, your whole argument is null and void, nigga. Like everything you said. Everything you said.
Where you been? Where you been and what you did? That's what I'm saying.
Everything you said is null and void.
First of all, and the emotional IQ is just at its all-time low. So let's just start with that right there. I'm gonna say this. Hold on. This is my point with the whole. Hold on. Let me pick. Hold on, man. Calm down. Calm down. I'm gonna change the conversation real quick. Yeah. Trust me, they're gonna come back to you. Let me change the conversation real quick. This is my bad, bro, because I know we was on the panel before Austin left, this gray pill. So my only issue with Austin was I don't think he was prepared like he claimed he was before he left. Only basis because he kept saying, "I love Brazil. I love Brazil." Now, if it's a woman I love, just giving a general, if I love this woman, I know her. And I think that's pretty much what kind of, I'm not going to say he fucked up. I'm going to say he made a huge mistake on how his content changed when he got there. And I think that was a problem with him because I pretty much covered a conversation about him just with that mess. Because when last time I heard, saw him from the panel, I think he's a good dude. The same energy he had on the panels, the same energy he had behind the scenes. Just, he's just a cool dude. But I think his content, he just wasn't prepared enough like he claimed he was. And that's my only issue with him. But I'm glad that he actually left Brazil before stuff got a little bit crazy because you don't know. And he's at where he's at now. But he still seemed like he's not, just from the optics wise, he's not showing like he learned anything. Because with the same girl he's dating, it seemed like either she's the guide or she's dating him. Like pick a goalpost.
Yeah.
Again, I just think he's doing, I don't know if it's a guy. Most likely it's just a guy. But again, it's content. He's probably just, what I think he's doing is he's just saying, hey, this is what it costs to go on a date. This is what it costs to have dinner, which isn't that much. If you're factoring in the exchange rate of baht to US dollars, that's all he's just showing you what like a normal date is going to be and stuff. And I know he's trying to water it down where he can't I wouldn't say he can't completely be himself, but because he's already received some unwanted attention, he kind of has to watch how he moves. So I kind of understand a little bit.
It's a good direction. I like it. And he's showing that he can do it. He's showing that he don't have to go the previous route. So
this is age limit alone because he's young.
But GC, how you feel about niggas that get on the panel defending black women but won't date them because he's unattractive because they're fat?
I told you they're coming back to you.
That's some old hypocrite shit if I ever heard it.
I love it. The same fucking reasons everybody's been fucking saying, nigga. How you feel about this nigga capping up on here the whole night, nigga? This shit is crazy.
I'm calling passport bros hypocrites while doing the most hypocritical shit this nigga could do.
What was hypocritical?
Not only that,
they're
but the shit that black women criticize us for, he's the one guilty of it.
Yeah,
exactly. 13 years.
Exactly. All the stereotypes. He has at least 3 baby mamas that we know about. That he mentioned.
Years. And then he made a whole baby mama on top of that. He don't even want to be with the bitch he impregnated.
3 baby mamas.
A whole 3 baby mamas.
Oh, you got 3?
I'm talking about the black one. He don't even want to be the black one he impregnated. He was up here talking shit, taking up the black woman all night.
I sure don't.
You full of shit, nigga.
I'm non-biased and I'm honest. And that's what a lot of you niggas ain't be.
You are a liar. You're not fucking honest. You was a liar.
I'm non-biased and I'm honest, and that's what you niggas ain't used to in this space.
Nigga, there's nothing more biased than saying I don't fuck with black women. What the fuck? You is all out hypocrite. You just sound not biased. I don't fuck with black women.
How am I a hypocrite?
Let me say this. You should be for the passport bros because you don't mess with black women. You should be for them.
If I were to find a black woman that actually fit my criteria, I would date her. Guess what? I ain't found it yet.
You didn't even find it overseas?
So with Austin.
And I'm not looking.
Again, Austin, he is attracted to a darker shade of women, even when he goes overseas. Same thing, with vibing with Fred. So I don't understand. And then, of course, it's still the same narrative of, oh, you don't like black women. But yet, when they go overseas, they are with black women.
Yes.
I'm confused.
So
I'm just saying.
I don't know the guy's name next to East, but is what you're saying is that you, in the past 13 years, have not found a black woman worth settling down with, but stateside, but the rest of us should have.
You should have. I'm not
Yes,
trying
the
to
fuck
find
you did.
anybody to settle down with. I'm not trying to find anybody. What the fuck don't you niggas understand? I'm not
I
trying
know.
to settle
You
down.
don't. I know you're not trying to find one, but the rest of us
We
should
should.
have. We should though.
Stay in the
I never
States.
said you should. I never
It's
said
because
you
niggas
should.
don't get no pussy.
So why shouldn't we go?
never said you
So why
should.
shouldn't we get our passports again?
I didn't say you shouldn't. What the
So
fuck
what
is this
issue
one?
do
Why
you
are
have
you
with the
talking
passport?
shit about it then, nigga?
I'm gonna shout out Marcus.
Talking shit about it. I'm the nigga that
Oh
tell
my
niggas to go.
god.
I'm gonna shout out
This
Marcus, the naughty American expat. He's actually staying up in Kenya.
I've been
He's a
telling my
passport bro.
homeboys
Up here,
from
he's
Memphis.
taking back
I've been
everything
telling
he
my
ever said.
Nigga, I'm not taking nothing back. My argument is that
Nigga,
niggas want
yes,
to
you
compare
is.
hookers to regular women in America. You don't do that. Don't act like you just getting bitches and you paying them, nigga. That's the point.
You can take hoes is everywhere, sir. Hoes is everywhere.
Oh, so okay, I get it. I get
Young
it. I
Jay,
get it.
you are making
You're
me proud,
saying,
man.
I get it. You're saying that
you niggas is
that
nuts.
men are going overseas paying for sex as opposed to getting free sex in the States.
Basically. And if they want to do that, that's fine. But don't compare and contrast.
Let me
What
ask
if
you
they're
this.
all, what if all of them are fat and shit?
Well,
What if they're all
let me
fat
ask you
and
this,
shit?
brother.
They're
Let me ask you
all
this.
not fat, bro. Stop it. I go to the gym every day and see plenty bitches in the gym every day.
Black
But
women?
they're not black, or
Black
else you
women?
date them. Let me
Black
ask you
women,
this.
all women.
Let me ask you
Fucking
this, brother.
lying.
Well, right quick, Let me ask you this, brother. Do you pay child support?
Of course I fucking pay child
So
support.
you paying for sex that you had.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh. That ain't right, Gary Jimmy. That ain't right.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold you accountable.
Angel City.
I know you're playing, but come on.
Yeah, that ain't right,
Look,
man.
that pussy that you had is costing you a lot more money than that Angel City hooker. A lot more. You pay.
No lies detected.
That ain't right, yo. That ain't right.
Come on, man. I'm gonna hold you accountable for that one. I get it, but come on.
Got it up here. Damn.
Be nice, GC.
How?
Young Jay, man, I'm proud of you, bro.
No, he got a whole that L. This nigga got a whole that L tonight. Oh,
Marcus, it's been a minute.
Okay, guys, let
Oh,
Marcus
no. What's up? What's up,
have
y'all?
the mic. Hey, Marcus, what's on your mind?
No, I was just seeing the conversation. That's it. What y'all talking about, Boston? That's it. But I think
Buddy
There's
ain't
a
even
lot of
ready.
static. There's a lot of static in your background.
Oh, can you hear me?
My nigga, you ain't ready.
Ooh, feedback.
Oh, is it a lot? My bad. Hold
No,
on.
you good now, Marcus.
Yeah, you're good. You're straight.
Oh no, my bad. No, it's because I was hearing the just the conversation between Austin and stuff. I think like I think Grateful said it too. I think he just I think it's one of those that like kind of like those people that are backpacking, just trying to have a good time, and then he kind of bit more than he could chew, and he didn't do his complete homework. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy. I think sometimes when people get a little too excited or speak or get too comfortable, they forget they're a guest in someone's country. There's plenty of people who go touring, backpacking, partying, trying to, seeing the sights, trying the views, going to a beach, going to a villa, a resort, Airbnb. And, he's damned if he was, he's damned if he didn't. But, if they wanted to make an example out of somebody, they're going to make an example out of a tourist. So he just didn't think about it. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean he's a creep, because I'm seeing some panels where they're trying to call or put a title on somebody, and it's like, no, man. It's just like, I've talked to the guy once or twice. That doesn't mean that I know him like he's my blood, but I just maybe think he just socially not 100% quick on to notice certain things sometimes. I'm not trying to diagnose him or nothing, but that's it. That's it, basically.
Yeah, but how you feel about a dude up here capping saying he ain't dated a black woman in 13 years, and now all of a sudden he want us to date black women?
I stay out of this. I stay out of that. That's not my part.
Oh, okay. You should. There's a lot of bullshit on this fucking panel.
I knew that shit was
There's a lot of bullshit on this panel, bro.
Great Pill. Hold on, Great Pill and Art will know me. I speak to my publicist and my PR agent. They told me not to say anything. I plead the fifth. So
No, but I want to know where you got. I want you to date black women from. Where the fuck did that come from?
You was defending black women all night. Say no.
Yeah, these are your words.
What does that mean, my nigga? I didn't say I want you to date black.
You was defending black.
You were saying that they shouldn't insult them, and reserving your penis because they're not good enough for it is an insult, nigga.
So I didn't say black women. I've been saying Western women the whole
No. We're not. Hold on. Time out. We're not gonna play the word salad. Did you not just say? Hold on. Time out.
No.
Did you did you not just say what Game Changer just said? Was that your words?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So again, that's what Patrick. Hold on. Time out.
Stop saying you didn't say black women because I think it was Ruby or somebody that had to come back later and say Austin don't talk about black women. You tried to berate Austin for saying what he said about black women, and he said about the plurality of Western women.
That's not lies, my nigga.
That's not lies,
my nigga.
You a lie.
Even the panel last night, I kept talking about is.
We ain't worried about last night. We talking about now.
How do black women? Nigga, I even said it on here. How do black women keep making this
And
about
your last two baby mamas
about
aren't
black
Western.
women?
And your last two baby mamas aren't Western. So what the fuck?
They are Western. Nigga, they
Southern.
black.
They Southern. They're from South America. They Southern.
They've been in the West, nigga. That's the West.
You can bring anybody to the West. You are attracted to the culture that come from the South. Period. And you attracted to that. And you attracted to that beautiful light skinned nectar that come from there too. Nigga, you a whole hypocrite.
Yeah. You planted a seed in her. You chose that woman. You planted a seed in her.
Yo, you worse than Ruby.
Ruby, you there?
He worse than Ruby. He's worse than Ruby.
Hold on real quick. GC, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
And Blue, you there? GC, can you hold down the pen?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Okay, I'll be back.
Walk the dog.
Going to walk the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, walk that dog.
All this shit. Ask the question so I can answer. That nigga said I'm worse than Ruby. What makes Ruby so bad?
No, I'm good with Ruby. Man. Ruby usually on the same page.
Hey, let me ask
you. Said Ruby said hey?
I said usually me and her on the same page. I don't really have any disagreements with her about anything.
Hey, Gray Pill. Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Yo, I'm gonna shut down for a minute.
I'm just here for the entertainment.
Yeah.
Okay,
I just feel so I won't get fined.
Hey,
so
let me ask you this, brother. Would you fuck Ruby?
I would.
Which one is Ruby?
What?
Top left.
Well, which one would you fuck?
How did I
Well,
get?
let's say which one is
I don't
Ruby.
know. Game Changer just randomly threw that out there.
Why are you guys playing those games?
What the fuck?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, there's a greater purpose, but I want to see. I want to see if there's a line, like because he said he don't mess with black women and use something like black. So that's what I'm saying.
Something like black,
bro. I said I would fuck black women, bro. What the fuck?
But
are
you
talking about?
So you're admitting that you didn't have the opportunity in the last 13 years to fuck.
That is not what I said, my nigga. I didn't say I ain't.
Well, why haven't you?
Woman. I said
no. You said you would if you had the opportunity. And
nigga,
you haven't done it in 13 years, so you haven't had the opportunity.
Nigga, don't even try.
You have not had the opportunity to fuck. You have not had the opportunity to fuck level pussy in 13 years.
That's now.
My nigga, don't even try, my nigga.
I just said, I'm calling it out. I'm saying that you have not had the opportunity to fuck level pussy in 13 years. Now, why am I saying?
They've been on his ass, bro.
Nigga, I fuck black women this year in 2023, nigga. What the fuck?
You just said that you don't fuck with black women.
No, 13 years.
Give him a chance. Give him a chance to explain himself. What did he mean by that? What did you mean by you don't like black women?
These motherfuckers are some lame ass niggas trying to point me out to be someone. When I told them it's about relationships, of course I'll fuck.
You sound like a survivor. You a survivor?
I didn't fuck plenty in 2022.
Hey, I'm gonna cut in on this. It kind of sucks to have to explain yourself, just like I had to explain myself to whole bias, the Me Too panderer, when I said that what I said was nothing about black women, it was Western women. He's like, no. Sucks, doesn't it? Sucks to have to defend yourself like that, huh?
I'm here for it. I'm here to defend myself.
I got your back, Arda Will. I got your back.
Here's the thing, too. We're not on Kings, and shout out to Kingzndreamz, but this isn't Kingzndreamz live show to where he tries to keep things at down the middle and at peace. This is a completely different live.
I'm built for this shit, nigga. You don't hear it? I want niggas to ask questions. So
Yo, and first of all, like, because I know of your personality, Art. Like, real talk, it depends on that panel. If that panel came at you like that, then that's an ignorant
No,
platform.
Kingzndreamz is cool. No, he likes to keep things. I get it. No.
Okay.
Me and him, we talk off.
Okay.
Yeah, we talk off of YouTube and stuff like that. No, I get it. I get what he does, and he's even friends with people that I think are simps.
I know. Yeah, we know.
Are panderers and stuff, and that's fine. And I told him, you know what, I got no issue with that. But at the same time, I should, be able to come back. If you're gonna come at me, especially on some Hotep shit, then let me come back at you. And here's another thing. I've been to 10 countries and I ain't have a lick pulled on me. You can't say the same about that other dude. Got scoped in Colombia. That sorry ass motherfucker.
Fair enough.
Too bad he got deleted.
So again,
you could tell that whole ass too. You could tell whole bias, all that.
We trying to make it. When I say black women, that I'm saying that I don't interact with. No, nigga, I mean relationships. Nigga, I ain't been in a relationship for 13 years. That's a difference. That's a big difference. Shit, actually longer than that since my last black baby mama. But you niggas trying to make it seem like I'm saying, oh, I don't fuck with black women at all. No, my nigga, what do you mean? That what the fuck up. I grew around. Just because I take up for somebody, it don't mean I got an ulterior motive or something.
Again, I'm just pointing out that it really sucks to have to like defend, and you're raising your voice. And then again, when I was trying to do that shit yesterday, the host, again, shout out to Kings, but he wanted to dead that shit. And as respectful as I am, and I do see him as a friend, I decided to bite my tongue on that. Of course, he went on his live and said he checked me. That motherfucker
Let me know who hurt you.
I think this is what makes these type shows great. On some real shit. I think this is what makes these type shows great. I think this is what need to be said. This type shit need to be put out there. It just needs to be. And as I said, just because somebody don't deal with somebody don't mean that they can't defend them. Just because I ain't been in a relationship with a black woman don't mean I can't defend them. That's what y'all trying to say. That's what y'all saying. No, fuck it don't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah. Wait a minute. You are reinforcing. If you're defending them from the argument that they're not relationship material, you can't do that because you agree that they're not relationship material. That's why you haven't been in a relationship with them.
I'm not looking for a relationship.
Without
No, I'm not looking for because I'm not looking for a relationship.
No, but you didn't say that. You said I'm not looking for a relationship with a black woman. With a black woman.
Nigga, I'm not in one because I don't want to fucking be in one.
Nah.
That's the point. You can't change my narrative, my nigga.
But why
you want to be right? You want to be right
so
bad.
You
want to be right so bad. You gonna tell me what the fuck I want?
You don't mess with black women.
This white want to be white shit. That is such a dumbass.
It is a dumbass.
What is this white? Just because he sounds educated? Just because he could actually pronounce words?
Nigga, you a real clown putting words in people's mouth. I ain't said shit about want to be white. What the fuck?
Oh, you didn't? I thought you said that.
Nigga, you ain't heard shit like that, nigga. You want to be white?
No, I'm going off of what
he
said. Hey, stop talking. I'm going off of what dude said. I thought that he heard you say that. If he didn't, then that's my bad. I was going off of what he said.
Never fails, yo. Never fails.
Nah. Hey, calm down.
If I don't want to be in a relationship, I don't date. I don't be in a relationship.
No, but you said with black women, motherfucker. You said with black women, and then you made it a point that you admire the culture of others and shit like that. And you even said that you just don't find them that attractive. So I don't want to
be in a relationship.
And the fact that you don't find them attractive, and you said that you still fucked them in the last 13 years, that means that you've been fucking unattractive bitches for quite some time.
I'm saying that I don't want to be in a relationship.
That is the transitive property, nigga. That means
Justine, hold on. Let me ask him this. Are you saying
that bitches don't want?
Are you saying that you don't want to be in a relationship with a black woman, or you don't want to be in a relationship, period?
I don't want to be in a relationship, period. And they don't want to hear that. They just want to try and prove their point, which is
No,
fucking
Melody,
stupid. When
it
I'm
means
saying I don't want to be in a relationship. I'm not backpedaling, my nigga. I don't want to be in a relationship.
It means that this nigga is backpedaling, Melody.
I don't want to be in a relationship.
No, but he didn't say that before. Didn't he say to you
Nigga, I'm
specifically
saying it now,
that he don't want to be with black women?
Yeah, he did say
because
that.
all fucked up. Because the culture is all fucked up and they not that hot.
Yeah, he did say that.
So no, because don't try to make it seem like that they in the same category as every other woman. You're El Salvadorian and you're Ecuadorian chicks. Don't try to make it seem like they're in the same category. They're in a special category of terrible to you, and you know it. And you are just trying to like hold other people, speak to the fire on some fucking chest beating shit.
Right? We can go back and rewind this shit, right?
Hold on. I'd like to say something. Just one
Hell
second.
no, I don't, because I know how he do.
Wait, one second. So here's the thing, right? And like total respect. I'm not trying to. I've been listening while I'm trying to make banana bread. We'll see how this goes. Anyway, so while I was listening, Bachelors Abroad, I heard you say that if you could find a black woman who would meet your criteria, you would date one. But since you can't, that's why you're not dating black women. That's the first thing I heard you say very specifically. And so the issue to me is not the fact that, well, you're not dating in general or da-da-da or whatever. It seems to me as though you're saying you can't find a black woman who meets your criteria. You can find other women who meet your criteria, but you haven't been able to find a black woman who meets your criteria. And you wish you could because you would date one, but you can't find a black woman who meets your criteria. If that's the case, then to me, that's kind of what the Passport Bros are saying. So
I didn't say I wish I could. I never said I wish I could.
Okay. Well, you implied it.
Semantics.
No, I didn't. I never implied it. I never implied it.
You know what? The thing is, I don't know. I don't like when people do what you're doing, because the thing is that you did imply it, and the reason why you did imply it is because the whole reason why we went down that tangent where you said all of this is because you were sitting here and defending black women and saying, hey, you should date black women and whatever. When meanwhile, you don't date black women.
I said Western women. I didn't say black women. I said Western women.
No, sorry, sir.
Just like I said Western women yesterday, but
but respectfully, you can't go backwards. Hold on. You're with all of these, everyone else on the panel, you're going way back to some other part of the conversation. I'm just repeating what you said in this part of the argument. That's it. So I'm not going back that far. So I'm repeating what you said in this part. That's it. I'm only repeating what you said in this part. And in this part, you said, I would date a black woman if I could find one that would meet my criteria. And because that was your defense to why it is that you don't date black women and why it's okay for you to, stand up for black women or, defend the idea of dating black women, even though you don't, it's just because you can't find one who meets your criteria. Like, do you see the circle that you're talking in? And then you're trying to tell everyone they're crazy. But like,
I don't. I just literally
clearly.
dropped the black. I literally just kicked one to the curb last year that fit everything. I don't want to be in a relationship.
Didn't he say he couldn't find one that meets his criteria?
Yeah,
and
you fucked up, bro. If you got Ruby Stomp people.
I don't want to be in a relationship. How are y'all going to tell me?
You're talking in circles, and that's the problem. And that's why everyone is sitting here being like, you keep moving the goalpost, right? You've moved the goalpost like 4 different times.
I'm not. Y'all trying to make me say that I want to be in a
Right
relationship. I don't want to be in a relationship with any woman.
Yeah, you
I
said
want to do
that
what
as well.
I want to do.
But you also said
do.
that you are perfectly fine dating. You just haven't been able to find a black woman who meets your criteria.
That's for every race. That's for every race of woman. Not, but
that's not what you said.
I'm talking in big picture, and y'all trying to micro point it.
No,
that's
I'm just repeating
back your Indian woman. That's the same thing for a Hispanic woman. That's the same thing for a white woman.
Yeah,
if I would have found one that meets my criteria, I'd be with them.
Yeah, but the thing is, the problem is that I'm just repeating your words back to you. Now, maybe you did mean all women, but that's not what you said. And people can't go by people can't go by your intentions. We can only go by the words that come out of your mouth. That is
so everything I've been saying is that I won't. So basically, everything I've been saying that they're saying is that I don't want a black woman, and you coming on saying that I said that I would be with a black woman. It ain't making sense.
Oh, so then he did say he doesn't want to date black women. Do you see what I'm saying? He's just talking in circles. So
How
like,
am I talking to her? I don't want to date any woman like that.
Right.
In a
Do you see how
relationship,
he said he doesn't want to date black women? Do you see the problem? He just keeps
I don't
moving
want to
the
date
goalpost.
any.
This is a
I don't
pointless
want to date
conversation
any
because
woman.
he's going to move the goalpost no matter what. Unless you're agreeing with him, he's just going to keep moving the goalpost.
What do you mean? Oh, I don't care if y'all agree.
This
This is my truth.
It's weird.
This is my truth. I don't care about y'all agreeing with me.
I know you have a
Hey, bachelors, do you believe in the one drop rule?
What the fuck is that?
Ooh, somebody playing his words back.
Sorry, that was me.
One drop?
I just.
What the fuck is one drop rule?
You don't know what the one drop rule is?
I told y'all I'm new to all this shit. I don't know nothing about great green.
Are you new to being black in America?
Yeah, nothing to do with that. That's street knowledge right there, bro.
Yeah. It's like
And it's, you know what's crazy? You got a black woman from Canada. You got Asian brother here and a black brother. We all on the same page when he said that, and somehow you lost with that.
I said what?
The question was, have you ever heard of the one drop rule?
No. What is the one drop rule?
All right, on you, Art.
Jesus
on
Christ.
You, Art.
Okay.
So the one drop rule is supposed to be like one drop of blood or one drop of blackness is accepted as black.
I really don't give a fuck about none of that. If she look good, she look good.
Mr. Know-it-all. Sorry, Mr. Know-it-all, come up and let's play back the part if you got it. I'm gonna play it
Because
back.
it clearly say he's not attracted to them like that. It's his preference.
All right, Mr. Nobody said he actually has your word, so I think he might come up and play him. I'm just gonna be honest. If he come up, Patty kicking in on my end.
Mm-hmm.
Come up
I'm
and
here
play.
for it. Let's go.
I drop.
It's a personal pet peeve of mine. I don't like people who do this to me. My mother does this to me. Are you a Pisces?
Oh Lord, not the zodiac sign.
Bachelors?
What's that?
Are you a Pisces?
I am a Pisces.
See, I told you.
Oh.
I told you. Every fucking Pisces does this to me. It's a Pisces trait. Just like they have the revisionist history syndrome. It's a Pisces trait. I swear to God, I have never seen.
They got what syndrome? Wait, hold on. They got what syndrome?
Revisionist history syndrome.
So, I forgot she's a psychologist, so she knows.
Because here's the thing, right? And most star signs and stuff, I don't give much credence to. But because these particular Pisces traits irk my soul, because I grew up under them, under my mom, right? Like Mr. Rubes is a Pisces, whatever. So I recognize them. And I'm like, I don't like what you're doing because I recognize it so well. And then that's why I'm like, okay, are you a Pisces? Because you're
astrology ain't got shit to do with none of this.
She's a psychologist. Hello, she's a psychologist.
Revisionist history syndrome.
I don't give a fuck what she is. The stars ain't got nothing to do with this.
Yeah,
catching the bigger picture,
I
bro.
actually tried to give you an out when I asked if you believed in the one drop rule.
Yeah.
No, but as long as a woman looks good, I'll deal with her. That's what I'm saying. Y'all making it about race. To me, it's not.
I was trying to give you
I was making it about what month you were born in, actually, really.
Yeah.
Because I've dated I've dealt with light-skinned black women.
Hey, Know-it-all, can you give us a timestamp real quick, bro? I don't mind finding it and then just sharing the screen share if you don't have time to come up. Melody put the StreamYard in the back.
Oh, I didn't mean to put it in the back. Not that. I didn't mean to do that.
I know GC's gonna clip that one.
I had put it. Okay. There it is, right here.
Yeah, if you just give a timestamp, man, I'll find it and I'll screen share it. This is crazy.
Leo.
I just got back. What was y'all talking about before?
Oh no, Knight. Somebody earlier said they found his word, so I was asking for a timestamp. If you don't want to come on, you just give me a timestamp and I'll find it, then I can screen share it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do while it's still streaming, but you can. You just go from like where it's at to the left side.
Yeah, true.
No, GC and Ruby called him out. She knew he was a Pisces. He was like, "Yeah, I'm a Pisces." I was like, "She know her shit. She know her stuff."
There's a 13th zodiac called a Pisces, a hypocrite ass. That's you.
Yeah, that's what
March 3rd. You got like a whole zodiac of fucking hypocrite ass niggas.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah.
You niggas really saying that somebody can't take up for somebody because they don't date them? That's the most.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You kind of right on that
see.
one. I dated Pisces, and she received all the crap, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna hold on to the words. 5 years later, she at the same damn place she's in now. I don't know. Rue might be onto something.
All right, Mr. Know-It-All, I need you to share it.
Or you can audio play it if you found it.
Yeah. Please play it. I hope that's Mr. Know-It-All.
Yeah, I hear like a
I'm
tick
hearing
tick.
a turn signal.
Mr. Know-It-All?
Well, he's muted, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's either Baxter's. Yeah, sound like
that's
Baxter's.
him. Okay, he got it. I don't want nobody to show their penis.
He's really gonna play it.
Yeah.
He's not only playing the audio; he's playing the vid.
Let me know. Do I have to be muted while I play it?
You might because it's audio, the echo.
Just play it. Yeah, you
mute
just
yourself though. It's not. We don't hear the audio, bro.
We don't hear anything.
Oh, Melody! Shout out to you for giving me a wrench. So now that
You said
cornball
you don't hear it?
can't put me in timeout.
Yeah, we didn't hear it. Try it again.
Of course, I got you.
I was hearing it.
No, we didn't hear it on our end.
All right,
No, press stop screen share and then press screen share again. But this time there's a small box that you have to check.
Yeah.
So when you press present and then you press screen share, it says share system audio. Check that box and then do it. And then do it again.
I'm not big in astrology, but I am curious what they say about Aquarius.
Yeah, I'm about to dive on that one too. I'm like, I'm Taurus here. What's up?
Yeah, Ruby, what they say about us
Let me
Aries?
figure this out for a second. You guys just keep doing what you're doing.
Okay.
All I know is I do bring that water.
Hey,
Not
Ruby?
the water.
You there, Ruby?
She's still making that banana bread. You need your headphones on.
Damn, that water's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, she's making that banana bread.
Yeah, I want to ask her about Aries.
You gotta get in line. It was Art, then me, then you.
Like, get in line.
I can't believe y'all do that. I Zodiac people.
I know but she hit the nail on the head though. She called them out on it.
It's a 1 in 12 chance.
Exactly. Come on, man. Get out of that Zodiac. That shit got
It was too scary accurate, game. I'm sorry. It was too scary accurate on that one.
Listen, she's a psychologist. She can call them out like that. Okay.
A psychologist or an astrologist?
No, she's a psychologist and an astrologist.
She's breaking it all down.
Ain't nobody no astrologist. Like
astrologist.
Is there such thing as an astrologist? I know they got like palm readers and stuff like that, but I don't think they go by astrology.
Oh, they in the hood though, Art. The astrologists, they in the hood.
The astrologist.
Yeah, they all about the
get
booty
it.
warriors.
Bet.
Yeah, the booty warriors out there.
Booty warriors.
Oh shit! I don't know what time it is. Okay,
Why?
I will say this:
3:14.
astrologist and
you have to know what time it is
therapist
when you bake
don't go
shit, right?
together.
Depends on who baking.
I am.
What
that's a
time did you
problem.
put it in? Because I bake. That's my specialty. What time?
I'm gonna say like a minute or two ago. I don't know though. Like I forgot that I had to check the time.
You done fucked up.
So I just sat down.
Bruh.
You gotta check the time.
You messed up the whole bread because like it could have been a minute, it could have been 10 minutes. Now you don't know what to do. You got to smell
I
it.
know. It wasn't 10
Oh,
minutes.
damn.
It was within 3 minutes.
That can be a burnt ass
then
banana
yeah,
bread.
just do it. That's safe range. Just do it like 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm so scared. I've never baked banana bread before. It
No,
looks
the
bad.
time is a give or take, and 3 minutes is within the standard deviation. You good?
Okay.
All right,
That's
guys.
it. I got it.
All right, he about to play it.
Everybody be quiet. Mute up. Let's hear it.
Hold on. What are the limits of being combative? Because what's in the West is a bunch of combative women, and they're overly combative, in my opinion. So I guess you have a problem with women being over submissive. I have a problem with women being over combative. So what your question right back at you? What's the limits to being like over combative? Do you feel like black women are over combative these days?
First off, I ain't dated a black woman in fucking 13 years, first off.
So you shouldn't even be talking.
Right. Let me ask them. Why not? Because wait, is it because they're not
Why
submissive?
not?
Is it
No,
because they're
I'm
not
not.
submissive?
No,
Why?
no, I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that.
Go
But
ahead.
that's what I want you guys to understand when I be talking. You say I shouldn't be talking. I'm not talking from a place of picking a side. I'm talking from a place of just being up on some straight up shit, and that's what y'all ain't understanding. Every woman that I done dated, every woman
Bro, why
that I
not?
done dated has been to a whole different, they've been from a different fucking community or from a different culture.
Bro, why haven't you dated a black woman in 13 years?
I want to know.
Because a lot of black women I'm attractive like that. It's my preference of who to date.
Why?
I didn't came across.
You're going to. So
Because
now.
you're fat? Because you're fat? Is it because you're fat?
I thought that they outnumbered us 3-1.
So his actual argument is that
You're going to throw shade at the passport bros because
He
they're
is a
doing
passport
exactly
Yeah, it
what
doesn't
you're
make
not
sense.
doing.
he's not a
It does not at
passport bro.
all.
He's not a
Y'all
passport bro.
calling
He's
them
a bus
hypocrites.
passport.
This is spectacular.
No, I'm.
So did y'all hear him say that he dated girls from other
I
cultures?
don't find black women attractive.
Attractive like that. Right.
And did you not hear him say he dated women from other cultures?
Right.
Yes.
Now he's trying to say he didn't. he
See,
like before he was
revisionist
saying he
history
wasn't looking for.
syndrome.
Yeah.
There you go. You just revise history immediately. That's what revisionist history syndrome is. So he will literally misremember history. So he doesn't think he's lying. That's why he can be so convincing. But the truth is he is lying because his brain immediately rewrites it if he doesn't like what agreeing.
That ain't what y'all was saying. That ain't what y'all was saying.
Nah, this is your words, man.
I'm
Stop
gonna give you another out.
No,
I'm gonna give you another out. All right. My question is:
He
are
just
you
played
lying or
something
are you
totally different from what y'all was saying. He just played something totally different from what y'all telling me I said.
You gonna read here, bro. We just did a revisit.
This nigga is trickling down. I'm trying to give you an
I
out.
clearly said that I don't find them
Is
attractive.
strong, bro.
I told y'all to waste the time. He's gonna keep
I
moving.
said I don't find them attractive. Y'all and you saying I said something else. And he just played what I said. He just played what I said.
You played 2 minutes of what you said. Okay, do we have to keep playing so we can keep like all the things you said?
He's saying I misrepresented him. Hold on one second. I'm gonna fast forward in the video.
Well, I mean, okay, while you do that, I do want to say that I said that you didn't find them attractive, and then I held you accountable for fucking women that you don't find attractive. Because you said that you fucked black women in the past 13 years, meaning that you fucked them knowing that you don't find them attractive. So somehow, so you find some ugly bitch that you don't have to date and fuck them. Am I correct?
You're not correct at all.
Okay, so you don't date them, but you fuck them. And you don't find them attractive, but you fuck them. So how can you? So essentially,
First off, I ain't fucking no ugly bitch. You can try and spin it.
But you fucking
however
women
way you want.
Well, then you do find them
Not
attractive.
attractive.
Yeah, exactly. Either you're fucking ugly bitches or you fucking bitches you find attractive that are black.
I don't want to be in a relationship with them.
We ain't talking about relationship. We ain't talking about relationship.
Hold on, right quick. You said you don't date them. You said you don't date them, right? But you.
It's not that I don't find all black women unattractive.
You say you don't date them because you don't find them attractive. You haven't dated them in 13 years.
So you mean to tell me every fucking black y'all think I think every fucking black woman I see
No,
is
we're going by
unattractive?
your
That's
words,
what y'all
sir.
saying.
We ain't thinking nothing. We're going by your words. We can't think
you
what you just
niggas-
said.
You niggas is nitpicking some that's
This
absolutely
ain't nitpicking, it's your words.
So you think I find every black woman on planet Earth unattractive?
You said it. You said I don't find black women. That's a whole
Y'all-
entirety. You said I
y'all
don't
are
find
ridiculous.
black women attractive, but yet you fuck black women.
Y'all are ridiculous.
No. What you said is you have not dated a black woman in
13 years.
When asked why, you said I'm not attracted to them like that. It's my preference.
Exactly.
But you fuck
I'm
them.
not attracted. I'm not attracted to them like that. That don't mean I'm not attracted to fucking all of them.
But the ones you were attracted to,
they weren't.
You didn't date them. Why?
Because I didn't want to date them. Because I don't want to be in a relationship.
I want to ask him a question. What about black women is not attractive? I just want to know.
The ones that I have came across, it's not even about looks.
What is
the
it?
ones and my thing is don't want this to be misconstrued in a way, but I grew up around, I grew up in the South, and I grew up around, actually, didn't know white people go to the school I went to. So I grew up around the combative nature. I grew up around all that. So when I left Memphis and I moved out west, I ain't looked back since then. So it's not that it's an issue with what's going on now. It's what I was so used to and what I grew up seeing and what I see my cousins doing. The way I see my stepmama calling my dad bitches and hoes. The way I see shit like that, it makes me not attracted to them.
So what's wrong with the passport bros? So what's wrong with the passport bros feeling the same way?
Again, my argument is that I'm saying Western women and they saying black women. That's the
you just said black women.
Hey, Pierre, I said the same thing yesterday. I said the same thing yesterday, but you stood partner in crime said nope.
All the women you mentioned in your experience growing up were all black women. Therefore, you're referring to black women when you say, in my experience, I didn't like this. I observed.
You asked me a question, ma'am.
I said the same thing yesterday when he wasn't alive.
You're talking about women.
So his real issue is this.
The passport bros
his real issue is this.
But you're simping force a friend, and that dude who looks like Uncle Remus try to tag team me on some Hotep shit when I said it had nothing to do with it. But they're like, no. See, it sucks, doesn't it?
It has nothing to do with black women.
Well, you ain't say shit about it.
Here's what his
sucks,
issue is.
Doesn't it?
His issue is that that the scope is too broad, right? That you're disparaging Western women when we should be like him and only dislike the black woman, correct?
What?
Oh no,
he's asking.
I'm asking why do
you date black women?
Why do you take issue? Why do you take issue with people disparaging?
Dude yelled, "What?"
When you disparage an even smaller subset of Western women, which is the black woman.
But I'm not talking about it on the platform TikTok and doing all that shit like that.
You're talking about it right here.
It's a platform.
This is a platform.
I was asked a question. I was asked a question and I gave an answer.
Yeah.
Now, me defending black women, so I don't have the right to defend and say, damn, that it's some good black women in America. They just can't find them, or they don't want them.
Just not
right? You can't find them.
Oh my goodness.
They can't either because they're talking about them. I'm not
focus on you though. If it's a you issue, then you can't speak about everybody else.
I'm not looking for them, and that's what I keep telling y'all. I'm not looking for any woman right now.
All right,
that's
dude.
what I'm telling
I swear to God, yo, don't never let me catch you on another panel talking about something else. The opposite, the stuff you saying now. Please don't let me catch you on another panel talking about some these black women, blah blah blah. Because now you're gonna be a real hypocrite, like real talk.
Hold up, how?
I'm saying, if you're saying right now, hold on.
They're combative. I just said right now how they're combative. How I grew up seeing them.
You said they're combative.
Did you say
you said they're combative? Okay, what else? Combative. What else?
No. They're competitive. They're combative.
Competitive.
Okay.
Black women don't clip him. Don't clip this. Black women don't clip him. This don't count. This don't count, black women. This don't count.
Oh, okay. This one doesn't count?
Yeah, this don't count. Yeah, man down.
No, it counts. And
no.
You just proved the point. You just proved the point to what I just said I grew up seeing and what the passport bro was saying
No,
about
I'm talking about your
women.
wording, your verbiage, sir. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm trying not to make it about black women. I'm trying to put it on the whole spectrum and saying it's a Western woman thing and not a black woman thing. And we need to stop making it about black women because I know Hispanic women that talk
about black women. You said
no. I answered your question. I answered your question,
bro. No, you have Melody.
This nigga's still with this bullshit.
Exasperated. What's wrong with you?
I answered your question.
Still with this bullshit.
I know Hispanic women. I know white women. I know Asian women that do the same shit black women do. And we need to start acting like that as black men.
The difference is that you date them. The difference is that you
do you see how yesterday I said that I mentioned nothing about black women?
We need to start acting like it's only black women in the West. That's a fucking problem. And you niggas
it's only black women that you're not dating, nigga. It's only black women in the West that you're not dating.
This sucks harder than Superhead Korean Stephens, doesn't it?
Oh, I fuck black women. What you mean?
Shout out to Superhead.
You're the one who needs to stop acting like it's only black women.
You said you don't date them.
Who said
I'm the one that's
included black women?
I'm the one. I'm the one that's taking up for them.
You're the only one who's excluded them.
Yeah,
You're the only one who
date them.
You're the only one who offended us on the panel, though.
Yeah, you're the only one who don't date them.
Okay, I'm not dating anyone because I don't want to date. I don't want to be in a relationship.
No.
You're the only one. You're the only one who hasn't dated.
You said that you date other groups. You don't date black women.
In 13 years.
You're the only one who hasn't dated.
Denial is denial.
Yeah, in that time span. Yeah, in that time
You're in denial.
You impregnated a Salvadorian woman.
You don't listen to the words.
ABA, do you see the shit that I went through yesterday? When they put words in my mouth and try to me too, because there's nothing but slow tips.
We played his words back to him.
Like man travels looking like Uncle Remus.
We played.
You're not saying my words back. No,
we played it for you. You're the only one. You're the
what
only
I
one.
said is not what they were saying. I said.
You're the only one here who's excluded black women for the past 13 years. Yet in that time span,
because it's not
able to
it's not my preference.
And yet, in that time span, we're able to impregnate
a
Salvadorian woman.
Let him finish talking, sir.
Yeah, in that time span, you impregnated.
He didn't already said it. I know what he said.
A Salvadorian woman and a Guatemalan woman.
Because
so why are you now telling us? Why are you now telling us that it's not just black women who act like this? It's all women, and yet the other women you're willing to tolerate.
It's them too. What the fuck you mean? That's why I'm not in a relationship with them. That's why I'm not in a relationship with them.
I told y'all it's a waste.
That's why I'm not in a relationship with them.
You're not
ask the question and I'll tell you. You ask the question and I'll tell you. That's why I'm not in a relationship with them. Because
yo, I could see why. Hold on. I could see why a woman wouldn't want to deal with you, nigga. You don't stand on shit you said, and that's real shit, nigga. You still bitching about the same thing. Every day play this shit back and you still won't stand on the fucking word you say. You're not dealing with no man like that.
I still remember how you were beating your chest on your last live.
That he dated
I'm saying something differently than what I said. That was the issue.
What do you mean?
He played back what I said, and y'all was trying to say that I said.
No, we're gonna play back more of what you said now, sir. Because you're trying to act like you were talking for 30 seconds. You weren't. It was almost an hour-long conversation. Don't get it twisted. We can keep playing back all your words.
It ain't my preference. Y'all can't make me have a fucking preference and make me be with nobody. That's crazy as fuck.
No, we get.
And then when I take up with somebody, I'm wrong.
We get that part.
Shout out to Uncle Remus Travels too.
Why is it okay for you but not everybody else?
Who said it was okay? What the fuck are you talking about?
Why is it okay?
You heard him. You heard him.
What is it? No, what is it okay for me to do what? Why is it okay for me to do what?
Why is it okay for you to have a preference, especially in foreign women that are Guatemalans and Salvadorians, but it's not okay for people to travel to Guatemala and El Salvador?
I didn't say it wasn't okay. When the fuck did I say that?
Yes, you did. You said that.
Okay. So then
find it. Find it.
No, you said it was
I bet the fuck you can't. I bet the fuck you can't.
You said it was wrong to go there for. Well, here's what you said. You said that the men here, that 95% of the men that go overseas are doing so to pay for sex.
Yeah,
that's an exact figure. I could find that clip too. You said 95% of the men that go overseas are doing
I
so
said
to
that.
pay
And
for
what?
sex.
And
Okay. So what you're saying? So are you saying that it's okay to be with a foreign woman, to impregnate a foreign woman, provided you do it on American shores? But if you go overseas to do it,
you're an asshole. Yeah.
It's a difference between mongering. It's a difference between mongering and dating somebody and getting them pregnant. Don't try to act like it ain't.
When did we start this mongering?
Bro, why you putting putting words up in somebody's mouth? He didn't say that.
He literally just said going overseas and doing it.
That's what you said.
That's what you saying. He asked.
No.
Hi, Classy. You at work?
What?
I was
He literally just.
Back to you.
No, bro. What?
Nobody said mongering, nigga. You said that word, nigga.
He didn't say mongering, but he said, okay, I said 95% of the men that's going overseas, they're paying
So you said
And he's saying something about doing it on for as long as it's done on domestic soil.
But why would you bring up the word mongering?
Right.
Why do you assume that nobody goes overseas?
Paying. He said paying.
Why do you assume
You said paying.
You
said
said
it again. That's what I'm saying.
I was repeating your words back.
But y'all need to stop. You're not going to win
listen. Why?
He's
okay, the point was about men going over there and playing women,
defense
right?
mechanism. You're not fighting with the person right now. You're fighting with the defense mechanism. So it's never going to end until he calms down and he no longer needs the defense mechanism. It's just going to keep going.
Man, Game Changer asked him to calm down like an hour ago.
I'm calm and I'm answering every question y'all throwing at me. But y'all
not answering. I don't know why you think it's productive, but it's really not.
Ruby, I'm staying the hell away from you. I don't want you reading my mind.
He also seems to hold himself in a higher esteem than the average man because he thinks he's the only one who travels overseas for culture.
That ain't what I said.
Oh, well, but
you said that.
You said that.
You did say that.
I said 5%.
Okay.
No,
okay.
you literally yelled at Glock and you said, "Hey niggas, I go this, I do this, I do that. What y'all niggas do?"
Ooh,
you said
African
that.
Goddess, that's wrong.
That was just
African Goddess just dropped it. Oh man.
That y'all didn't answer. I talked about what I did. I asked what y'all do. You didn't answer.
Oh.
How the fuck is that me saying something about what y'all do? I didn't say you didn't do it.
That was
I
at the that was on the tail end of you saying
traveling,
that 95% of men aren't doing what you do.
Are you in the 5% or the 95%?
Absolutely. It's not 5%. First of all, I don't agree with your 5% estimation, but I am.
And how the people that 95% anyway?
I don't even get it.
The guy
he said 95% of men go over there. He said 95% of men go over there to trick, right? 95% go over there to trick. He know all 95%. That's basically what he said.
Based on his friends, that's what his friends do.
What's the party in the half fun? And you're absolutely
Nigga,
right.
stop changing your motherfucking. Hey, stop changing your fucking words.
That's what 95% of them doing.
Stop changing your words, nigga. That's what you said, nigga. No.
God, how do you know?
I got
the
stamps
percentage of men
in
that
case you wanted to say I got that I never been in other countries.
Okay, I gotta get my passport now. We gotta prove. We're showing proving. Is that what we're doing?
I'm still encouraging compared to art though.
Changing his words. He said 95% pay for pussy.
Right. How
and
do
now
you
you saying you're not acting.
He's saying we don't even travel.
He said that.
All the ones who are going just to get their dick wet.
I'm not
You can't even say
showing
95% of those ones are paying
my
for
full
pussy.
name.
What the fuck you mean?
Look at the Art of Will. The Art of Will is showing us how many nations of women he's paid to have sex with, right, bachelors?
No, I don't. Yeah, apparently that's the case.
That's not what I said. If you put yourself in that percentage of men that's doing that,
sir, we're not going to put your words to your words to
Apparently,
money to your mouth.
I don't travel. I haven't left my mom's basement, according to Tobias Panderer. Apparently,
y'all can put yourself in that category.
Art, are you Skippy 2.0?
Who is Skippy 2.0? Man,
You need to look him
I'm
up.
a little bit behind in this man. Are you talking about who is Skippy 2.0?
Skippy, the 35-year-old virgin that lived with his basement with his mom.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's an actual YouTube personality.
Yeah. Abin Preach covered him a couple times.
You said Skippy. I thought you was just talking about some peanut butter motherfucker.
Oh no, it's a real person.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like a 42-year-old virgin now, maybe.
He's 35 now. 35.
Gotta have a film.
He just came back.
We gotta make a film.
No, he just came. No, he just came back. I just covered him. He did a return.
He's 35. Okay, yeah, because he's following Andrew Tate, and so he got a kiss. I saw the titles of some people covering it. I haven't seen it yet. But
yeah, because remember the last time, because he been doing it for like 12-some years, so he was like 20-something, mid-20s when he started out doing the cringy dating. So the last time he was on Fresh and Fit, they claimed they was going to help him, but they didn't. So now he made a return like a couple months back. So he showed his cringy video where he was begging his best friend for 10, 11 years for a kiss. She said no, so he begged her to kiss her bottom lip. It was nasty.
Oh.
I'm telling you, I did the whole cover. It's nasty. It is so nasty.
I'm
right. So we're gonna shut it down. I'm just gonna get some final thoughts from everybody.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
Yeah. Tired.
Yeah. Guys, okay, for the record, we cannot keep doing 5-hour stream. Every time, if we let things get too much past 3.5 hours, it starts getting wild. Like, see, look, someone unsubbed over too much Ruckus Ninja-ish, which
Ruby, you and the guy and Melanie, y'all spent like 3 hours talking. Didn't
no,
you?
I know.
That's not our fault. Like, y'all got to open up the panel a little earlier than that, because
Me too, but it took y'all like an hour to jump on the panel after we opened it. So
because I stopped watching. Because I stopped watching after a little bit of time. I'm just letting you know.
I showed my stamps because apparently I'm one of the people who never traveled.
Bravo to you, sir. Bravo to you.
Whoever said that.
But listen, guys. So I want to get final thoughts. Let's start with Gloctavius. Gloctavius, what are your final thoughts?
Final thought is I'm out. I'll see you on the next panel.
Okay, good night. How about you, Mr. Noodle? Final thoughts.
I don't really, categorize myself as a passport bro. I do travel, and when I travel, I don't swear off women. So I guess I'm somewhat of a passport bro. And for Bachelors Abroad, I mean, he was almost like he was. I'm not saying he was making good points before, but he at least sounded consistent until he pointed out that he's essentially the only black man on this panel who doesn't mess with black women. That's undermining his whole point, and at the same time, lending credence to the passport bro movement. As for the passport bro movement, the one worry I have about it is that, and it's kind of like a similar issue I have with pickup artists, for example, is that you're taking people who were not already naturally inclined to do something and encouraging them to do it. And in the process, what might occur is you might have people who they see someone like Austin, like, oh, wow, is that what it's like? And they go over there and they fuck it up for everybody. The reputation, that is. But I'm also aware that Passport Bros as an actual movement is still fringe in the sense that I bet you the majority of people have never heard of a Passport Bro. And so the fact that there's this Passport Bro conflict, I said it in the chat earlier, I think this is just the next two chess moves in this gender war, right? And kind of like what Young East was saying earlier, how he as an analogy compared it to a couple arguing in public, right? This is like that scene where the guy now breaks up with the woman. I'm leaving. I'm going over here. And what she's doing now, she's trying to toxify his future options, right? That's the card they're playing right now. We're like, okay, we're leaving. We're going to go over here. So they're like, oh, you ain't going anywhere. And they're now trying to tell other women to avoid us in hopes, I'm thinking, to keep us on these shores and force us into whatever it is they expect and want from us, despite saying they don't care if we go. I mean, if you didn't care if we went, you wouldn't be talking about it. There's 100 things people are talking about on the internet right now that I don't engage in because I genuinely don't care about it. If you're engaging, you care. So, I don't know. That was just, I'm wondering where this is going to go, because I know, in a sense, with men, and in this case, black men advertising that they're leaving, there's some of us who are like using that as like a get your shit together, black women, or we're out of here. So they don't all really want to go. And at the same time, there's women that are saying, go ahead and go. But before you do, you're going to get robbed and drugged and murdered. And those women are prostitutes and you're a punk because you got to pay and blah, 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 as their tactic to keep us here. It's like we're both fronting, you know what I mean? To a degree, but also both real. Well, we're more real than them, but there's also some realness to it as well. So, I don't know. I'm out of here. I'll see y'all next time.
All right, see you later. Thanks. And I can't wait till me and you do our one-on-one. Hopefully sometime next week.
Ooh.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I will see you then. Good night.
Good night.
We got the Great Pill next. What are your final thoughts?
I didn't really care that you're ever cammed up, but now y'all cammed up. Y'all got to make appearance on my end now. That just want. Okay. Okay, good stuff. for my opinions with Bachelors Abroad. I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. When people get too comfortable on these live platforms, you got to be very careful what you say because it might bite you in the ass. That's a perfect example right here. For the passport bros, I can care less, but I would just say this on both ends: the people that's being reintroduced to them or find out who they are. It all's about your intent. If your intent is going out to another country for ass, just be honest about it. If your intent is just going out for just for the experience and vibes, trust and believe in. When you just if you're focused on that, everything else will just fall into place. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have that much experience like R has in his on his book stamps, but guess what? That would be the person I'll be coming to for a conversation. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be no disrespect to Austin. I'm glad he's doing his thing, but Austin intent is not. It's not that much of substance to guide me in the right directions, except for it's like more like showboating. If you want to say, hey, I got the beautiful women, I'm showing you like little bits and pieces here. It was some other stuff that was saying like this is just stupid, you know what I'm saying? Versus like I need to know how to get from point A to point B. I have people I pen pal with that's overseas, Philippines, Middle East Asia. My few homeboys that's still serving our great country that's in Germany. So I can like meet up. That's another good source, especially like art, hey, like email and stuff, and I can feed off of him. But when if we're leading with sex or a portrayal of I got beautiful women around me versus the how-to method, that's when people over there, they're going to look at you a different way. Because number one, us as Americans, we are already instantly, we know we're privileged with ourselves. So when we come over there, they looking at us instantly another way. So we're guests there. We have to understand that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not seeing this from I'm not seeing it from a lot of passport bros. I'm seeing a lot of leading with beautiful women, leading from with sexy women around our lap, and then try to portray like, oh, this is the lifestyle. And if you're a suck over here, you're gonna be a suck over there. And I'll leave it like that. So just be careful, people. If you go on there, travel with good intents. And when you do that, trust and believe good will come up your way. And definitely be safe. And I'll leave it like that.
Thank you so much for that.
No problem.
All right.
Definitely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Bachelors Abroad. What are your final thoughts?
What the great Pill just said, I completely agree with him. I think for me, what he just said at the end, if you're going with a certain intent and you're doing it, that's great. And if you're going over there and you leading with sex and saying, I got this beautiful girl sitting in my lap and, we can't do this in the United States because of this and this and that. And as I always go back to, but you're paying for this over there, I just feel like it shouldn't even be able to be compared to the States because you wouldn't be able to get it in the States based off your game or based off how you look or based off what you do. So that's kind of my thoughts on some of my issues that I have with a lot of the guys that's claiming to be the passport bros, which is actually the newer guys that's just starting to do it. A lot of the guys that's been traveling, they don't do all that because, it's kind of a secretive thing that you're going to these places to do this type of stuff. People don't want to broadcast it, but the newer guys coming out and they basically saying it like that. So I think that's a great point. It was well said. As far as me, I feel like I'm here, and he also said, you got to watch what you say. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not anybody like that. I'm somebody that's going to come and I'm going to speak my truth, regardless of what anybody think about it. I'm always open to answer questions. I'm always open to talk. As I said, I'm not trying to make money. I'm not going to get demonetized. I'm not even trying to do all that. I'm just trying to give things from a different perspective on how I think, or being a man in the States that really don't have a problem with women. I just, honestly, I just don't want to be in a relationship. I feel better being a bachelor, being able to move and go when I want to go, how I want to go, and do what I want to do. And if you're in a relationship, you can't do that. You have to respect your mate, and I just feel better being this way and not being in a relationship. So if someone say, oh, well, you just fucking women and you just doing it, then, yeah, I guess that's what I'm doing. As far as me talking about the black women versus the Western women, that was really a thing that I've been saying from the beginning, and I always have been an advocate of saying we need to stop making it a black woman thing because the passport bros, they only bag on the black women in the West. My point is, it's not only the black women in the West that's having these problems. And I know somebody say, well, you haven't dated a black woman in this long or that long, but that don't mean I'm still talking shit about them. And that's my point when I get on panels and I'm taking up and I'm saying things like that. As I said, I've dated and I've been out with a crazy Asian woman. I've been out with a crazy white woman. I've been out with crazy alls that do the same thing and talk the same back as everybody else do. So if we're going to keep that energy, keep that same energy for every race. And what I notice about most of the passport bros is it's only a thing that they get on here and they talk about black women, black women, black women, black women. Yeah, I can say that I don't date them, but I'm not out there on TikTok and making videos and saying, man, they so much better and they so much better, when most of the guys, as I said, when they doing this, you see them, they be hookers. And that's just on some real shit. But I appreciate being able to get on here and speak. As I said, I'm always open to any questions. I love doing this shit. I love the debates. I love to go back and forth, as she said. I guess it's a Pisces thing. But I appreciate it. I'm gonna stick around and listen to what everybody else got to say. But thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I would love to have you on a panel for a one-on-one, well, one-on-two.
Hey, I'm all for it. Just let me know anytime.
Okay, perfect. Art of War, what are your final thoughts?
The Art of War.
I mean, Art of Will, I'm sorry. Art of
I heard earlier about someone mentioning about pickup artists, and here's what I understand. I call them trick up artists. Then they later on became dating coaches. So this thing with the passport movement, again, as I said earlier, I'm not a passport bro. I'm not trying to distance myself from the image. It's just that I'm not a bro. It is what I said earlier, and what I agree to is that it is a black space. So I'm not going to call myself that. Now, if somebody wants to call me that, I'm not going to stop them. I don't care, but I do support it. And Austin has said many times, I'm not talking about black women, but they want to shove words into his mouth. And again, with BA, bachelors, it sucks because you said you didn't talk about black women and you said Western women, but then, it sounded like people were putting words in your mouth. Same thing with yesterday when you was on that live panel that I was on. And I said the same thing, but they're like, nope. Trying to me too me, coming in with that feminine energy, those two cornballs, again, want to put words in my mouth. So, in the final conclusion, and it's not always about game. Yes, game can get you, something. But if you look like that Uncle Remus dude that was in that live panel, game itself isn't going to help. And also, it's a combination of things. You can't look like a weirdo. You gotta look decent, and at least work on the hygiene. And everything. So it's the small things that are important. And that's pretty much all I got to say. Thank you for having me on the panel. Thank you for letting me have my say. And it was nice meeting you all. And yes. Game Changer, I've probably been on a panel with you on some other place. So I don't know.
You've been on with him.
Okay. So it's not the first. All right.
This is the first time I'm meeting you, though, I think.
Oh, well, sure. It is nice meeting you, Ruby Tuesday.
Yes. In fact, hold on. I will cam up just for. It is nice meeting you. Hello. Since you're cammed up for us, the least I could do is cam up to say hi.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
And I'm glad you came up, though. Right. I'm like, you're like, oh, I'm known for this. I'm like, I'm starting to get that now. So, I hope you come back so I can get with the vibe, because I'm like, I have to learn things. But once I learn, trust me, I can come with the same jokes. Don't worry. I'll pick it up.
To understand me, just go ahead and watch Melanie King and watch when I called in on that show. Then you'll really understand me.
Oh my God! It is you! Oh my God. No, honestly, I never would have put it together, though. I'm not good with stuff like that.
And this whole bias, the panderer says, oh, nobody knows me and all that stuff. He has a channel. I don't have a channel, but it seems like Obsidian knows me. Obsidian doesn't know him.
I know that call.
Black Ram 313 knows me. Black Ram 313 doesn't know him.
I can't even believe it. If you didn't say that though, I never would have known. I never would have known it was you if you didn't say it because I'm not good at like recognizing faces like that.
No, that's all good.
But I'm like, as soon as you said it, I know exactly who you are. Oh, see? So now definitely don't be a stranger. No, I'm kidding. Even if I didn't know that, I would still say come by because you were a great presence and great contribution. And again, the jokes. I want to get slick with these jokes of yours. So yeah, definitely.
Oh no, I appreciate I appreciate your sense of humor. I know I said some slick things towards you, but I do appreciate the banter and your sense of humor as well.
Definitely.
And Mr. Baloo TV, man, you were quiet. I was hoping you would say something in the panel. I feel bad that I might have not played it.
Yeah, I'm just in a cut, just relaxing.
What are your final thoughts, Blue? Since you were quiet, you got to give us something. What are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts on a passport, bro. I'm not a passport, bro. I'm not in that sector. But my personal opinion, definitely travel the world, go to different countries, you know what I'm saying, experience other cultures is very healthy. And don't be a trick. You know what I mean? Because you could and that's the sad part with people when they think people, that's the stigma with it. You know what I mean? People go out the country, they trick, but you still have working people out in these countries. When you go to these countries, you get off in the airport, you see normal people working in the airport. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they tricks or if they have tricked in their life, but it don't appear that they are tricked. So again, it's what you go out the country for. Some people go out the country to trick. Some people may go out the country to find people that are not prostitutes. So it's all on the person and what they go out the country for. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you, Blue.
And tomorrow, I'm also thinking about if y'all could come on the panel, show some love. I'm thinking about doing a show. Is it cheaper to keep her? You know what I'm saying? Like, far as like when people, if they're married, I want to know if that saying is still active. You know what I mean? Is it cheaper to keep as far as even in a marriage? Well, I guess if you're in a marriage, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
You know what they say? If she is a workplace slut, that's the time you need to cut your losses, that is.
Blue, make sure you drop your link in the chat too, so people can subscribe to you.
So
he's trying to get to 100.
So I want to address. I know there was somebody, and I'll drop off after this. So I do want to address someone that said, "Oh, go to your Asian women, go to an Asian chat and stuff." So
I don't think he wasn't done with his final thoughts.
Oh, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Now, my thing with what made me come up with this? I was watching a movie, and I just want to know: is it cheaper to keep her? Far as with inflation going on. So with inflation going on and things going up, is it harder to keep a woman now with the inflation? That's my aim that I'm trying to get at. You get what I'm saying? So I want to revise this thing. Is it cheaper to keep her? So check out the show tomorrow. Y'all could come. Y'all gonna make the show. Y'all come on the show. We'll have a show.
Drop your link in the chat. Drop it right now. My mods, can you drop Blue's link in the chat?
I was greatly
I'll sub to it as well.
Yeah, definitely.
He's trying to get to 100, so he's a new, he's new. So everybody subscribe to Blue right now. Stop what you're doing and subscribe to Blue.
Get on Rumble too, because once you get 100 followers on Rumble, then you can start live streaming.
Hold on. Before you address them, Artawell, let's go to Game Changer because I want to get everybody's final thoughts.
I'm trying to get to his...
No, you got it. Artawell could go first.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to sub to his name. For some reason, I can't click on his name. Oh, wait, I'm trying to click on his name. That's why. Oh, there it is. So
type in Blue TV 2023.
2023.
Yeah, 2023 now.
All right. Gotcha. Okay, I'm sub number 80. I'm sub number 88.
Okay, all right.
All right, and my
Thank you.
notification bell is on.
He actually dropped the link, so make sure you guys hit the link.
Oh, sorry, I just unsubscribed by accident. I'm resubscribing. Sorry.
So yeah, so I wanted to address, someone that said like being the Asian chat, so I'm technically shamed in the Asian community. And again, I'll say this before I head out. And I made a small brief thing about what it was that happened, but I wasn't very detailed about it. And what I pretty much told Mr. Palmer was, why I'm technically shamed in the Asian community. And of course, somebody slicked and said, "Oh, so you're a Korean Pookie," whatever. So that's what it is.
Okay, well, thanks. GC, what are your final thoughts?
All right, thank you. So yeah, I think that what we can take away from this is that we should draw the line amongst men. There need to be a separation of men, those who can get validation from Western women and those who can't get validation from Western women. We need to understand the hierarchy. Those who can get validation from Western women are higher on the hierarchy than those who can't. And the way to identify the ones who can get validation from Western women is that they are chronically saying that they can. I think any man who announces a certain aspect of, his abilities and capabilities must be true. Kind of like how smart people are always walking around saying that they're smart, or beautiful women are always walking around saying that they're beautiful. Like, I think that people who are the thing that they say they are need to say it all the time, because that is a true indication that they are that thing, right? Like that guy who lives with his mom in the basement and say, "I'm not a virgin." He's clearly not a virgin because he says it all the time. So yes, when somebody is saying, "Yeah, I get it here and women like me here all the time," that must be true. That must be true. And also the person who say you don't all the time, kind of like geniuses call everybody stupid all the time, because that's what they do. That's what geniuses do. They must be a genius, because who else would call everybody stupid, right? So yeah, when we hear a person chronically saying everybody else has to pay for sex but me, that person doesn't have to pay for sex ever. He's telling the truth. That being said, can't make this shit up, people. Very, very, very interesting show. And thank you for having me, Melody, Ruby. Greatly appreciate the two of you.
Thank you for
Definitely.
coming. Always
And
appreciate you, GC.
I said another thing. Yeah. You know how rich people always walk around saying I'm rich and talking about the homeless? That is exactly what a rich person does. That's what all the rich people do. It's not that they're projecting or making the shit up or anything like that. That's
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
my bad. My bad for interrupting.
Well, thank you. So, Ruby, I know you like to go last, and then I'm gonna close out.
Okay.
Final thoughts.
What were we even talking about before this shit show? What was our topic today? I don't even. God, I have to look.
I don't even remember.
Right? Hold on. Let me close the chat. Our passport bros delusional. Women are the same globe. Right. That was her. Bro, I was so lost. Like, I got so off track because of the whole discussion with bachelors abroad. This whole tangent for 5 hours. But anyway, so I'm gonna go back to addressing it. Kind of all ties in, and it's kind of a little bit crazy that we were asking if the bachelor, if the passport bros were delusional, and then we ended up getting into this whole entire 2-hour long discussion with bachelors abroad about if he was delusional and he's not a passport bro, which then kind of, I guess, illustrates the point. It's terrible. We can't just say, this particular group is delusional or this particular group is completely wrong or whatever. I think that even if you don't agree with the passport bros, like even if you don't agree with red pill or black pill or whatever the pill it is or whatever, right? I think we need to recognize that all of these movements, even on the women's side, even the ones I really despise, all these movements are being created because one thing that we all have in common is we recognize that everything's gone to shit and everyone is miserable in the fact that everything's gone to shit. So I think that, people are trying to come up with the best possible solution for, themselves and their group. And the only thing that really we could or really should do is weigh them or evaluate the merits of, this movement and its tenets and whatever, and decide if we want to support it or not. And I do think that one thing we should definitely do, though, is hold everything up to rigorous standards. We hold individuals up to incredibly rigorous standards. If no one watched today, right, or listening to Will talking about, was yesterday, whatever panel he was on, and God coming to himself held my feet to the fire and so on, right? We hold each other as individuals up to such rigorous critique and standards of testing, to the point where it's like, no, you said this 3 weeks ago in these 4 words, and that conflicts with what you're saying today with these 5 words, and therefore, right? And we will just go to town, right? But when we're talking about a collective or a movement, we don't want to be as critical. We don't want to hold it up to as much scrutiny and as much critique, so that way we can make it better, right? Because, we need to start seeing critique as constructive, because if you take in that critique and you say, okay, I want to do something positive with it, you can really do something positive with it. You can change whole things about your life and whatever and improve for the better. Or you can fight to the death to move the goalpost every 25 seconds and defend yourself and defend your right to have this opinion, that, and never really take in what anyone's saying. So that way you can improve and you can get better at whatever you're doing. Even if the thing that you're doing you need to get better at is debating. And it's something I have seen people, not just the Pisces, right? I mean, I brought up the Pisces because it's just so specific. I'm telling you, it's a really specific thing they do. But, in general, you kind of see different defense mechanisms, right, that people use, and they hide behind these defense mechanisms their whole lives. And then they get to this group that makes them feel accepted and understood and whatever, right? And then the second anyone wants to give constructive criticism to the group, to the ideology, to whatever, there's so much blind pushback and so much blind defense and whatever. And it's like, no, we got to stop doing that. Because if we want these movements to succeed and do what we want them to do, which is to improve our lives and to improve, whatever segment of the community we're concerned with, then we got to let them get improved. And they're not going to improve without, again, constructive criticism and making changes based on the constructive criticism, because you take it in. So that is kind of my all-around message I received from our topic, and then the tangent with Bachelors Abroad. So, yeah, and also I did invite, just so you know, Melody. I don't know if you saw me do this.
I saw it.
Yeah, okay, because I invited the 2 ladies in chat because me and Melody really do want women on the panel. Like, we don't just want it to be just us and then we do want women's voices and stuff. And so when I saw African Goddess saying that we need more biracial Black males because we need more models and less gargoyles, and then motor culture try to clarify what the hell are you talking about, because your name is African Goddess. And then she said, listen, African features only look good on us women, they look gross on Black men. And I would just love her to debate that fact. And since motoculture was on top of it from jump, I was like, you should come up and debate that, because okay. So I'm hoping maybe, and then we could do that, because that's something I don't think I've ever heard that argument before. So
no, we can definitely do it. I don't mind at all. I'm sorry, my voice is going. But yeah, we can definitely do it. But listen, everybody, thank you so much. And thank you to Ruby and to Kingzndreamz for telling me to cam up today. Because you know me, I'm really shy. I wasn't gonna do it, but when we cammed up, we got so much positive feedback. People telling us we should cam up more and we're beautiful. Somebody said we bad. Like we got some good, we got some really good feedback. So maybe, just maybe, I will cam up from now on, Ruby and I. If you guys, right?
And you've been working hard too. Sorry,
real
one second,
quick.
Blue. Just one second.
I'm beefing.
Melody, the thing is, you've been working really hard. I know that we're trying to get back on track, but you must have been working really hard too, because you're definitely in the algorithm. Because if you look at it, I mean, look, we have 48 people listening at Final Thoughts. That's amazing.
But that's because we were cammed up, and people, I guess, when they was going past, they saw 2 cammed up women, So, yeah, we will definitely cam up more often because everyone likes it. So we're gonna keep camming up. So
Mr. Know-It-All, hold on. Mr. Know-It-All is like, Ruby needs to dress sexier though. Here's the thing. I have a lot of tata, so a little bit goes a long way as it is, but let's all remember that Ruby's married. So as much as, even if I was wearing something that was just a little bit sexier or whatever, right? It's not even that Mr. Rubes would necessarily be mad at it, like as much as it wouldn't really reflect well that I'm like sitting there trying to get thirst trap on YouTube. It's not really my style anyway, but let's think about it. How I would get dragged from here until forever, right? My whole entire character impeached if I was sitting in these streets trying to be sexy for the chat. Okay, so
yeah, but I mean, that's just how I dress. If you follow me on Instagram, you would see I always dress like that. So just because I dress like that doesn't mean Ruby has to dress like that. Ruby is Ruby, Melody is Melody.
Right.
I mean, my name is Real Sex Appeal on Instagram. So I mean, that's just my style.
Well, I have a beef with Ruby.
Oh, sorry. What did I do?
Real quick, and y'all want y'all to get back to it. I am a Pisces, Ruby. Go ahead, continue. That's it. Continue. Don't even act like you heard it. Just want to let you know.
No, because here's the thing. If Mr. Rubes had stayed when I met him, if he had stayed like fully stuck in the defense mechanism mode, I would have left him, right? So you can like, okay, you can either heal from that, or you can be someone who was never really like you developed healthy coping mechanisms on how to explain yourself, or not feeling the need to defend yourself or whatever.
I think sometimes it's hard for me to explain myself. Not explain myself. I'm not a like. It's weird. Like I'm a person that likes to talk, but when it comes to like the internet and stuff like that, my nerves, I can't like articulate my words sometimes. I think.
Well, yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe you're just really introverted, so therefore you don't feel the need to outwardly defend yourself in the same way that more extroverted Pisces feel the need to defend themselves. The other thing with Pisces is kind of like a combination of all of the signs.
Yes,
right? And so that's where you get some of the kind of almost chaotic, feels like it might be a little schizophrenic to other people, because all of the signs, both the positives of all the signs and the negatives of all the signs, kind of reside within a Pisces. So how that combines within each Pisces, how each Pisces manages it, it's just this one combination, and the defense mechanism that it creates is very common in Pisces. And I've never seen it in anyone else. So that's why when I see it, I'm like, oh, you're a Pisces. Doesn't mean every Pisces has it, but if I see it, you're a Pisces. That's just what it is.
You can read it.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Blue. But like I was saying, we're going to try to cam up more for you guys. We're going to come with better content. Ruby and I have been working hard behind the scenes, talking about what we're going to be doing. Yeah. You think that's ever going to happen?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I got distracted. Yeah, but if I don't know, I got distracted. But yeah, guys, thanks. If you guys missed us camming up, just watch from the beginning. We got a lot of positive feedback, and I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
Yes.
And yeah, we will see you next time. I don't really have anything to say about the topic because it was all over the place today. We talked about all types of stuff. But thanks for coming, guys. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure you subscribe to Blue TV 2022.
Yes.
And fiance, what's your name? Fiance Man. This is not her channel, but we do a segment on here. If you want to see her if you want to go to her channel, check it out. It's Classic Ruby. What's your channel at?
That's it. If you went to youtube.com/Classic Ruby, that's my channel.
Yeah, that's pretty much her channel. This is my channel, but we do content together. So make sure you guys check out our content. And we'll see you guys later.
Exactly. Thanks, guys, for all your support. You're making
All right.
Good night, guys.
All right, cheers, y'all.
Cheers.